Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Anna's POV. I ran. Branches tore my arms, wet leaves slipping under my feet, my lungs burning as panic drove me forward. Then a blur crossed my vision and two cold, iron-hard arms locked around me, stopping me dead. My heart slammed against my ribs. Instinct kicked in. I clenched the lighter in one hand and the hairspray in the other, ready for the next fight. I turned slowly. Somewhere, deep in the back of my mind, I knew this hold. I knew this presence. But I was too far gone to process it. Survival had taken over. I was a cornered animal, ready to strike. It only took a second to fully turn, but it felt like an eternity. My eyes locked with black. Right in front of me stood the one thing I had been praying for. Edward. His eyes were pitch dark, already lightening toward topaz as recognition hit him. His face was tight with fear and disbelief, like he wasn't sure I was real. His breathing was fast, uneven. He was shaking. His lips parted, closed, parted again. No sound came out. I couldn't take it anymore. The lighter and hairspray slipped from my hands as I launched myself at him, wrapping my arms around his neck. I rose on my toes and crashed my mouth against his. The world disappeared. Fear, pain, panic, all of it fell away. Heat flooded my body, electricity racing down my spine as I kissed him with everything I had. He responded instantly, harder than he ever had before, holding me like he might never let go. Edward pulled me flush against him, leaving no space between us. His hands slid up and down my back, grounding me. The adrenaline dulled the pain, though I knew I would pay for it later. It was worth it. When I finally needed air, I broke the kiss, resting my forehead against his as he lifted me effortlessly off the ground. I love you, I whispered, eyes still closed, breathless. I love you. I need you. Thank God I have you back, he said, his voice breaking. He set me down and kissed my forehead, then crushed me to his chest again. Suddenly he pulled back, gripping my shoulders, panic flaring in his eyes. Are you hurt? Are you all right? Why were you alone? Where is he? The last word was pure hatred. Jasper, Carlisle, and Esme appeared beside us. Relief washed over all their faces. Where is he? Jasper demanded. His voice was sharp, dangerous. The desire to kill was written all over him. And I thought James was terrifying. Just follow my scent, I managed. You'll find him. Jasper froze for half a second as realization hit. He nodded once and vanished. Edward looked torn, split between staying with me and going after James. I knew the weight he carried. I knew he would regret it forever if he didn't finish this. Edward, I said softly, go. I'll stay with Carlisle and Esme. I'll be okay. I love you. A small smile touched his lips before he disappeared. Esme pulled me into her arms, sobbing into my neck. I held her tightly, stroking her back, whispering that I was okay. Eventually, she pulled herself together. I thought we lost you. I'm okay, I said. It takes more than one vampire to kill me. She frowned slightly. I turned to Carlisle. They'll be all right? They will, he said gently, brushing my cheek. But what about you? I'm fine for now. Check me at home. He nodded, though his eyes stayed worried. Esme picked up the lighter and hairspray, staring at them in confusion. I'll explain later, I promised. Purple smoke rose in the distance. Only then did it hit me. I had actually set James on fire. Before the thought could spiral, Edward was back, pulling me into his arms. Are you all right? I asked, searching his now topaz eyes. I am, as long as you're here, he said, nuzzling my neck. Jasper stood nearby, calm again. You okay too? I asked him. He nodded, then glanced at the items in Esme's hands. Why did James look like charcoal when we arrived? Edward raised an eyebrow at me. Before I could answer, a low growl cut through the moment. Later, Esme said firmly, let's get Anna home. Edward scooped me up and ran. Edward's POV. James wasn't dead when we found him. Burned, wet, cracked, healing slowly. The pain consumed him. Jasper, I didn't rush it. We ended him piece by piece. Anna's POV. Back at the house, Alice hugged me so tightly I almost cried. Emmett crushed us both in a bear hug until I couldn't breathe. Rosalie hugged me too. Quick and unexpected, but sincere. I was shivering now, soaked to the bone. You're freezing, Edward murmured. Esme took charge. Bath. Then answers. Carlisle treated my back and chest, confirming nothing was broken. The ointment burned, then soothed. Later, wrapped in Edward's arms, Jasper finally asked his question again. I told him everything. The lighter, the hairspray, the fire. Emmett laughed, shaking his head. Edward held me tighter, not laughing at all. Later, Edward's room. I need you to understand something, I said quietly. He listened. I never carried those because I doubted you. I knew you'd come. Always. Then why? Because I refused to be helpless. The words landed hard. I love you, I whispered. He kissed my cheek, holding me like I was something precious and unbreakable. Edward's POV. Fear changed me. Anna changed me. She's my equal, my partner, my choice, and I will never let her go. Anna's POV. I don't like this one bit. Edward's voice was sharp with irritation as he paced across my room like a storm trapped in four walls. 3 days of the same argument had worn a groove into the carpet. I know. Honey, I said, staring into my closet like it could solve my life. You've mentioned it roughly every 10 minutes since Monday. Jacket? Sweater? The weather outside looked like it wanted to be both cold and wet, which was basically Fork's entire personality. Edward stopped mid-step. Can't you make an excuse? Anything. I turned, one hand on my hip. Edward, I've used every excuse known to mankind. Homework, exam, headache, cramps, sudden emotional crisis. I think I'm allergic to sand. His eyes narrowed like he was personally offended by sand. Kevin is done with it, I continued. He doesn't believe me anymore. But, no, I cut him off before he could build momentum. Yesterday, he sat me down and forced a whole talk about why I hate going to La Push so much. He even asked if one of the guys there did something to me. Edward's jaw tightened. His hands flexed at his sides like he was resisting the urge to snap something in half. Love, it's just... I know. I softened, stepping closer and rubbing his arms. You're scared. I get it. I don't love going there either, but Kevin is persistent. And the one who wants me there is Billy Black. Edward exhaled through his nose, pinching the bridge of it like he was holding back a headache. It's not like I can tell Kevin, sorry, my vampire boyfriend doesn't want me visiting his werewolf enemies, I added with a small smile. Love, this is not funny. He pouted, genuinely upset. Then he stepped in, gaze turning intent, golden eyes locking onto mine like he was about to make a point without using words. His hands landed on my shoulders and slid down my arms slowly, deliberately, sending a shiver straight through me. And then his mouth found the nape of my neck. Soft kisses, cool breath across warm skin. My brain started shorting out. He murmured against my neck. Your skin is so warm. I managed, which was honestly impressive for me at that moment. His hands moved to my hips. His thumbs hooked under the hem of my top, tracing slow circles over my hip bones like he owned the concept of temptation. My hands clung to his arms because I was pretty sure my legs were about to file for resignation. He kissed his way up my jaw, and then his mouth took mine hard and hungry. My fingers slid into his hair automatically, like my body had opinions my brain hadn't approved yet. Edward pulled me tight until we were pressed together. No space, no air, no logic. He broke the kiss just enough to press his lips to my ear. How about we continue this in bed? For half a second, I almost forgot my own name. Then I remembered who I was. I said sweetly, and I shoved him toward my bed. He went willingly, of course. He sat on the edge of the mattress and looked up at me like I was dinner and he'd been starving for a century. He had my top rolled up already, hands on the small of my back, fingertips tracing heat into my skin. I climbed onto the bed and straddled his waist. Edward hissed at the contact. Love, you are killing me. I grinned and bent down, kissing his neck slowly, open-mouthed, letting my warm breath trail over his cold skin. He made a sound that was half growl, half purr. I kissed up to his ear, took his earlobe between my lips, sucked gently, then flicked my tongue over it. Edward shuddered under me. I kissed him once, soft and sweet, then sat upright like I hadn't just rewritten his entire personality with my mouth. He blinked at me, dazed. "We're going to continue this," I said calmly, after I'm back from La Push. I hopped off him and went back to my closet like nothing happened. Behind me, Edward sat up with the expression of a man who had been robbed. His mouth opened, closed, open again. "What, you just—" "I had to punish you for trying to dazzle me into getting your way," I said, pulling his sweater off a hanger. He glared. I walked back, grabbed his face, and kissed him hard enough to make my point twice. I can play unfair, too. When I pulled back, his scowl deepened. A laugh came from my window. "Seems like she got you good, brother." Emmett climbed in like it was normal to enter people's bedrooms through windows. Edward shot him a look that could have frozen lava. "What you doing here?" Alice slipped in after him, all sunshine and chaos. "We're here because we have something for Anna, and I need to dress her." "What's wrong with her clothes?" I asked. "Nothing," Alice said, already digging through my closet. "But for what we have for you, you need something more functional." Edward's brows drew together. "What thing?" Emmett pulled a small blue box from behind his back and handed it to me like he was presenting treasure. "Open it." I did. Inside was the stun gun I'd bought with Alice and Rosalie. I'd refused to walk in a La Push with nothing. The moment I asked for it, Rosalie had offered to upgrade it like it was a casual hobby. Edward's face darkened instantly. "A stun gun? Why would you give her that?" "Oh, relax," Alice called from inside my closet. "It's just in case. Do you want her going there unprotected?" "I don't want her going at all." I snapped my head toward him. "It would be nice if you stopped talking about me like I'm not in the room." "Because I am." Edward looked like he wanted to argue and apologize at the same time. I turned to Emmett instead. "Does it work the same?" "Yeah," Emmett said, excited. "Switch off the safety, hit the red button. Rose, tune it up. If one of those dogs gets too close, it'll knock them right out of their fur." "Emmett," Edward warned, voice low. Emmett patted my shoulder proudly. "Come on, Eddie boy." She stood up to a vampire. "Little sis has fight in her." "She shouldn't have to fight at all," Edward muttered. "SHE is standing right in front of you," I said, voice rising, "and SHE is getting more upset with you by the second." Edward took a slow breath. "I'm sorry, love. I know." I softened again, because this wasn't really about wolves. Not entirely. But Billy Black specifically asked for me. Emmett's smile dropped. "Billy, apparently they finally figured out I'm not just friends with you guys. I'm Edward's girlfriend. Billy wants to talk." Edward's head snapped toward Alice. "You didn't see that?" Alice looked genuinely annoyed. "Sorry, Edward. I didn't. The call happened right before you started your 3-day monologue." Edward glared at nothing in particular. "Stupid dogs." "Don't worry," I said, wrapping my arms around Edward's waist. "I'll go talk and keep my distance." He hugged me back like he was trying to anchor me to the floor. "I still don't like it." "I know." Alice clapped her hands. "Okay, lovebirds. Enough. Anna, change." She handed me dark jeans, a fitted sweater, and a jacket I hadn't seen before. "Alice, is that new?" "Of course," she said brightly. "Bought it the day we got the stun gun. It hides it perfectly. Also, after Rosalie upgraded it, it kicks like a bear." Tested it." Emmett grinned. "Poor bear." From downstairs, Kevin shouted, "Anna, are you ready? We have to go. 5 minutes." I yelled back, "I'm a girl. I need time." I changed quickly in the bathroom, then came back out. Alice and Emmett were already gone. Edward stayed. He opened his arms. I walked into them automatically. "I could scoop you up and run," he whispered into my ear, nuzzling my neck. "Edward." I pulled back just enough to look him in the eyes. "You know I can take care of myself." His expression was pained, raw with leftover fear. James had carved that into him. He wasn't over it, not even close. "I love you," he said, like the words hurt. I never knew something so precious could exist. I cupped his face. "And I love you. Nothing is keeping me from you. Not a vampire. Not a human. Not a werewolf. Wherever I go, I'm coming back." He kissed me like he needed it to breathe. From downstairs, Kevin called again, more annoyed this time. Anna, come down. Don't make me come up there. I sighed and looked at Edward. If he comes up here, how do you explain you being in my room? Edward's eyes narrowed in defeat, like the universe was personally bullying him. He kissed me once more, slower this time. Come back as fast as you can, he whispered against my lips. When I finally stepped toward the door, he held my hand too long, reluctant to let go. I had to go, not because of Kevin or Billy or the wolves, because Edward's fear was starting to grow teeth. And if I didn't prove I could handle myself, he'd spiral into that version of himself who tried to control everything. Eclipse Edward, the one who loved too hard and panicked too fast. I loved him, but I wasn't letting that happen to us. In the car, Kevin drove while I stared out the window, watching trees blur into a gray-green wall. Anna, you really don't like La Push, he said, trying again. If you just give it a chance. Uncle Kevin, I said gently, like I told you yesterday, it's not my thing. Why not? I exhaled. Because they hate the Cullens. And I love the Cullens. Edward is my boyfriend. Alice is my best friend. They're home for me. Kevin's face softened, but I saw the hurt too. I love you too, I added quickly. I didn't think I had to say it. He smiled, small and real. I love you, honey. You know, before I had to take you in, I couldn't imagine being a dad. I like my bachelor life. But now I catch myself thinking about family. You'd be a great dad, I told him. Just do what you think is right, not what people tell you. He nodded thoughtfully. You really love them. I do. That seemed to settle something in him. We drove the rest of the way in silence. La Push. Billy's house was crowded, like always. Kevin got pulled away almost immediately by people I didn't recognize. Billy wasn't even there. Neither was Jacob. That made my stomach sink. I grabbed a Coke from the kitchen and slipped outside, settling in the yard where I could see the ocean. The sun was falling into the horizon, turning the water orange-red, glittering like metal. The air was cold and sharp. I didn't mind it anymore. It was strange how fast cold had started to feel normal. I just wished Edward was here to see it. Anna. I turned to see Jared approaching carefully, like he wasn't sure if I'd bite. Hi, Jared, I said. What's up? Listen, we would like to talk to you. He scratched the back of his neck. The council. They want to speak with you. I sighed and stood. Yeah, I figured. Lead the way. He stared at me for a second. You're not scared, even though you know what I am. My boyfriend is a vampire, I reminded him, smiling slightly. Jared went quiet, thinking. As we walked, he finally said, There's something I want to know. Shoot, did you know I'd imprint on Kim? I looked at him. Are you trying to see if I know what imprinting is? His guilt answered for him. Sam had him fishing. I shrugged. Let's just say I know more than I should. And that's safe. He let out a breath. You're not a normal girl. Nope. We reached a larger house on the outskirts. Sam stood at the door, arms crossed, expression sour. I smiled anyway. Hi, Sam. Hi, he grunted. Inside, Billy, Harry, and an ancient man I assumed was old Quill Aetera sat waiting. Sam, Jared, and Paul stood behind them like guards. They were trying to look intimidating. It was almost cute. So, I said, scanning the room. What's up with this party? They all blinked at my tone. Billy recovered first. I guess we don't need introductions. I nodded. We heard disturbing news, Billy began carefully, about you being with one of those. He has a name? I cut in sharp. Edward Cullen. Use it. I'm not walking around calling you people mutts. Paul's eyes flashed. He growled under his breath, but Sam gave him a look that shut him down. Billy cleared his throat. Fine. Is it true you and Edward Cullen are together? With all due respect, it's none of your business, I said. But yes, we're together. I love him. He loves me. That landed like a bomb. What crap, Paul snapped. Those things don't even know what love is. I stood immediately. Okay, we're done here. Harry blinked. What are you doing? Leaving. I looked at them all, voice firm. I'm not staying while you insult my boyfriend. Or my family. Billy choked. Your family? Yes, my family. The Cullens. Harry's face twisted in disbelief. But they're dead. So, I shot back. Sam's voice turned disgusted. This is disgusting. Oh, and dating an animal is classy? I said, sweet as poison. At least I'm human, Sam snapped. and I don't suck people dry. And being around you isn't dangerous? I met his gaze. He faltered for half a second. Old Quill finally spoke, calm and stern. Child, you don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know what the Cold Ones are capable of. I do, I said simply. Exactly, Sam scoffed. Just because they told you their version. No, they all looked at me. I knew about vampires before I came to Forks. Billy and Sam spoke together. What? And I know more about their nature than you ever will, I continued. And I know what they're capable of, because one tried to kill me. Jared frowned. But if one tried to kill you, how are you here? I roll my eyes. Because I killed him. Silence. Paul blinked slowly. So, what? You're Buffy or something. No, I said flatly. I'm just me. Sam tried to twist it. If you know what they are, how can you be with one? I smiled without warmth. So, if a human tried to kill me, I should hate the entire human race? That's different, Paul snapped. Ow, they're human. And humans murder for fun, and you just accept it? I asked. The Cullens aren't bloodthirsty monsters. They're kind. If you could see past your prejudice, you'd know that. Sam's temper snapped. We are trying to protect you. What happens when you bleed? They could kill you by accident. They're dangerous, heartless, soulless monsters. Accident. I cut in, voice rising. Like a bear accident. Sam flinched. Emily. That was it. Paul exploded. You little ungrateful. He lunged. And he started shifting. Cracks. Bones. Skin rippling. For forcing through. Paul, no. Sam shouted. Jared moved to grab him. Too late. My heart hammered, but my hand was already in my jacket pocket. Rosalie's upgraded stun gun. Paul was nearly on me, half human, half monster, shaking like rage itself was breaking his body. I waited until he was close enough. Then I yanked the stun gun out and slammed it into his side. I hit the red button. Electric crackle filled the room. Paul let out a sound that wasn't human at all. His whole body convulsed, dropping hard, the shift collapsing in on itself as his form snapped back. He hit the floor, twitching, miserable, unconscious. The room froze. Every single person stared at me. I lowered the stun gun slowly, keeping it aimed. I've been in this business for a while, I said coolly. I can deal with vampires. I can deal with werewolves. Believe me now. Jared rushed to Paul's side, shocked. Is he all right? He'll be fine, I said. And hopefully he learned a lesson. Don't touch me. Billy looked like his brain had shut down. Old Cool watched me for a long moment. We only wish to protect you. Kevin is family. And as his niece, you are one of us. I wanted to point out that one of us had just tried to kill me. But I didn't. Not yet. I appreciate the concern, I said evenly. But I already have a family. The Cullens. Old Quill's eyes narrowed, then softened. You have chosen. We'll be here if you need help. Thank you, Mr. Atera, I said, forcing a polite smile. Good night. And I walked out. Outside, it was dark now, the air colder. I was halfway back when a voice called behind me. Hey, Anna, what are you doing out here alone? Seth Clearwater jogged up, carrying plastic containers. I smiled despite everything. Hi, Seth. What's all that? Mom sent me to get more food. Come on, I'll help. He blinked. Thanks. But why are you alone out here? Exploring, I lied. If you wanted a tour, you could have asked me. Maybe I will, I said. Then I nudged him. But what about that girl you told me about? Sarah. Seth went bright red and stared straight ahead. She's out of my league. We talked the whole walk. Seth was easy. A good kid. A good little brother type. When we got back, he brought me to the spot near the beach where the teens hung out. There was a fire going, logs arranged in a circle. Kim, Embry, Quill, Jacob, and Leah. It was my first time seeing her up close. Beautiful, sharp, exotic. And the second she saw me, she glared like I'd personally offended her ancestors. That's my sister, Seth muttered with an apologetic smile. She needs time. It's okay, I said. Jacob was already tense, eyes narrowed. He waited until I drifted toward the ocean's edge, then snapped. You just had to tell my dad. Jake, listen, I said, turning. I'm sorry. I had reasons. Yeah? What reasons? Before I could answer, a shout flared near the fire. Quill and Embry were arguing. And then Quill started shaking. Oh no, I whispered. I moved instantly. Everything slowed down. Quill's hands clenched. His breathing went ragged. Panic flooded his face. Cracking started. Embry froze, horrified. Seth and Leah backed away, then froze too. Jacob didn't move at all. Kim rushed forward like an idiot to protect Embry. Quill's body began to change, muscles swelling, bones shifting, fabric tearing. For force through skin. It was disgusting. It was powerful. And it was getting worse by the second. I had my stun gun out before anyone even processed what was happening. I flicked the safety off, stepped into range, and waited for the exact moment. Quill hit the final stage. I pressed the stun gun to him and hit the red button. Electricity snapped across his body. The monstrous growl collapsed into a broken howl. The shift shattered, reversing, forcing him back into human form. He dropped hard, twitching on the sand. I released the button and straightened, breathing hard. 2 wolves burst into the clearing, then skidded to a stop when they saw me standing there with the stun gun like a bouncer. I couldn't help it. You know, I said, deadpan, if I have to take down another one tonight, I'm going to start charging. Jacob finally found his voice. What the fuck? Kim stared at me like I was a ghost. Embry looked ready to faint. Leah looked like she might punch someone or collapse, maybe both. Seth sat down shaking, tears spilling down his face. Jared shifted back and grabbed Kim, calming her, while Sam arrived and took control fast. He scooped Quill up and ordered everyone inside. Nobody argued. Not after tonight. Back inside. Leah exploded the moment the door shut. Someone better tell me what the hell that was, she shouted, shaking. What happened to Quill? And what the hell is wrong with you two? Billy, Harry, and old Quill exchanged grim looks. Jacob's voice came out strangled. The legends are true. Leah stared at him. What? Billy sighed, like the weight of generations had dropped onto his shoulders. We have some explaining to do. So they explained. Wolves. Vampires. The treaty. The Cullens. And me, apparently, being Buffy. It took a long time for the panic to settle into stunned silence. Quill woke up later confused and terrified. Paul and Jared handled him. The hilarious part was Paul wouldn't meet my eyes anymore. Yeah, Emmett was going to love that. Edward was going to lose his mind. When I checked the time, it was almost midnight. Do you still need me? I asked Billy. He gave me a weak smile. No, thank you for your help. All right, I said, standing. I'm going. I walked out into the night, already bracing myself for Edward's reaction. I didn't even make it 10 steps before Sam's voice stopped me. Anna, wait. I turned. Edward's POV. I didn't like this. I didn't like this one bit. My love was alone on the territory of the werewolves. Honestly, going in and out in a house full of vampire, the most natural thing in the world. Being attacked by a bloodthirsty, sadistic vampire, no problem. Go to meet young, immature, dangerous werewolves, where's the harm in that? Sure, why not? But is scared to go up in the attic after dark falls, and wouldn't even set 1 foot into the basement at night, and when she sees a syringe, she able to run even faster than I am, figuratively spoken of cause. I had to shake my head at that for what felt the millionth time as I paced along the treaty line. I stopped pacing around and pinched the bridge of my nose before I sighed. There were 2 souls battling in my chest. The old me who was frantic, crazed with fear and paranoia for my love's safety, and the new me who wanted to believe that she was going to be all right. She could hold her own ground if she wanted to. She proved it with James, and she was armed. My love knew the dangers. She knew when to run. It is ridiculous, really afraid of an injection, but would happily fight against vampires and werewolves. I sighed again. She would be all right. I repeated it over and over in my head. She would be all right. She would be soon back in my arms. She is my world, the center of my universe. The power and depth of my attachment to her was something unknown to me. I never thought I would be able to feel something this strong. She understands me. She knows me like none else. She knows all my darkest sins, my past, and still loves me with all her heart. She has my life in her hands. Every look of her, every smile, every little giggle, the shining in her eyes, the warmth of her touch, the power of her love, I'm craving it like a starved man. I'm craving her presence, her touch, her love, her kiss, her everything. Being away from her caused me physical pain, though I would never tell her that. I don't want her to be there with the mutts, but that's what she decided had to be done, even though I was against it. But I knew better than to try and keep her from doing what she wanted with force, even though I could. My love was headstrong. If she wanted something, she would find a way to get it no matter what. She is stubborn and does things her way. My love is understanding and forgiving, but gets easily angry if someone tries to control her and keep secrets from her. And none better say the sentence, "It's for your own good." To her, that ticks her off unbelievably. She told me what happened in the 4 books that tell about my life. My love made her opinion about my behavior clearly known. It's weird, but when she was so angry with me, she looked so unbelievable sexy. And then my thoughts go again. I'm behaving like a gentleman. I am a gentleman, but in my mind I'm a man. A man, if not to say a caveman. Everything about her drives me in. It's unbelievably hard to restrain myself. Sometimes I just want to throw the whole gentleman thing out of the window and have my ways with her. Patience, Edward. Patience. I reminded myself once again. Besides, now was not the time to think about that kind of thing. Sometimes my mind was quite a burden. I was pacing again, torn between the 2 souls in my chest, trying to convince myself that everything would be fine. "Edward, are you okay?" Jasper asked as he suddenly stood next to me. "You are an infant, Jasper, you know I'm not." He had a sheepish smile on his face as he sent me a wave of calm. "Thanks. She'll be fine. Alice saw you with her tonight. So don't worry." "Sure, because you wouldn't worry if it was Alice." I barked at him. He looked guilty and understanding. "Listen, I'm sorry, Jasper, I know, man." He sighed and put his hand on my shoulder, looking sympathetic at me. "She's a Cullen woman, and they always get their way. Welcome in the club, brother." I just looked at him incredulous, but I knew what he meant. Our mates had us on a short leash. "Wanted to keep you company?" I thought about it for a minute. "Thanks, but I'm going to be fine." He squeezed my shoulder before he took him into the forest. A Cullen woman. Yes, that was my Anna. She had her own head, just like Esme, Rose, and Alice, and she could get her way with me. I tried to dazzle her, like she liked to call it, into staying, but in the end I ended up being the one who was seduced. My love is dangerous, and she knows exactly how to play her cards, and my dear sisters made it even worse. As if it wasn't hard enough to resist her sometimes. I had no other choice than to wait here until she would leave this godforsaken place and be back in my arms. Anna's POV. Sam was standing in front of me, his face cast down, looking at the ground, before he looked up and spoke. "Listen, I just wanted to say thanks for saving them. I still don't understand how you can." He was trying hard to keep his temper down. "And I never will, but still thanks for what you have done." "Sure, no problem, and you don't have to understand, just to respect my decision." Sam nodded slowly and thoughtfully at that. I didn't want to tell him, but looking at him now, though I still wasn't a wolf girl and never would be, they deserve the truth, even if only the part about themselves. "Listen, there is something I've got to tell you. I know things. I can't explain it to you. You just have to trust me." Sam looked at me thoughtfully before he nodded. "I guess you earned that trust." I smiled at him. He wasn't that bad in person, well, at least not as much as I thought he would be. Jake, Seth, Embry, Brady, and Colin will all also become werewolves. But Brady and Colin, he looked at me stunned, are very young, I know, but there is another thing as well. "And that would be?" he asked, wary, scared of what I was going to tell him. "Leah will also become a member of the pack." "No, she's a girl." He looked at me disbelieving and angry. "I know, but she will also become a werewolf. I know it's none of my business, but you should tell her about the whole imprinting thing before she phases, or else it might be hard with her around, though I can't say if it'll be better if you tell her now, but it's worth a shot." I smiled sympathetically at him. That was a lot for him to take in. I wasn't planning to tell him this, but it somehow just came over me. "You are a strange girl," he stated after a while. I just shrugged my shoulders. Guess we aren't the only ones with a burden to carry. He meant himself and all the members of the pack. I understood that it was hard for them. They couldn't have an own life, go to college, or move out of La Push. For the first time since I got to know about Twilight, I actually sympathized with the wolves. I gave him a weak smile. "I'll better go back and see how Quill is doing," Sam said before taking off. I just stood there for a few minutes and looked at the dark night sky that was filled with bright twinkling stars. It was full moon, and I couldn't help but think how fit the full moon for today's event was. We had a full moon, and werewolves appeared. It made me wonder again, my boyfriend is a vampire I know werewolves. Does that mean there's a chance I would meet a wizard too, or an alien anytime soon? I giggled at that thought as I made my way to Billy's house. As I was walking, I saw a figure sitting at the roadside. Getting closer, I recognized Jake. I approached him carefully. "Hey, Jake, you all right?" He looked at me with a mix of disbelief, anger, hopelessness, and defeat. "Do I look like I am?" "Nope. Want to talk?" I asked him as I sat down next to him. "What will happen now?" He asked, not looking at me, his voice laced with fear. "In a few months, you will become a werewolf, and you will love it. Well, parts of it. The speed and the strength." "How do you?" His head shot up, but he stopped himself. "Never mind." He sighed. "I know how you feel right now." "Yes, sure." He snored at me. I had a normal human life, as well, before Supernatural took over. I wasn't always Buffy. He looked at me guilty and apologetically. This Jake was nice. I wondered why I didn't like him when I read the books, and that's when it hit me. You know, Jake turning into a wolf won't be the only change that will happen. "What do you mean?" He asked, puzzled. "Your personality will also. Please try not to become too much of a jerk." He looked at me strangely. "Do I even want to know how you know all of this?" I only shook my head and smiled. "You won't tell." "Sorry, but that's personal." We sat there in silence before he spoke again. "Did you lie to me about Bella?" Again, he wasn't looking at me, but at the ground. "Jake, I know that she is able to fall in love with you, but if you two have a future, I don't know. That's up to the two of you. So she isn't my imprint?" He looked at me with pain in his dark eyes. "All I can say is, I don't know. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you something else, but I really don't know." I smiled at him weakly. "Thanks anyway," he said as he stood up and began running to the beach all of a sudden. I sighed and stood up, wanting to reach Billy's house as fast as I could. I had enough werewolf for one night. Finally arriving at Billy's house, without further interruption, I searched for Kevin only to find him on the couch, sleeping soundly and totally drunk. Apparently, he and some of his friends had a little bit too much of their self-made alcohol. Kevin and 4 other guys were completely out. I stood before him, my hands on my hips, and sighed frustrated, glaring at his sleeping frame. "You can leave him here. Josh has to go to Forks tomorrow, so he can take him home," Emily said as she was coming out of the kitchen. "Guess that will be for the best." "Thank you, Emily." She came close to me and took my hands in hers, looking directly into my eyes. If she wouldn't be together with Sam, and so involved with the werewolves, I bet we could have been very good friends. "You're a really nice girl, Anna. I just wish you would change your mind in regards of, we can't choose who we love. Now, can we?" I smiled at her warmly. She smiled back, understanding, letting go of my hands, and pulled me into a tight hug. "Just be careful," she whispered into my ear. Pulling back, I smiled at her. "I always am." Grabbing Kevin's car keys out of the pocket of his jacket, I said my goodbyes to Emily and got into the car. Driving back to Forks, I suddenly saw someone standing in the middle of the street. Coming closer, I could see that it was Edward, who was pacing around nervously. It must have been the treaty line there. I pulled the car over to the roadside, and Edward was immediately at my side of the car. He opened the door, crouched down, and took my hand and is looking anxious at me. "Love, are you all right? Why are you alone? The wolves didn't do anything to you, did they?" "First, yes, I am all right. Second, Kevin is drunk and sleeping soundly, and I don't think that even a bomb exploding near him could wake him. So I left him there, and last, but not least, I tell you later. Right now, I just want home and sleep." Right on cue, I yawned. It was near 1 o'clock now, and I was really tired. Of cause love let me drive. I smiled at him, unbuckled my seatbelt, and gave him a kiss on his lips before getting out of the car. Edward went with me to the other side and held the door open for me. I fell asleep during the drive and woke up as he parked in the driveway at Kevin's house. I made my way into the bathroom, took my clothes off, and ordered Edward to put them into the washing machine. Alice had burned the clothes I had on during my last visit in La Push, and I didn't want that to happen again. I liked those jeans. After I had showered, I excited the bathroom. My hair was still what I was just too tired to blow dry it. Edward was sitting on my bed, wearing only his boxers, waiting for me. He looked like a lost puppy in this moment. I went to him to stand between his legs and threaded my fingers through his messy hair. His hands were on my hips as he placed his forehead on my stomach. I put my arms round him, my right hand in his hair, the other stroking small circles on his back. "Do I still smell of wet dog?" I asked with a little smile on my voice. No, you smell heavenly. He pressed his forehead harder into my stomach, inhaled deeply before standing up at vampire speed. I was used to this by now, and it only sometimes startled me anymore when I was deep in thoughts and when I wasn't expecting it at all. Edward looked deep into my eyes. He cupped my cheek gently, running his thumb over my skin. I'm sorry for being such a worrywart. It's just I don't know what scares me more, the fact that you could be attacked by werewolves or the fact that you would fight back if that were to happen. Of course I would fight back. He sighed, bent his head down, and placed it on my shoulder, his cool lips pressed on my neck as he inhaled my scent. Edward locked his arms around me, pulling me closer to him. He lifted his head, and I looked up at him. Conflicted emotions were swimming in his beautiful butterscotch pools. He kissed my forehead lovingly. Edward, you have to trust me. You have to let go of your paranoia. I know you are scared, but you can't keep me hostage just so nothing will happen to me. I looked intensely into his eyes as his grip on me tightened. I know ever since the whole James debacle you are more worried than before, and yes, I understand. Thinking about it, it's hilarious how easily I could get killed, not only me, but every human. Car accident, shot by someone, illness, and so on. And the supernatural aspect of my life doesn't make my chances at staying alive any better. See, at least you understand some of my worries. Edward smiled sadly at me. But I refuse to live my life in fear of the what-ifs. I am here with you, and I will do whatever I can to stay by your side. You can't stop life from happening, Edward. He sighed, frustrated and defeated. I know what happened with James had been horrible for you, but I survived. I am here, he is not. Do you really want to spend the time we have together worrying? Edward pulled me closer to him again. He sighed and put his chin on my head. No, I don't, and I also don't want to take away your freedom, but I will be always worried about you no matter what. I pulled back from him to be able to tell him this face to face. I know, but don't let your worry rule you and interfere with our life. Life is hard, and sometimes you're going to want to crawl up in a corner and hide there forever. Or in your case, you want to keep me in a safety bubble, so I'm going to be safe and sound, but it doesn't work that way. I sighed and told him how I felt the last few days as he was stepping over to controlling me. Edward, your attempts to keep me safe are suffocating me. You know, I hated to be controlled. After mulling this over, he smiled sadly, but also with a hint of amusement and apology. I've been hard to stand the last few days, haven't I? Can't argue with that, but I still love you, we all do. It's good to see that you are capable of seeing your mistakes. Not an easy thing to do sometimes. I'll try. That's all I'm asking for. I smiled at him. Edward placed a sweet kiss on my lips while he scooped me up in his arms and rested me on my bed, placing himself next to me. Good night, my love, were the last words I heard before I drifted off to slumber. Edward's POV. After the attack formed, James the First was back to my old ways, and the old Edward was ruling me. I was anxious the whole time. I was controlling, watching her every move, and I knew that she didn't like that. I could see it in her eyes. It's so strange humans die so easily, but also they live so long on this planet already. Are humans really an easy kill? If they are, why isn't their kind eliminated? Compared to a vampire, a human is glass doll. A human can easily be broken by my kind. But no matter how evident it is to me, my love has her own way of seeing things. I'm trying to keep her safe, but I only drive her away with it. My attempts of keeping her safe make her angry at me. Is all I can do. Only hope that she will be all right. I would love to lock her up in a room and make sure that none and nothing could ever hurt her, but with that I would be the one hurting her. Before her, I wouldn't have seen it that way, but I do now. My angle is beautiful, and part of her beauty is her freedom. Parts of her would cease to be if I would lock her up in a golden cage. Looking at her sleeping form in my arms, hearing her melodic heartbeat, and feeling the rise and fall of her chest, I know what I have to do. It's not easy, in fact, it's the hardest thing I've ever done, but I need to give her space. She did handle James, and she came back from the wolves without injuries. I have to accept my own limits. Not everything goes my way. My love is right. I can't let my fears stand in the way of our lives. I have to take the steps slowly for her sake, for my sake, for our sake. I was watching her sleeping form, taking in every single of her features, stroking her hair and kissing her forehead, her nose, and her lips. She is my strength, my confidence, my rock. Her cheerfulness, her smile, her stubbornness, her bravery. She is the guiding light in my dark moments. Whenever I lose myself, she brings me back. For her, I have to be better. Anna's POV. I woke up in the morning without my life-size teddy bear. I looked to my nightstand and found his note. Good morning, love. I'm deeply sorry that I can't be with you this lovely morning, but I will be waiting for you when you're ready to go to school. With all my love, always yours. Edward. I got out of bed, did my routine, and was ready for school. Edward's silver Volvo was already waiting outside as I stepped out of the house. Edward was in front of me in a sec, kissed the tip of my nose, and gave me one of his crooked smiles before he put his hand on the small of my back and led me to the car. Just as we reached it, another car arrived, and I saw Kevin sit in it. He got out of the car, saw Edward and me, and grumpily went to the house, not noticing us any further. Headache much? Edward chuckled and nodded. You know, I was surprised to find that I hadn't had any babysitters this morning. I told him as we were on our way to school. Ever since James, Edward wouldn't leave my side, or one of his family members had to watch me every second. My vampire looked guilty. I know I overdid it. Yes, you did, Edward. I'm sorry, I will improve myself, but please understand that sometimes I can't help but to worry about you. He looked at me, pleading with his eyes for me to understand. Edward, the first to understand that fear that you have, I really do. When you were waiting for James and his coven to arrive, I also worried about you even though I knew that you would be fine. It's natural to worry about the ones you love, but you can't let that worry stand in your way because it will destroy everything. You don't want to become a creepy guy who imprisons his girlfriend in a golden cage to keep her safe from the world, taking away all the rights and decisions, and thinks on the top of that he has done something right. My vampire looked at me curiously and asked innocently, "Don't you think you're being a little bit too hard?" Edward, I said in a warning voice, glaring at him and crossing my arms over my chest. He chuckled and put his hand on my knee, squeezing it gently. Don't worry, love, I got it. Alice saw our little talk yesterday and ordered me home so the whole family could ambush me. I'll be good. You listened to what your family members told you? I asked, astonished. He sighed. It is about time I stopped being an obstreperous and unruly child, don't you think? Edward smiled weakly at me. Seems like there is hope for you after all. Thanks to you, he whispered as a breathtaking smile broke out on his face. He took my hand in his and brought it to his lips, placing a kiss on the back of my hand. At school, in the parking lot, Rosalie, Emmett, Jasper, and Alice waited for us. Morning, Alice squealed as she pulled me into a hug, which I returned. So, little sis, how were the wolves? Emmett asked, curious. Edward shot him a glare. I'll tell you later. I met up with the council elder. I guess Carlisle will want to hear as well. Yes, he quite interested in the happenings of the last night. Jasper stated, amused. After school, we made our way to the Cullens' place. We were greeted warmly by Esme, as always when we came back from school. She's just such a mom. Taking our places at the table in the dining room, I told them what had occurred in La Push. As I assumed, Emmett found it awesome that I kicked but of the two werewolves, though, he was also pouting a little that he isn't allowed to have some fun with them. Rose was proud that her upgrade on my stun gun worked so well and smug about having taken a part in the werewolves have gotten their butt kicked thing. Esme was worried at first, but in the end happy that I was fine. Carlisle was thoughtful, and Jasper and Alice just disgusted by the wolves. And there was my Edward, his face was unreadable, what meant that he was seriously pissed. His jaw was clenched and his whole body tense. We all looked at him and waited for him to explode. Emmett and Jasper were getting ready to restrain him if needed. Love, do you remember how you told me that whenever you are angry or something is bothering you, you just need to get it out of your system by getting on your bike and ride till it's over? Okay, that was not what everybody was expecting. I just looked incredulous and nodded. I think I need to go for a run before I leap over the treaty line and snap their necks. He smiled at me, strained. Have a nice run? I smiled unsure at him. He gave me one of his crooked smiles, kissed my forehead, and was off. Jasper and Emmett hot on his heels. I just looked at the empty space where he was just a moment ago. It's going to be fine. He really only went for a run, and when he will be back, he's going to be totally fine. Alice chirped. Really? Esme, Carlisle, Rose, and I asked in union. Yes. She grinned at us as she hopped from her chair, standing in front of me in an instant. And now it's time for a makeover. Alice sang happily as she dragged me into her room. Alice tried out new makeup on me and a few new hairstyles. I like it to be her Barbie doll. At some point, Rose also came in Alice's bedroom, and we chatted about random stuff. After nearly 2 hours, Edward was back. I met him at the staircase as he was coming up to his room. He smiled a crooked smile at me before he suddenly stood before me, cupping my cheek. "You look beautiful, love." "Thanks to Alice." He frowned at that. Scooping me up in his arms, he took off at vampire speed, and I found myself on his bed in his room, in his arms. He touched my forehead with his and sighed contently. "Everything okay?" "Yes, it will be, but please promise me no more werewolves if you can avoid it." He looked begging at me. "I think I can arrange that." I laughed. "Thank you." He kissed my forehead again before he sighed. "Sometimes it's really hard to be mature." "None said it's easy, Edward." "No, none did," he said as a wicked glimmer sparkled in his eyes. I knew it was coming, but it was too late. He had his hands already on my waist and tickled me mercilessly. As he finally showed mercy, I was completely breathless and my face was burning. Finally being able to breathe again, Edward captured my lips with his, and we shared a long, passionate kiss. Pulling back, Edward reached for my hand and twined our finger together, meanwhile looking intensely into my eyes. "I've been thinking." "Yes, you tend to do that a lot." I laughed. "I'm being serious here." Edward pouted adorably at me. I held my breath to stop from laughing. "Okay, you've been thinking," I repeated soberly. "Maybe it was all faith. Destiny." "What do you mean?" I was confused. I didn't know what he was referring to. "I mean us." I only looked at him curious. "This Stephanie Meyer writing the books. You reading them and then coming here. What if that's how it was meant to be from the very beginning? Quite intricately, don't you think? You don't believe in destiny?" He asked, raising an eyebrow at me. "Better question is, since when do you believe in it?" "Ever since I met you." I smiled at that response. I don't know if there is something like destiny or not, and if I believe in it, guess it's dependent on my mood, but one thing is for sure. Whatever it was that led me into your arms, I'm thankful for it. I love you, my Anna. His butterscotch eyes sparkled like little stars as they were gazing at me. "I love you too," I said before I pressed my lips on his. Anna's POV. I was there again. Again in this white place. A white world out of mist, white, gray, and a few sounds. Again, like so many times before, I walked on the gray ground. Or was it a road? I don't know. I can never tell. I'm walking on the gray ground beneath me, and in front of me, there are two bodies made out of white mist. I don't know who they are or what they are, but they're always there. They look so fragile, as if when I would touch them, they would fall apart. The two of them are turning their head to me once in a while, but I can't understand what they are saying. The two bodies made out of white mist are walking in front of me. I'm following them like I always do. Every time the dream is a little longer, showing more. The bigger body of mist is turning around again, and I know what that means. The scene is going to change. I always seem to jump over this happening. The next things I see are many bodies made out of mist and a pile of mist behind me that seem to be smocking. The two bodies made out of mist that I'm always following are now on their knees, hovering over something, but I was never able to see that something. The other bodies are standing there, one could say shocked, around the scene, and that is when the sounds begin. They're silent at first, but are growing louder, as if someone would turn the volume of a radio higher and higher, but it's never high enough for me to understand anything. I think one of the sounds is a car that is trying to make emergency stop, and screams are there as well. I think that I'm dreaming about a car accident, but I can't see who it is. The one who drives and the one who is run over. I am steeping closer to be able to see who is lying there on the gray ground and is hovered over by those two bodies. But I never make it. Instead, I can feel that there is something behind me, but I can't turn around to see it. I'm not allowed to see, it seems. They're just those feelings. I feel the relief that comes after a long time of suffering. Relief that I don't have to suffer anymore, but also guilt that I don't suffer anymore and that I'm graded the relief and accepting it. Nothing about this dream is really making sense. Not when I sleep and not when I'm awake. Coming out of my fuzzy and confusing dream, a beautiful velvet voice greeted me. "Hello, beautiful. How do you feel?" My Edward breathed lightly in my ear, his cool breath ticking me. I had immediately a smile on my lips, even before I was fully awake, and carefully turned around to face him. I was met with his beautiful but concerned expression. I put my hand on his cheek and slowly and softly stroked my thumb along his cheekbone. "Good morning, handsome. I feel better. My headache is gone, and the best part is that Kevin is away this week, and I'm staying at your place." I smiled at him happily. It has been 2 days since my visit in La Push, and Edward pulled himself back together. He was more relaxed now and on best behavior. He looked at me with love and concern in his topaz pools and kissed my forehead. I inhaled his scent as he leaned into me, feeling content as reality hit me. "Wait, what about school? It's a school day. How late is it?" Edward first looked a little taken aback before smiling his crooked smile at me. "It's 9 o'clock. "What?" I shrieked and was about to jump out of bed when a pair of cool and strong arms held me back while the owner chuckled. "What's so funny we are late for school?" I barked at him. Edward chuckled even more. "Love the teacher have a faculty meeting today. The whole day long." He said every word slowly and clear. I held my breath while I searched my memory. Now that you mention it, I think there was something like that. I looked away embarrassed before facing him again. I had a major headache, and when that happens then I'm a vegetable and I'm still recovering. I stuck my tongue out at him, what made him laugh even more. "Stop laughing and be grateful you can't get a headache, because they suck. I believe you, my love. You did look like a pile of misery yesterday." Edward kissed my temple softly. "Well, I certainly felt like a pile of misery, but I hope I didn't hurt your feelings too much when I send you away. It's just when my head hurts, I want to be left alone." "It's okay. I can deal with it," he answered in an even and firm voice. I raised an eyebrow at him. "Really?" He defended himself before a smug smile crossed his perfect face. "And now you have to lay back down. It's doctor's order to stay in bed." He murmured softly, his eyes shining deviously. "Is it?" I teased him playfully. "Yes, it is. I'm fully intending to spoil you, and we have to make up on what we missed out yesterday evening," he said as he leaned in to brush his lips over mine. Tempting," I purred as he released my lips. He looked into my eyes. His beautiful topaz pools were darkening. I knew those dark topaz orbs which were filled with love, desire, want, and lust. His cold, marble lips came down to my neck, and he started ever so softly to kiss down to my collarbone before coming up to my neck again. My hands were running over his back and into his silky hair, while I shivered in pleasure as I felt his seductive, cool lips on my hot, soft skin. My heartbeat sped up, and my breathing became heavy and shallow. I could feel the proud and satisfied smile on his lips when I started to make soft sounds. Edward had gone from my neck to the delicate flesh behind my ear. After a few tender kisses, he licked the sensitive spot, causing me to take a sharp breath and to arch my back a little. He was driving me crazy, and he didn't even really kiss me yet. Edward pulled away from me just enough so he could see my face. He was wearing a triumphantly smile on his lips, and his eyes were sparkling with satisfaction. "Happy with your achievement?" I asked breathlessly. "You have no idea, my love." "Really? Toe could play this game." I arched myself up to him, only an inch away from his lips. I got closer to his marble lips and touched them lightly with mine. As our lips were lightly touching, I parted mine and licked along his. I could feel his surprise, his body tensed, and he stopped breathing. I pulled away from him, wearing a cheeky grin. He hovered over me, not moving. After a few seconds, his tongue darted out. He licked his lips and closed his eyes. A sexy moan escaped his mouth, followed by a low growl. He opened his eyes. He breathed heavily as he licked his lips again, causing my heart to beat faster. Butterflies were running wild in my stomach as every fiber of my body ached to be touched by him. "You are going to be the death of me," Edward said in a dark, husky, sexy voice as his eyes blazed in desire, making me giggle before he crushed his lips on mine. It was a passionate kiss that took my breath away and made my whole body tingle, but before we could go any further, we suddenly heard a knock on the door. We broke apart, catching our breaths, trying to be able to speak again. "Come in, Esme," Edward said, being the one who recovered first while still looking into my eyes. Esme opened the door, having a huge, partly sheepish, partly apologetically smile on her face. As Edward shifted to sit on the bed, Esme came to stand next to me in a flash. "How are you, dear?" She asked, motherly concerned, but couldn't hide the knowing smile on her lips. Don't worry, I'm fine, really, I said with a smile, feeling my cheeks flame up. How could I not be fine waking up in the arms of the one I love, and then the way he kissed? That's good to hear. I came here to see if you were all right and to ask if you wanted a half for breakfast. She asked me sweetly. I think we'll have one of your famous fruit salads. Only fruits. Edward didn't look happy. Dear, you didn't have dinner yesterday. Maybe it would be better when you eat. Esme looked hopefully at me. That was mean. When Esme made those puppy dog eyes, how could I disagree with her? A toast with cheese and coffee with a lot of milk. Sounds better. I asked them, rolling my eyes like a small child while not being able to hide my smile. A lot better, my dear. Esme smiled at me before disappearing out of the room. Time to get dressed, I announced. Hey. Edward pouted. I placed a loud kiss on his lips and jumped out of her bed. After having a human minute, so to say, I went down and ate the delicious meal that Esme prepared for me. She really was great at cooking. She was as good as my aunt at it. My mom could cook as well, of course, but my aunt was the magician in the kitchen, hands down. When I finished my breakfast, Esme took my dishes away before I could take care of it. I always get told that this way it's faster, leaving me no room for argumentation. Thank you, Esme, I told her with a grateful smile. If she didn't let me clean up after myself, I could at least thank her for doing it. She beamed right back at me. Edward led me into the living room where everyone was waiting and they all looked excited at me. A strange feeling was creeping up my spine. Hi guys, is something wrong? I asked them as I sat down with Edward in our usual love seat. Quite the opposite, my dear, said Esme in warm motherly voice, but she looked like she was about to explode. She and Alice, that is. Edward pressed me closer to him and kissed my temple. Carlyle chuckled. What got him my attention, he smiled kindly at me before he began to speak. Anna, as you sure know, we consider you part of your family. Esme's and mine daughter, Emmett, Rosalie's, Alice's and Jasper's sister, and Edward's mate. He paused to see my reaction. I smiled and nodded, wondering where he was going with this. As you might have noticed, we all wear our family crest. I'm sure you've noticed Edward's ring with the crest on it. The crest is something that all of us proudly wear. I nodded again. Yes, the crest was mentioned in the movie and not in the books, but here in the Twilight world, as I call this universe, they all wear the crest. Carlyle, Edward, Emmett, and Jasper wear rings with the crest on their right little finger, and Esme, Rosalie, and Alice are wearing platinum necklaces with the crest. Carlyle smiled proudly, and Esme handed him a royal blue velvet box. Carlyle handed me the box, and I opened it. I gasped as it revealed a platinum necklace with the Cullen crest as a pendant. My own Cullen crest. I jumped up from my seat and hugged Carlyle as tight as I could. Thank you, I said with the biggest smile I could muster. I hugged and thanked Esme next, as I did with the rest of them, before returning to Edward's side and looking at my necklace. May I? Edward asked me as he reached for the necklace. I nodded and turned around to assist him in putting the necklace around my neck. Welcome to the family, Anna. You are officially a Cullen now, Edward whispered in my ear, sending shivers down my spine and making my heart beat louder in my chest. I turned around, and my vampire brushed a sweet and gently kiss on my lips. Esme came to hug me again as our kiss broke. I'm so glad to have another daughter. Welcome to the family, my dear. Esme was beaming, so was I. I was so happy I thought I would explode. The whole time I couldn't stop playing with my locket. I was feeling happy and content. I had the most wonderful boyfriend in the world, and I was a member of a wonderful and loving family. I did miss my family in the world I came from, but I learned to deal with the loss. It was really helpful that I knew they were still alive, and no matter what, I would always carry them in my heart. A heavy sigh and a scowl on Edward's face pulled me out of my thoughts. What happened? Billy Black just called. They want to meet us in 2 hours at the treaty line. Edward answered, displeased. Why? Can we have to go downstairs? Carlyle wants to talk to all of us. Edward pulled me up from our bed, and we went into the dining room. What do those mutts want? Rose asked in an ice-cold voice, her face showing disgust for the shapeshifters. They want to talk with us about the treaty. Billy Black didn't say anything more, only that he would explain when we come and that we should bring Anna. Why do they want her to be there? Edward asked flatly while he tightened his grip on me. I don't know, son. We have to go there and see. Carlyle answered calmly. I I hate it that I can't see them, and it's even worse that all of our futures just disappeared. I hate being blind. Stupid mutts. Alice complained, being annoyed at her inability to see anything. It will be all right, darling. Jasper tried to comfort her, pulling his wife into his lap. But what could they want? Esme asked, concerned. I don't know, but they certainly won't start a fight. There are 4 of them and 8 of us. It would be stupid of them, given the odds. I stated. 8. Edward choked out, a disbelieving and horrified look on his face. I just crossed my arms over my chest and glared at him. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, but in the end didn't say anything. We will go there and see what they want. Please be on your best behavior, and don't let yourself be provoked by them. But Carlisle, what when they... Emmett started, but Carlisle cut him off. No fighting unless it can't be avoided. He gave Emmett a stern look, and Emmett nodded, not really pleased with the guideline. The next hour and a half passed by amazingly slowly as we waited and got to the treaty line to meet up with the Wolves and the Elders. Love, are you getting ready? My vampire asked as I was dressing myself. Yes, I need a little extra time on this. I have to pack myself into thick, warm clothes. If there is something you can rely on here in Forks, it is that it's always cold. Really, really cold. I sighed as I was standing in front of the dress drawer in only my jeans and a spaghetti strap top as I was trying to capture my hair into a ponytail before putting on my sweater. Luckily, Alice didn't insist of fashionable this time around. Sometimes the little pixie did have some sense when it came to clothes. Though I do appreciate it that my clothes for the week are always laid out for me. This way, I don't have to stand in front of the closet and think about what I should wear. I just succeeded with my hairstyle as I felt 2 cool hands on my hips and a pair of cool, smooth lips on my left shoulder. The electricity was flooding between our bodies like it always does when we touch or just close to each other. Every time he touches me, even in the most innocent way, it sends shivers down my spine. Honey, what are you doing? I asked him as his hands wandered under the hem of my top, ghosting over my warm skin. I gasped at the contact and pleasure. You are too desirable, he mumbled between kisses, for your own good. His lips trailed the area between my shoulders blades with small, lazy kisses until he reached the sensitive spot on my neck and started licking it. I moaned softly. I love it to hear those sound from you, and I love it even more that I'm the reason for them. He whispered against my skin, and I felt a smile on his lips while his hands were roaming over my hips and my belly. I turned around in his embrace and gave him a hungrily kiss on his lips, wrapping my arms around his neck. We kissed lazily and lost in each other, forgetting the world around us before breaking apart. My vampire leaned his forehead against mine as we both gasped for air. I'm sorry, but I just needed to do that. He whispered softly, breathlessly. Hey, never apologize for kissing me or touching me. That's all yours to have. You know that, right? I looked intensely into his eyes, which were becoming darker. Love, that are very dangerous words to say. He growled, lowly pressing me to his chest and kissing the top of my head. There is something I want to give you, he said after a short while. What is it? I asked, a little confused. Anna, you should take this with you. Edward pulled away from me and walked into his closet, walking out with my stun gun, holding it out for me to take. Weren't you freaking the last time I had that in my hands? I raised an eyebrow at him. He looked sheepishly at me and gave me a crooked smile. Yes, it did, but you handled it pretty well. You're better at this than I gave you credit for. I'm sorry for that. His smile faded at the next words. Of course I will protect you, but just to be sure if something would go wrong. Then I'm going to save you. I teased. Just get dressed already. He rolled his eyes at me, kissing me, but couldn't hide the little twitch that the corners of his lips made. Wait, why did you have my stun gun in the first place? That's the one from Kevin's place. I was going to take the one Rose bought as stock. I asked, curious. I just wanted to check personally if it works. He shrugged. I rolled my eyes at him, shaking my head while I finished dressing myself. When we arrived in the little clearing deep in the forest at the treaty line, it was nearly twilight. The wolves hadn't arrived yet. Isn't a little bit too early for him to appear? Emmett asked all of a sudden in a serious voice. We all looked around for a sign that the werewolves already came, but they were nowhere near in sight. Not that I could have seen them as good as my vampires, but they didn't appear to sense them either. Who appeared? Carlisle asked them just as Edward groaned. Emmett stood in front of me in a split of a second and touched his forefinger to the tip of my nose. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. He sang and boomed with laughter. Very mature, Emmett. Edward glared at him. Maybe, but he isn't that far off the mark. Jasper stated, snickering. Who would have thought that a simple red nose because of cold could be so amusing? I shrugged, what set Emmett really off, and we all laughed with him. I wasn't sure if it was because of Emmett, or because it was funny, or because Jasper was manipulating us, but I'm putting my money on the last one. They are coming. My vampire reported, sobering up. We all stopped laughing, and they all looked straight ahead of us. I mirrored their action. 2 wolves appeared first before Sam entered the clearing, carrying Billy and Harry walking behind them. The 3 residents of La Push with 2 legs were standing guarded by the 2 giant wolves. Gesquil still wasn't in the condition to be around other people, let alone vampires. Billy cleared his throat before he began. Thank you for coming on such a short notice, but we have something urgent to discuss. Of cause, and what may that be? Carlyle asked in a warm but strong voice. We have to talk about the treaty and the Slayer. Billy stated. The others around him nodded. Edward could barely suppress a chuckle. Whatever they were thinking was greatly amusing him. Is there a problem? Carlyle asked, not really understanding where they were going with this. Neither was I or the rest of my family. Yes, there is. The Slayer is clearly a part of your coven, as she herself told us so. Or are we misinformed? Billy asked, raising an eyebrow. No, you aren't misinformed. Anna is a member of our family, Edward said proudly as his arm locked tighter around my waist. If that is the case, then she has to sign the treaty as well. Sam uncovered the reason why we were here. I think it's safe to say all members of the Cullen family, now including me, were speechless for a while, all except of Edward, who was wearing a grim expression. And it is necessary for me to sign the treaty, because... I asked, curious. Bella never had to sign the treaty. Why do I have to? Not that I mind a cause. Actually, I felt kind of right to do it. To have my name there with the others' names of my family members. The treaty is protecting our people from being attacked by your coven. Not vampires in generally, but your coven. Billy was looking straight at me now. Since you are capable of hurting and killing our protectors, and you are a member of this coven by choice, you are a threat just like them. If not more, since a murder from you on one of our protectors would have no consequences for the Cullens. Those vile creatures can't be trusted. Okay, that was a lot to take in. They were scared of me. I knew that I impressed them, but weren't they going a little bit too far? I mean, one could think that after what happened, our relationship with them would have gotten better, but the saying that you can't teach an old dog new tricks seemed to apply perfectly to them. It was really a pity. And did they really think that Carlyle or any other of my vampires would order me to kill them, because it wouldn't break the treaty for the Cullens if I did so? It was really hard for me to wrap my mind around that, but I could see their point, though. I was a gray spot in this whole treaty thing. Though everyone with a gun or knife could kill their protectors in human form, or they could die in a car accident. I don't think they are getting ill, do they? But that is beside the point. And when he thought that my family couldn't be trusted, what was the point in having this treaty in the first place? I shook my head before looking at the angry and offended expressions of my family. Emmett growled lowly at Billy for the insult. Could you please make your points without unnecessarily offending us? I think we are old enough for that, aren't we? I said calmly and in a warm voice. Billy didn't like it to be disabused by someone as young as me. Billy's discomfort brought Emmett and the others satisfaction. At least he wasn't about to leap over there and start a fight, and the others relaxed a bit. But of cause I will sign the treaty if that will give you peace of mind. I looked at Carlyle if he was all right with that. I made my decisions myself, but I didn't want to be disrespectful towards Carlyle. He responded with a short smile and nodded. Could I think it is best if you and Harry meet in the middle of the field? Billy proposed. I looked at Carlyle, and he nodded again. Edward was also okay with that. I was about to step away from him when he suddenly pulled me back. Sign with Cullen. He whispered in my ear before kissing the sensitive spot below it shortly. I turned my head to look at him and smiled. Reaching Harry in the middle of the field, I took the treaty and started reading it. What's taking you so long? Sam asked, annoyed. I looked up at him with a raised eyebrow. You don't really expect me to sign something I haven't read before, do you? Sam clenched his jaw and turned his head away from me, more annoyed than before. He didn't like it being here where he was outnumbered by his natural enemies. I quickly read the treaty and found no point I had a problem with before I did, as Edward asked me, and signed the treaty with Anna Cullen. I must admit I like the sound of it. Does that mean I'm not allowed in La Push anymore? I asked them as I was safely back in Edward's arms. No, you're allowed to come. This is just a protection against the Cullens, just in case they would be able to manipulate you into hunting us down without consequences for them. Sam barked out without missing a beat. He just couldn't let it go, could he? All my vampires growled at him, and Carlisle's face fell into a scowl. The wolves growled back and crouched just as my vampires had. Edward pulled me, behind him shielding me with his body. Stupid mutts. Rose muttered under her breath, but loud enough even for me to hear. I hope you know that was completely unnecessary, Sam. I glared at him in annoyance. Just because we respect your choice doesn't mean we are becoming careless. He answered in what I assumed to be his alpha voice. Before the situation could get out of hand, the atmosphere relaxed a little. Poor Jaspers had to work overtime here. We will be going then. Billy informed us as Sam picked him up. The two four-legged guards disappeared as the human inhabitants of La Push were away in a safe distance. Well, that went well. I sighed as the wolves were out of sight. Stupid, reeking beasts. Rose growled, looking murderously. They could use some manners. Alice chimed in. I just hope that with time they will gain some perspective. Carlisle said in a thoughtful voice. Edward snorted and rolled his eyes. Whatever, but we have to go back home before my cute marshmallow here is going to be a popsicle. He smiled warmly at me. Someone going to be sorry. I sang happily. The others chuckled as my vampire raised an eyebrow in challenge before scooping me up in his arms and taking off home. Say, what were you chuckling about back there? I asked him as we lay in our bed. The wolf on the left, I think Paul is his name, was scared of you. He laughed softly. 7 vampires were standing in front of him, one of them being Emmett, and one person he was afraid of was you. Sorry, but that's just hilarious. He laughed more and shook his head. At least he knows not to mess with me. I stated cockily. My beloved made a thinking sound as he suddenly hovered over me. And what do you think you are? But I didn't get to finish my thought, as 2 perfect cool lips sealed my own. XOXOX. The weeks went by, and with each passing day my life in Twilight became more normal. I don't know when it happened, but one day I noticed that I stopped seeing this world, the people in it, as fictional. At the beginning, no matter how real everything felt to me, there still was this little voice in my head telling me that this all was just a story. Not real, fictional, but now this voice died out. In the weeks until prom, I spent more time with the family, feeling and being a real member of the Cullens. Edward took me out on many dates. I tried to stop him because he was spending way too much money on me, but after he told me that he always wanted to visit all the various concerts, theater plays, art exhibitions, and other events, but since he didn't have anyone to take he never went, I stopped complaining and just enjoyed going out with him. Thanks to the help of Edward and the others, I was able to pass the school year. Not an easy thing to do if you just skip a year. Kevin and I also got along just fine. He was really accepting of Edward's and mine relationship, and he likes and trusts Edward. As for family in this world aside from Kevin, there wasn't any biological family, but that did not mean that there wasn't family. As I discovered, my Twilight parents had a large circle of friends who they considered family in New York, and of course every one of them wanted to keep in touch with me. At first I thought I would lose it, and that it would come out that I had no idea who those people are, but by now I did get a hang on the whole thing. We are calling each other and writing emails. I do not hang out with the humans here in Forks, but the people in New York seem to be fun. While being surrounded with all this happiness, I couldn't stop this guilty stab from making itself known. Every lunch break, Bella was looking with longing eyes at Edward. I didn't need Jasper's or Edward's gift to know that she was in love with Edward. I felt guilty because of it, but there was nothing I could do about it. In the end, it was Edward's choice, and I did give him that choice without influencing him in any direction, well, aside from hers. It did help having that in mind every time I saw her. XOXOX. It was Saturday 2 weeks before prom. I was at the Cullens like usual. Edward and I, we were laying in his bed and listening to some CDs when someone knocked on the door. Edward sighed. "Come in, Alice." Alice danced into the room, looking like an innocent angel. Something was up. Spill at Miss Innocence. I said to her while she looked at me with her big puppy dog eyes. She made a pouting face and asked, "You know that prom will take place in 2 weeks, right?" Yes, I knew that, and I couldn't wait to go with my vampire. Yes, I know, Alice. I also know that we're going prom dress shopping. I don't need to have your ability to see that one coming. So you are okay with going to a real shopping spree for prom dress shopping? She asked with sparkles in her eyes, jumping up and down. Yes, Alice. I wouldn't want to spoil your fun. I answered her with a giggle, while Edward sat beside me and chuckled. Alice squealed, threw herself at me, and pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is going to be so much fun. Oh, I have so much planning to do. Alice sang in her bell-like voice as she danced excited out of the room. Okay, should I be scared now? I asked Edward as I looked wary at him. He laughed, leaning into me and placing his lips on mine, being horribly distracting. Oh, well, how bad can it get? Anna's POV. No, Alice Cullen certainly didn't understand the concept of an overkill. It was Friday 2 weeks before prom now. School was out for the day, and Alice had already announced that we would start our shopping spree today, but never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined what a real shopping spree would look like in her opinion. I should have known the little pixie was up to something when she said a real shopping spree. She was just too excited and happy the whole time. Didn't I know her better by now? Well, now we are all on our way to the airport. Apparently one can have a real shopping spree only in New York. We would stay there over the weekend. Prom dress shopping Alice Cullen style. But I had to admit I was more than edger to go to New York. It is one of my favorite cities, even though I had never been there before, but always wanted to. As we arrived at the big and busy airport in Seattle, memories of how everything started flooded my mind. Was it really just months ago that I arrived here? It felt like an eternity to me. How much everything changed since I walked through this place. Saw the huge glass walls and heard the sounds that made me nearly lose my mind back then. Not knowing where I was, not knowing what to expect, being utterly and completely alone in a foreign place with no idea or recollection how I stranded there. I remembered clearly how confused and scared I was as I exited the plane, not knowing what would await me once I left the terminal. When I met Kevin for the first time, I was beyond freaked. How could I have known that I would find the love of my life and a wonderful family here? We'll almost kill the bad guy and kick some werewolf backsides. I had to giggle at the memory of Paul's terrified expression whenever his gaze met mine. What are you thinking about, love? My vampire asked, amused as he held my hand. Just some memories. Care to share with the class? Here's where everything began. Well, kind of. Edward knew immediately what I meant. Is it hard for you to be here? Concern and worry heavy in his voice. No, it was all Rothwhile for me. I said as I squeezed his hand before I brought our intertwined hands to my lips and kissed the back of his. I love you, Edward whispered with a smile, unleashing the force of his brilliant liquid gold on me, turning my knees onto jelly. Guys, please, before I'm going to jump my wife right on the spot. Jasper was pleading desperately. Sorry, Jasper. I apologized while Edward didn't look sorry at all with that smug smile on his face. Actually, you were lucky you weren't here the first time I walked through these halls. It suddenly came to my mind. Me too. I don't even want to imagine in what a state you must have been. Jasper agreed. Would have most likely brought you to your knees. I giggled. Since you're already going down the memory lane, did you know where you had been when you arrived here in Seattle? Emmett asked, curious. No, I was too freaked out about the whole what was a plain thing to think about it. The realization came later. I wonder how that must feel. Emmett mused. I did remember how it felt. Not really good when you believe you lost it. What the hell? Emmett was suddenly breathing heavily in gasps. You wanted to know how it felt. Jasper chuckled. He must have projected what I felt while I remembered that day on Emmett. Since Jasper was right next to Emmett, it was no problem to make him feel it without affecting the others around. Emmett glared at Jasper while the others chuckled, and he muttered something under his breath. Emmett Dale McCarty Cullen. Language. Esme hissed at him with a stern look. Sorry, Mom. He ducked his head while giving Jasper a side glare. We went thought the gigantic airport to the counter where an employee was waiting for us. The Cullen family? The middle-aged man asked politely and businesslike. Carlyle nodded, and the man brought us to shuttle bus. As we entered the shuttle bus, I noticed the amount of luggage we had in tow. Ah, Alice, we were only away for the weekend, and not for an entire year. I stammered out, being sidetracked by all the suitcases. They are empty, silly. We need something to transport the clothes we will buy in New York, don't we? And since Carlisle, she glared at him, crossing her arms over her chest, won't let me buy any more suitcases, I needed to take the ones we had at home with me. I still don't understand why I can't simply buy new ones. Alice pouted at the end. I already explained it to you, Alice. We don't have enough space for any more suitcases. Carlisle said patiently with a warm smile, while Alice pouted even more adorably at him. Just because you can buy it doesn't mean you have to buy it. Rose through and looking out of the window into a hangar where a plane was being repaired. I was barely able to see it, but with vampire's sight. How did that saying go again with the glass house? And the... Alice stuck her tongue out at her sister. Rose rolled her eyes, shaking her head. The driver announced our arrival, and the shuttle bus stopped in front of a private jet. I was in utter shock. A private jet? I said while being completely stunned. Of course, it's a family weekend. This one isn't entirely about shopping. And this coming from Alice, we could expect the end of the world any minute, but also about having a good time in New York. Letting yourself be spoiled. Enjoying your time with your loved ones. You're Cullen now, and we're dirty rich. Get used to it. Already got used to it, Alice. I laughed. I did have a job as a waitress at a drive-in for a few weeks to earn my own money before Alice. And I think the main force behind it was Edward came up with a proposal. With Alice giving stock market tips, money was the furthest issue from anyone's mind in the family, and from then on also from mine. Alice asked me to invest all the money I had earned with my job at the drive-in and through babysitting in the stock market. With her spot-on tips, there were no risks. I agreed with one condition, that she would charge me like any other stockbroker also would. Edward set an account up for me, and seeing how my nearly $400 hit the thousands, then 10,000s, and continue climbing, I understood why they never had any money worries. Then what is it? She asked, confused. You can't be serious. I shook my head in disbelief. What? She truly didn't understand. I'm impressed, Alice. I mean, a private jet. It is standard for you, but all new to me. Oh, her mouth formed a perfect O. It's not that big of a deal, Edward shrugged. I know it's not for you, I confirmed. Are you putting up a fight again? My vampire asked. Oh, come on. Is it about the car again? I knew that he had a huge thing for cars, but why he insisted that my Audi wasn't good enough anymore was beyond me. And to make matters worse, he wanted to buy me one of those huge metal coffins. It's a pain to find a parking space for them. I just don't understand why you won't let me buy you a new one. He stated, half serious, half pouting. Because first, I already have a car, which I really like, and it drives without problems. And second, how the heck am I going to explain that? I don't know what you mean. What would you need to explain? He really didn't understand. My mouth was hanging open, and I sighed. He tended to forget that I still had to keep up the appearance as Kevin's niece. Then tell me, how am I going to explain to Kevin that you bought me a car that costs much more than the house he lives in? I stood in front of him, my arms crossed over my chest, and waited for an answer. He opened and closed his mouth, but no sound escaped his lips. She got you there, bro. Emmett laughed. Indeed, that would not go over well. Jasper agreed with me. He doesn't have to know, Edward suggested. You know, he speaks car, driver. I shot him down immediately. Edward narrowed his eyes at me, trying to find a way to get his way. And just so, you know, the main reason why I don't want you to buy me one of those cars is because I don't want to drive it. And why is that? He asked, dumbfounded. Edward, I'm only driving for a few months. I don't feel safe enough behind a wheel to drive such an expensive car. If I get a bump or a scratch in my Audi, it's not a big deal. But if I think about driving such a high-priced piece of metal, it's terrifying. God, I still remember the one time I was shopping with Alice, and she asked me to get the car in front of the boutique. Our ride was Carlisle's Mercedes. I was beyond freaked that I would damage the car. I nearly fainted behind the wheel. But you are good at driving, he assured me as he kissed my temple. I'm getting there. I'm not saying you can't ever buy me one, but not now. I smiled at him. How does graduation sound? He asked, hopeful. If I get a say in it? I mean, I will have to drive it. Good, I take it. At least you are not that difficult with my other gifts. Edward murmured in my ear as he placed his hand on the small of my back and gently pushed me in the direction of the jet. Can't really help it, I love gifts. I really do, and since I was now able to buy him and the others gifts as well, I enjoyed it even more. I know, he beamed happily. You know, if you continue this, I'm going to be spoiled. I warned him. I'm fully intending to spoil you. He wasn't helping matters at all. A few days ago, Edward showed me 4 of his bank accounts. My boyfriend had billions on these accounts, and in total, he had 28 bank accounts all over the world. He alone had 28, taking in consideration how many accounts the whole family must have and the amount of money on those accounts. That thought made my head spin. Expensive clothes, private jets, houses all over the world, expensive cars, an island for an anniversary. The list knows no end. By now, I learned to just accept it, though I was still stunned by all the luxury. We entered the luxury jet. It was unbelievable. Everything looked expensive and of best quality. Of course, luxury was standard for my new family. The big comfy-looking armchairs and the big couch were out of real leather. The tables and closets were out of expensive wood. Even the carpet I was standing on looked like something that should be hanging on the wall as a piece of art rather than be walked on it. Everything was kept in a warm brown color with gold decorated, and it was real gold, and of course the jet had any kind of technological new invention to play with. Plasmas, Xbox, Wii, and so on. I sat at the window on the couch, and Edward taking his place right next to me, wrapping his arm around me. I leaned my head on his shoulder and inhaled his scent. As the jet took off and we were in the skies, I was looking out of the window at the horizon that was displaying itself in beautiful red, orange, and yellow colors before me. Here up in the skies with the clouds making the sight before me, looking like an expensive painting from a long-dead artist. Do you like it? Edward whispered into my ear as he leaned into me and slowly kissed along my jaw. Yes, the sight is wonderful. I answered, still in awe of the beautiful sight and Edward's kisses. It was illegal how good at kissing he became. Every time his lips touched me, it became hard to concentrate on anything. Who would have thought I would turn in a lovesick teen someday? Well, at least in some regards. Edward and I sat on the couch snuggled together and listened to music on my iPod. It was a collection of my favorite songs. Even though Edward was over 100 years old and loved his jazz music and the classics, he ought to give a new music genre a chance. I was making sure of that. We were currently listening to Nickelback while Edward held me in his arms and seemed to be pleased with what he listened to when suddenly Alice fell into hysterics, bringing us out of our happy bubble. Way to go. The pixie giggled as she peeled herself away from Jasper and looked deviously at me. The others looked confused between Alice and me. What did she see? I asked Edward, who had a confused look on his face. Shaking windows? Edward answered, even more confused, while Alice pressed her lips into a thin line to stifle her giggles before bringing her attention back to Jasper. As we arrived at the airport in New York, a limousine was waiting for us. We drove from the airport to the hotel. On the way there, I couldn't get enough of the city. I always wanted to visit this famous city, and now I was here. I was unbelievably excited. The bridges, the houses, the skyscrapers, the people, the cultures, the smells, the sounds. Everything was exciting and new. When the car stopped in front of the hotel we would stay and my jaw dropped. We would be staying in the New York Place, one of the most expansive and luxury hotels in New York. The entering hall was made out of expensive wood and marble. Everything in this hotel looked like out of a Hollywood movie. Each of us couples would stay in a suite that was as far away from the suite of another couple as possible. The vampire hearing could sometimes be quite a handicap. Edward and I, we had the Royal Suite. The Royal Suite was created by French interior designer Pierre Court. Its range was more than 3,000 square feet of the 45th floor. The Royal Suite resembled the private quarters of an exquisite chateau. The suite boasted with an amazing view of the New York skyline. It was simply elegant. It included a formal dining room, fully equipped kitchen, 2 guest bedrooms, I wasn't really sure why we needed them, and a spacious master bedroom. The opulent master bedroom came complete with its own private parlor, an enormous, comfy-looking king bed, a dressing room, and 2 bathrooms. One of the bathrooms has an oversized marble bath with a bidet, an oversized tub, and a jacuzzi. The best thing about the jacuzzi was the location that provided a breathtaking view of the skyline of New York, while you could relax in it. The whole suite was formal in design, rich in colors and intricate woodwork, giving the suite an air of opulence and authenticity. After I have seen the entire suite, Edward came up behind me, wrapping his arms around me. "Is the room to your liking, my love?" Well, there's only one word to describe this room. Wow. Honestly, Edward, wow. Especially the view from here, I said as I looked out of the window, watching the New Yorker skyline, starting to enlighten in its wonderful colors. I was hyper excited and felt like jumping up and down all the time. The huge grin wouldn't leave my face at all. It was official, I love New York. It was getting dark, and the city that never sleeps was starting to show its beauty in the night. Edward and I were standing in front of the window some more and enjoying the view in front of us. "Love, how about if we get you something to eat now? It's time for dinner, and you will need the energy for the shopping trip with Alice tomorrow." Yeah, the shopping trip from hell. What was I thinking agreeing to this? I asked myself while shaking my head. With Alice, there were two kinds of shopping. Possibility number one, also the kind of shopping I preferred, was when we would go and stroll through the mall. Look at clothes, try them on, and have fun. This is the good shopping. Possibility number two, the power shopping, is when Alice has a specific mission while shopping, like finding the perfect prom dresses, for example. She has a plan all figured out, and everyone has to follow that plan. Trust me, you don't want to know what will happen if you don't. I was facing a day of being rushed from one shop to another and one dress to another. Lucky me. At least I would get to see some more of New York. I try to see the bright side of it. To Alice, shopping was very important. The whole 2 weeks, she was unbelievably happy and excited, planning everything. How could I deny her that fun? I just had to suck the shopping from hell up from time to time. "Alice left an outfit for you in our bedroom," Edward informed me. "Are we going somewhere special for dinner?" I asked, wondering why I needed to change my clothes. Edward only smiled and gave me a kiss. I shrugged and went into our bedroom to change into a black skirt that ended shortly before my knee. A white button-up blouse and a broad black belt, matching black high heels and a silver watch completed my outfit. I checked my makeup, but it was mostly intact. I just needed to refresh it a little. "You look beautiful, love," Edward said as I stepped out of the bedroom. He came to me, locked his arm around my waist, and gave me a soft kiss on my lips. "Ready?" "Yes, I'm ready to get to know where you're kidnapping me to," I answered, laughing, curious where we were about to go. We didn't leave the hotel. Edward booked a table at one of the hotel-owned restaurants. This one was called the Madison Room. It was just as impressive as the rest of the hotel. It had graceful decor and picturesque views of St. Patrick's Cathedral and the palace courtyard. Edward was, as usual, the perfect gentleman. We had a wonderful dinner. I greatly appreciated it that my boyfriend is such a romantic. Once back in our suite, lying in the comfy king bed, he received a little thank you for all of his efforts. Once some days life was just perfect, with Edward always was. "Good morning, love." Edward greeted me with a kiss on my forehead as I was waking up. "Good morning, handsome. How late is it?" I asked him in a whisper. Edward laughed. "We still have some time before Alice is going to kidnap you," he said while nuzzling into my neck. "I like that answer," I said as I snuggled into his chest. Edward locked his arms around my body, and his chest shook with the vibration of his silent laughter. I loved moments like this, only Edward and me in his arms. Our peaceful moment was rudely interrupted as we heard a knock on our door, and Alice was suddenly standing in our bedroom with a bright smile on her lips. "Good morning, Alice. How did you get in here?" I was really curious. She pulled a black plastic key card from behind her back, just like the one we had for our room, "just to be sure you won't oversleep." She was bouncing up and down while beaming at me. "Guess you're ready to go shopping." I smiled at her. She was barely able to contain her excitement. "You bet, and now it's time for your breakfast. Then I'm going to dress you, and then we can finally start our shopping trip." Alice chirped happily. "Time to stand up," I said, getting out of bed after Alice left our room, and I had my good morning kiss from Edward. After I had my breakfast, Alice dressed and styled me. Alice, Rosalie, Esme, and we were ready to go shopping. The limousine was waiting for us at the entrance of the hotel to bring us to all of the boutiques. While we were driving to the Fifth Avenue, I was glued to the window watching the streets of New York. Esme told me in which district we were, and also told me about the history of the buildings and what had changed since the last time they lived in New York. I absorbed every detail with fascination. As for the shopping part, we started out at the Fifth Avenue, first visiting Macy's at the Herald Square, followed by Bloomingdale's on the east side, Lord & Taylor near the Empire State Buildings, and Saks Fifth Avenue. In the Madison Avenue, we went to Nicole Miller and Burberry, and not to forget Shanghai Tang. This boutique was really colorful and cheerful. I liked it. Tiffany, Cartier, Gucci, Diesel, Dolce & Gabbana, Christian Dior, Prada, Coach, Fendi, Chloe, Marc Jacobs, Balenciaga, Jimmy Choo, Tod's, Celine, Dior, and Yves Saint Laurent. I think there were all of them, but I'm not sure about it. The limousine was exploding with all the things we bought. Alice had a satisfied grin on her face, while I was beat as we drove back to our hotel, or at least I thought we would drive back to our hotel. I was wrong in that regard. The car stopped in front of another shop. When we got out of the car, I saw that it wasn't a shop, but a spa. Elizabeth Arden Red Door Salon and Spa. I got a reflexology and massage for my feet. Also, my neck got massaged. I had a manicure, a pedicure, and my hair and makeup was refreshed. Alice, Rosalie, and Esme also had manicures, pedicures, hair, and makeup done. That stop at the beauty salon was a good idea. I felt refreshed and relaxed. As we arrived back at the New York place, the bellman helped us to bring our purchases in our rooms. Edward was already waiting for me in the hallway of our suite and greeted me with a passionate kiss. He gave the bellman a tip to get rid of him before pulling me into his arms with a longing look in his eyes. "I missed you, love." He breathed as cupped my face in his hands before his lips attacked mine. He kissed me with more force than he usually did. I wasn't about to complain. His hands found their way to my hips from where he pushed them up my back, pressing me closer to him in the process. His lips moved with mine, and I soon found myself being pressed with my back against a wall. Edward broke our kiss, but didn't let go of me. Instead, he held me firmly in place while pushed himself away a little, only to lean into me until our foreheads touched. We both breathed hard and uneven. I could see the huge grin on Edward's face while hearing his breathless voice. "I think I'm addicted to your kiss." "I think you are." I answered, cheeky before attacking his mouth. I was just getting started when a knock on the door interrupted my heavenly moment. Edward pushed himself away from me to open the door. Before he opened the door, he softly commanded, "Please close your eyes." I complied. Edward had something planned again. He really loved it to surprise me, and I loved all of his little surprises. I heard a trolley being rolled in and out, and I smelled food, guess my dinner. "Keep your eyes closed, please." Edward whispered into my ear as he came to stand next to me and started to lead me to what I assumed was the living room. "You can open your eyes now, love," Edward said as we came to a stop. I opened my eyes and was speechless. A beautifully set dining table was standing near the full-length window. The living room was decorated with candles and white rose petals everywhere. Together with the magnificent view of New York's enlightened skyline in the background, the room looked unbelievable. "Edward, this is—" I couldn't finish. I just couldn't find word to describe this. "Just a little something for the love of my life," Edward said as he stood behind me, his head resting on my shoulder while his arms were looped around me. I turned around, looked into his shining golden orbs, touched his cheek with the tips of my fingers. "Thank you," I breathed, touched, before giving him a sweet and loving kiss. As we broke the kiss, I placed my head on his shoulder and looked at the sight in front of me. "Shall we?" Edward asked after a few moments, and I nodded. We had a beautiful, romantic, intimate dinner. As I was finished eating, Edward led me to the big couch. He sat down first and mentioned for me to sit down in between his legs. I sat down with my back to his broad and muscular chest. He let himself all back a little, so we were half sitting and half lying on the couch in front of the fireplace, enjoying the company of one another while the fire burned and crackled. Edward had his arms noosed around me and stroked my belly with his thumb. "Love, can I ask you something?" Edward asked carefully after a while. I answered. "I've been thinking about your situation, and I came to the conclusion that it must be really hard on you. I mean, not only that you lost your whole family and everything else, but also the knowledge you have." He made a pause before he continued. "I mean, the thing with Bella Swan being my girlfriend. It must have been really hard on you with that in mind." I sighed and turned in his arms so I could face him. I wanted to look him in the eye when I told him this. "Yes, Edward, it was. When I fell in love with you, I was trying my hardest to deny my feeling for you because I told myself that you and Bella belonged together. Edward was about to say something, but I held my hand up to silence him. Your story was a burden for me, and when you told me that you loved me, I was scared. Not only because I believed that you were throwing away your only chance at happiness, but also because I was scared that when I would allow myself to love you, I would get hurt in the end. I was scared that you would realize after a while that it is Bella that you love, not me. Anguish was swimming in his liquid gold at my revelation. I smiled softly at him to show him that I was all right. But you still didn't reject me, Edward stated before leaning into me and capturing my lips for a soft and sweet kiss. No, I didn't. I love you, and I couldn't and wouldn't let my insecurities and doubts stand in the way. I knew how much I could get hurt if you really chose Bella in the end, but I didn't really have a choice. I just had to take the risk. And now are you still insecure about my love for you? Do you still have doubts? Edward asked with a serious expression on his face, masking his feelings as he voiced his need to know. I thought about that for a minute and was pleased at what I discovered. Not anymore. I answered honestly with a smile on my face. Edward smiled back and his eyes were glowing. He turned us around with vampire speed, and I was lying on my back now. Edward hovered above me and lowered his head painfully slow. Softly and shortly his lips touched mine again and again before a full kiss arose from his teasing. We were lying on the couch kissing and touching each other. As Edward finished kissing my collarbone, he lifted his head up so he could look at me. You are so beautiful. Precious, he whispered in a husky voice. I heard those words before from my mother and Granny, but I never believed them, never believed in those words as they were directed at me. Not until Edward. He made me feel beautiful, desirable, and sexy. Hearing him say those words and looking into his eyes, seeing this hunger and desire that was always present whenever he gazed, it set my body on fire. I knew I was the most beautiful girl in his world, and that was the greatest compliment for me ever. How about we continue somewhere more comfortable? Edward asked, looking into the direction of the bedroom. I laughed. Sound great. We stood up and made our way to our bedroom. Edward opened the door, and for the second time of the day, I was speechless. The bedroom was also decorated with candles and rose petals. Only that the color of the candles wasn't white this time, but red. Edward, this is magical. How did I get so lucky to deserve such a wonderful mate? I asked him, having no idea how I got this lucky. Edward's PVO. I watched as Anna saw the surprise I had prepared in the bedroom of our suite. I loved it to surprise her and to see how her eyes would start to glow and that wonderful smile would appear on her beautiful face when she saw what I had in store for her. I love to give gifts and surprise someone. Over the years, I always wished I had someone I could spoil, like my father or my brothers did with their mates. And now I have my Anna. Thank God she appreciated my efforts and feelings. As she looked around the room, she stopped breathing, and the beautiful smile I was waiting for appeared on her face as she started breathing again. Edward, this is magical. How did I get so lucky to deserve such a wonderful mate? She asked me in an emotional voice. I was completely bewildered by her question. How did you get so lucky? Was my love out of her mind? Couldn't she see that I was the lucky one here? I had to set that right. I went to stand in front of her, looking her directly into her smoldering hazel pools. I caressed her delicate face, getting lost in the beauty of her deep, shining eyes and her kissable, full lips. After brushing my thumb lightly over her lips, I locked my arm around her waist. Anna, if anyone is lucky here, it's me. She instantly sighed and rolled her eyes. It's true. Don't you see what you did for me? I was a depressed, negative, and lonely shell that vegetated away. I believed that this existence was my curse, and I'm nothing more than a monster, but you changed all that. I told you this once before you make me human. I could never understand when Carlyle told me that we are more than just bloodthirsty predators, that we could be more than what our instincts demanded. You are the one who showed me what is possible, how strong I can be. Ever since I became a vampire, I was dead in more than one aspect, but you brought life back to me. You are the reason for me that proves I deserve my existence. She smiled lovingly at me. How about a compromise? We both are extremely lucky to have found one another. Guess I can life with that. Her cheeks were getting slightly pink. My beautiful angel bit her lower lips as she looked from under her thick eyelashes at my lips. I love you. I need you. I want you. The words were out of my mouth before I even had time to think what I was saying. And I wanted her so much, suddenly my cool, kneading lips were on her soft and kneaded ones. I was moving my lips with hers, but this time it wasn't enough. I wanted more. I needed more. I desired to taste her. My urge became a burning pain. I was well aware of the risk that my teeth possessed for her fragile flesh, but my need won over. My lips did what I wouldn't let happen before. They carefully parted, and my tongue was licking along her soft, warm bottom lip. The sensation of her taste was mind-blowing. I did get a few tastes of her before when I licked her wet lips, but it couldn't compare to this. My body was filled with need as her delicious flavor tickled my taste buds. My tongue licking her bottom lips more urgently. I was silently asking her for permission. Anna caught on quickly, a smile appearing on her lips before she slowly and carefully opened her mouth. Her warm, wet tongue traced my bottom lip as we slowly and carefully approached the new territory. Anna didn't slide her tongue into my mouth, just as I knew she wouldn't. She always knew how far she could push me. She knew when she could control a situation and when I needed to lead. She was careful and guarded as I was, keeping control off the situation. It doesn't sound very romantic, but in our vampire-human relationship, we needed to be on our guard and approach things with care and respect of the situation. I was unbelievably glad that she saw the risks in being with me and not only told me over and over that I could do it, that my control was good enough, that I would never hurt her. I don't know how this amazing creature did it, but she always knew how to handle me. This time was no difference. And when she didn't know or was unsure about something, she asked. Knowing Anna gave me the lead in this kiss, I opened my lips a little more and slid my tongue into her mouth. I wasn't prepared what happened next. Her taste was overwhelming. It was sweet, intoxicating, and above all her. Her taste on my tongue and her breath in my mouth. The sensation overpowered my senses. My head was spinning, and if I would still have a beating heart, it would be hammering violently against my ribcage. I was losing myself in this heaven. Her scent was addicting to me, but her taste. I was drowning in it as time seemed to stand still. Anna was everything. All I smelled, all I tasted, all I felt. There were only her and me in this world, and nothing else mattered in this perfect moment. Our tongues met, made contact with each other as they danced in a slow and steady rhythm, exploring one another. Anna slid her hands from my chest to my neck and into my hair. Her warm hand left a trace of heat on my body, making me shiver in pleasure. My hands were on her hips, making their way up to the small of her back, touching each pearl of her spine as my hands were traveling up her body. She breathed harder in response, and her heart went wild. Anna's and mine breathing were uneven and hard. As she moaned into my mouth, I couldn't suppress my grunt of pleasure anymore. Holding onto each other tightly, we broke our lazy, kneading kiss, opening our eyes at the same time. I saw her licking her lips, just as I did with mine, and she took a deep breath before her beautiful hazel depths found mine golden ones. You taste yummy, she admitted with a glint in her hazel depths. You taste better. I love you. Her words were filled with need, what sent a shudder down my frame. I want you. My response was breathless and filled with lust and need. My lips crashed on hers again. My hands slid down her back to her thighs, and I brought her leg up around my hip. She crossed her legs behind my back, pressing herself closer into me. Smelling her, tasting her, having her so close to me made my body ache with need and want for her even more. Before I had the chance to comprehend what I was doing, Anna was lying on our bed on her back, and I was hovering over her. It was one motion in which we never broke our kiss. It was painful to pull away from her, and I instantly missed her lips on mine, but I wanted to look into her deep eyes. My gaze was frozen for a moment on her swollen, seductive lips before I could force my eyes away and look into her brown orbs, seeing the same love and desire burning in them that I felt. I love you, I whispered, knowing it wasn't even beginning to explain how I felt about her. There weren't words to describe what she meant to me. A sexy smile arose on her face as she breathlessly whispered back, I love you too. It was all she managed to say before I sealed her lips with mine again. Edward's POV. Her taste, her scent, her warmth, her soft body, the wild rhythm of her heart, her moans of pleasure that I caused, which I was proud of, it was all driving me insane with need. As Anna moaned into my mouth, I pulled away, dipped my head to attack her delicate neck, kissing and licking her sensitive spot. From her neck, I kissed along her jaw, making my way to her ear. She liked what I was doing to her, showing me her appreciation by arching her back of the bed. I loved it how I could make her feel. It sparkled an unknown feeling of pride and accomplishment inside me, but also a feeling of desire and need. My bloodlust, always present, was being pushed into the background by a far greater lust. The lust for her body. And I allowed it to happen. I allowed my need for her, my lust for her body, to banish the bloodlust and act on my need. I was focused on a very sensitive spot on her neck, kissing and licking it as Anna lifted her head a little and captured my earlobe with her lips. I could feel her warm tongue tracing the outline of my ear as suddenly she caught my earlobe with her teeth and slid her teeth down my sensitive flesh. I hissed in pleasure, a tickling sensation running through my entire being as a violent shiver to run down my spine. I threw my head back and closed my eyes as the waves of pleasure began to die down. I heard a giggle as I slowly came back to my senses. When I opened my eyes, I saw the satisfied grin on her face and the sparkling in her hazel orbs. Biting her bottom lip, she asked teasingly, "Liked it? You have no idea." I breathed out huskily. In this moment, I took the time to really look at her. Her skin was glowing in the moonlight that entered our bedroom. The candlelight was reflecting in her eyes. Her big brown eyes that possessed some gold in them, always full of life and love for me. At the sight of her full, swollen lips, I had to take a sharp breath to calm myself. Her long brown hair was spread all over the pillowcase. In the dim light, it looked dark brown, nearly black. It shone in the candlelight, framing her face beautifully. "You are a vision," I whispered as we stared at each other for a long moment. Anna was slowly caressed my arm while smiling softly at me. After a while, I brought my hand up to her cheek, brushing my thumb over her flushed skin. Slowly, I bent my head down. Our lips inched closer and closer. After what felt like eternity, our lips touched again. She opened her lips as my tongue begged for entrance to taste her glorious taste again. Her small hands locked around my neck, holding me closer to her. Anna wounded her fingers into my hair, caressing my scalp. I kissed her harder than usual, pouring all my emotions into this kiss. I wanted her to feel my love for her. I wanted her to know what this intimate moment meant to me. While we tasted each other, Anna's hands found their way down from my neck over my back to my hips, where she began to tuck on the hem of my shirt. I knew instantly what she wanted, and I was in no condition to deny her anything. Painfully, I released her lips and sat back on my heels. I rid myself in my vampire speed from the fabrics that separated my love from me. In the meantime, Anna sat up as well and slid her warm hands over my bare chest. Electricity was flowing through me as her fingertips went excruciating slowly from my chest, down my abs to the hem of my pants. Sliding her hand to my hip, she started placing open-mouthed kisses on my chest, making me purr at the sensation. She kissed, licked, and caressed my torso, sending waves of electricity through my body. In one swift motion, I was off the bed and standing before her. Anna looked startled and then surprised as she found me, standing in nothing but my black Armani boxer briefs before her. My pants were carelessly thrown somewhere into the room. Anna, still fully dressed, go up on her knees and went to the end of the bed, where I wait for her with my extended arms. I touched her shoulders, slid my hands down on both sides till I reached her hips where the hem of her shirt was. "May I?" I asked in a shaky and husky voice as I pulled her shirt up a little. Anna placed her hands on the hem of her shirt, wanting to take it off, but I stopped her. She looked at me confused, but I wanted to be the one to undress her. "Please let me do it," I said in a little bit more steady voice. Anna looked at me instantly, her eyes glowing with curiosity. She sucked in her lower lip and released it as she lifted her arms without saying a word. Her actions were enough to show me her agreement. When her shirt was gone, it revealed a blue-laced bra that formed her perfect curves beautifully. I attacked her lips with my own as my hands made their way to Anna's pants. I unzipped them and slid them down her creamy thighs to her knees. Anna sat down so I could free her from her pants completely. I took her hand into mine and pulled her of the bed into standing position. The sight in front of me was a vision. To her blue-laced bra, she wore matching pants. She took my breath away completely. When I finally recovered, I saw that she was also looking at me with hungry eyes just as I was at her. I stepped closer to her, touching the fabrics of her bra, needing it gone. "Can I take this off?" I asked, breathless, as I stared into her beautiful pools. Anna swallowed and nodded her head. I slowly freed her from her bra and was speechless as I took the glorious sight before me in. Her perfect round breasts were completely exposed to me. Carefully, I was caressing her delicious arching, exploring them with intensity, running my fingers over her sensitive flesh, observing every little reaction her body made to my touch. Taking my time, I led Anna back to the bed, and we began to kiss, touch, and caress each other lovingly. I ran my nose over her cheek and inhaled deeply. "I love it that you smell like me." I breathed out, drunken by the scent. "Huh?" Her eyes shot open and confusion was swimming in them. "Have I never told you?" "Told me what?" My love asked me as I hovered over her in my hand, starting to play with her lush, brown hair. "Your scent, it isn't yours alone anymore, but now mixed with mine." I explained with deep satisfaction. "Because we are always together," a smile gracing her swollen lips. They were swollen because of my kisses, so red and full. "Earth to Edward. Somebody there." My love giggled. Painfully, I tore my gaze from her delicious lips and looked in her eyes, which were sparkling with amusement. "You were saying, my scent is on you everywhere. On your clothes and your hair, and on your skin." I paused, dipped my head, and inhaled the mix of our scents again. It made me hum. "You seem to really like that I smell like you." My love noticed. "You have no idea." I nearly growled, my voice huskily and raw, lust coursing through me. "It's like I marked you. My scent on you, and your scent on me, you have no idea what that is doing to me." I wasn't able to hold back any longer. I was planning on teasing her a little, but I didn't have the patience for that. I crushed my lips on hers in a frantic and needing kiss. I felt her writhe under me as a shiver run through her body, and I knew that it wasn't caused by the cold of my body. The more time passed, the harder it got for me to ignore the throbbing swell in my shorts. It was beginning to become uncomfortable. Anna noticed my predicament and slid her hand down and brushed lightly over the throbbing swell. I jerked away in surprise. Anna sat up and followed into my new position. She pushed my shoulder down, so I was lying on my back. I let her. "Calm down. Everything is okay," she whispered before bending her head down and placing a soft kiss on my lips. "It's not too much, is it?" My love asked me, understanding swimming in her eyes for the case it would be, but I found myself under control, at least concerning the bloodlust. I only nodded, not trusting my voice. "We can stop immediately when it will be too much for you." "Okay," she assured me calmly. I knew I could count on her. I trusted her with all my heart, and everything I am, I did. But I was a little unsure. This was new to me, and I was scared of the unknown territory, scared to disappoint. I swallowed nervously, burying all my fear deep within me. None had ever touched me there before, but her touch felt so good. Exhaling, I nodded my head again. My Anna smiled warmly at me, taking my left hand into her, putting it palm down on the mattress. "Hold on to the fabrics of the cover, and don't let go, Edward," she said softly as she stroked the back of my hand. I did as I was told, and I took a huge breath to force myself to calm down. Anna smiled satisfied at me and moved her head back to mine, bending down and kissed me passionately as her hand went down on my body again. Her warm, small hand slid down my chest, over my stomach, over the fabrics of my boxer briefs, until she reached my cold, throbbing member. The sensation of her touch was unbelievable. My body bucked against her hand on its own accord. My breathing sped up. I was fighting for control to prepare my body for the feeling that was building in the pit of my stomach. I was slightly embarrassed at what we were doing. Not that it felt anywhere near uncomfortable or wrong. It was just all so new to me, and I was scared to do something wrong. Worst of all, to hurt her in any way. Anna must have felt unsure, as well, judging by the blush I could feel on her cheeks and the unsteady rhythm of her heart. You are not alone. I'm nervous too, Anna admitted as she broke our kiss. Looking into her beautiful eyes, I could see that she was unsure and nervous, but determined to continue. Seeing the determination in her eyes and the utter and pure love for me and the guard that mirrored my own, that was always up, calmed me down immensely, helping me to find faith in myself. Thank you. I breathed out lowly, feeling the smile on her lips as she kissed my cheek before focused her whole attention on my lower part. Waves of pleasure and electricity were rocking through my body as Anna stroked my length through the fabrics of my shorts, making me throb harder under her touch. I griped the covers roughly as the pleasure became more intense. The fabrics tore under my strength. I didn't care. I was too far gone to do so. Anna freed my member from the confines of my boxer briefs, and as her delicate hands made contact with my bare length, I nearly came undone on the spot. All the muscles in my body tightened as I tried desperately not to lose it. I never knew such feelings were even possible. She explored my bare member curiously, every touch of hers pleasurable fire on my skin, before she brushed her fingertip over the tip of me. My whole body shook violently at the contact. This was pleasure and torture in one. It left me wanting more, wanting it more intense, and at the same time wanting to bold at the intensity of the feel, but the need for more won easily. Anna waited patiently for me to come down, regain my senses a little before she continued. She was very attentive to my needs. She didn't push me too far and allowed me to handle the situation on my own pace. With everything she did, with every decision she made, I found myself falling more and more in love with her. I needed her to exist. Without her, there was no me anymore. I was calming while memories of our practice flooded my mind, how we were kissing and touching each other a lot. A wonderful, blissful lot. I still wanted to wait with the sex until we were married, but a little practice is allowed. After all, I have to be prepared for my wedding night. I had to be able to touch her in an intimate way without hurting her. I was becoming better and better at it with every time. Time couldn't go by fast enough for the moment to come when I could finally propose to her, marry her, and then officially make her mine in every way possible, over and over. I couldn't wait for the day I would claim her as mine, like a man claims his woman. When I felt in control again, Anna gripped me hard and started stoking up and down my length, what made my member jerk in her hand. The feeling in the pit of my stomach grew, and I was close to exploding. The sensation of her touch and the smell of her arousal nearly pushed me over the edge. Moans and her name were falling from my lips constantly. I was fighting for control, but it was lost. All I could do in this moment was to clutch the sheets and not to try to reach for her. The sensation, the pleasure was too strong, too powerful to be contained or controlled. I resigned to it, only desperately holding on to the covers as I reached the edge. I panted before an unknown sensation rocked violently through every cell of my body. I was grunting, panting, chanting her name over and over in my head as a primeval roar wrested its way out of my throat. The feeling when I came couldn't be described. Never in my life felt I something so enjoyable and powerful before. The feeling was almost too much to bear, but also the most amazing feeling ever. My body felt light, and I felt slightly drunk. For the first time since I was turned, I felt remotely tired and exhausted. It only lasted for a few seconds, but it had been there. After I managed to come down a little, I noticed the cool liquid lying on my stomach. Only seconds before I felt Anna lightly shift on the bed, hearing her grab some tissues and weep the cool liquid at me while I was still slightly trembling from the sensation. As I focused my eyes, I saw Anna looking lovingly at me, smiling satisfied. She placed her hand on my chest for support and bent her head to kiss my lips. I wasn't able to do anything or to speak, even when I would have been able to produce a sound. A comprehend sentence would have been impossible. After some soft, loving kisses, I finally found my voice again. I breathed huskily. That was wow, was all I said for lack of better words. Anna smiled a brilliant smile. I'm glad you liked it. And she kissed me again while we were kissing. My love started laughing. What is so funny, love? I asked her against her lips. She pulled away to look at me as she answered, still trying to stifle her giggles. Sorry, it's just. I'm glad you didn't break the windows. You made them vibrate with your scream. Oh, I didn't really know what to think of this. I can't belie Alice saw this. My love giggled, slightly embarrassed. She is used to a lot. I shrugged. It wasn't a comfortable thought, but I was living with my family for a really long time now. It was better to not even acknowledge this topic. That was really sexy. Anna breathed into my ear as lay down next to me. We were lying there for a few minutes while I was coming down from my high. We didn't talk. It wasn't needed. We were only looking into each other's eyes and enjoying each other's company, until Anna jumped to the bed wearing a sexy smirk as she faced me. Slowly, she ran her hands down her body, making me swallow hard. Love, what are you doing? I asked breathlessly, my eyes glued on her perfect curves. Anna pushed her thumbs under the hem of her panties and carefully lowered them. Without wanting or intending it, a low growl found its way out of my throat. I think I need to take a shower, she said in a sexy voice as she played with the hem of her panties, rolling them down a little and then back up again, teasing me. A cheeky, sexy half-smile on her swollen lips. The sexy vixen fully released, now causing the man in me and my teenage hormones to go wild. Enjoying her sexy show, I shifted myself to sit on the edge of the bed, beckoning her with my finger. First, she ignored me, smiling seductively at me. Seeing something you want, Edward? God, she was doing me in. A low growl passed my lips again. Biting her bottom lips again, she giggled before slowly approaching me. I waited for her to come within my reach, and as she did, my hands shot out, capturing her hips, pulling her to between my legs, her thighs hitting the edge of the bed. Caught you, I purred, looking up into her eyes, only to see her biting her bottom lip in that innocent, seducing way while soft giggle escaped her mouth. You are killing me, Anna, I moaned at the sight in front of me. She encircled her arms around my head before her hands run through my hair, her finger tangling themselves in my locks, lightly running her nails over my scalp. That feels so good, I groaned, burying my face in her stomach. The heavenly scent of her arousal flooded my senses, making me hum pleasurably and my body burn in desire. I knew what I wanted, but first, you smell so good, you are so soft, warm. At this point, my tongue darted out, past my lips, and dipped in her belly bottom. The muscles of her stomach contracted at the contact of her warm skin with my wet, cold tongue. Taking in a sharp breath, she sighed shakily as her body began to tremble slightly under my though. Edward, she moaned breathlessly, her hands on my shoulders now to find support. Her whole body was tense with pleasure at what I was currently doing. My tongue was swirling inside her belly bottom and slowly, carefully nibbling her flesh. My teeth in behind my lips. Her moans and pleads were filled with anticipation of what I would do more. My name falling from her lips in a kneading whisper ever so often. My hand, not having left their spot on her hips, now wandered slowly down to her thighs, feeling her ever muscle flex under my touch as my hands run down her smooth skin. My face still pressed in her stomach, I blew my cool breath down her skin. Goosebumps arose immediately. God, Edward, her voice a strained whisper and her grip on my shoulders tightened, while the scent of her arousal became more potent. I smiled to myself, feeling excited and proud, knowing that I was the one doing this to her. I loved to coax those reactions out of her body. My hands ghosting tenderly over the skin of her thighs, I pulled my head back from her belly and looked up at her. Anna's eyes were shut tight, and she was biting her lip to stifle her whimpers. I didn't like that at all. I let go of her tights, and my hands cradled her face. Love, please open your eyes, I pled softly, the desperation thick in my voice. I needed to look into those pools of hazel and chocolate. She complied, slowly granting me the view of those beloved depths again while breathing heavily, her chest falling and rising rhythmically. Please, I need to hear you. Don't hide from me, I begged her. Anna looked intensely into my eyes before she nodded. A smile broke out on my face, and I pulled her down to me for a soft and tender kiss. As the kiss broke, my hands run down her body from her face, down her neck, ghosting her breasts, down her waist to her hips. Pulling her close to me again, I rained kisses on her stomach, while her fingers tangled themselves into my hair again, running through it, tugging it softly. My mouth moving to her hip. Slow, long licks were coaxing deep moans and kneading sighs out of her. Love, I breathe against her skin. Love. Again the word left my lips, but they couldn't separate from her body. As all she was capable of. With one last wet, loud kiss on her belly, I pulled away, looking into those generous depths of hers which were filled with love and lust, giving me courage I needed. I stood up from the bed and held her in my arm, one arm across her back, the other holding her around her waist. I rained kisses on her forehead, her cheeks, and the tip of her nose, savoring the goddess in my arms. Pulling away, I gazed at her before I was able to voice my request. "Anna, may I please taste you?" I swallowed hard in nervousness, not sure she would let me, in anticipation if she would, my mind not capable of imagining that heaven. A slight pink graced her already colored cheeks. Anna didn't blush often, but when she did, it was delicious. Yes, a small whisper leaving her mouth, the corners of her lips twitching into a nervous smile. My love was just as flustered and excited about this new territory as I was. I laid her down on the mattress, capturing her lips into a sensual kiss, her hands running down my back, her nails digging into my hard flesh, making me moan into her mouth. Breaking this intense kiss, I rested my forehead between her breasts, collecting myself while she gently ran her one hand through my hair while the other stroked my neck slowly. "Are you all right again?" Anna asked, smiling up at me after I lifted myself from her. "Yes, thank you." I couldn't help but be amazed with this creature beneath me. Despite the fact that she was aroused beyond bearable, she waited patiently for me. "Thank you," I uttered again before my lips touched the spot between her breasts. I was placing cool, wet kisses on her skin while making my way south her body. Arriving at the hem of her now drenched panties, I sat back on my heels, spreading her legs. Anna took a deep breath, looking excited and nervous, trembling harder. "Are you sure? We don't have to if—" I told her, not wanting to overwhelm my love. "No, don't stop," she commanded firmly. "I love you." The words fell from my lips before same pressed themselves to the side of her knee. Slowly, gently, lazily my mouth was exploring the inside of her thighs, savoring the creamy, tender flesh while the scent of her arousal swirled all around me. Having creased every little inch of her thigh, I sat back on my heels again, gazing at her drenched panties in front of me, my forefinger reaching to the top of the drenched fabrics, my body exploding with a new sensation as my finger made contact with the wet, hot fabrics. Anna's body tensed as she whimpered at the contact. I ran my finger lightly over her still covered center while my love was clutching the sheets and moaning strained. "Edward," my name passing her lips like a prayer. I hooked my thumbs under the ruined panties, looking up at her, waiting for her permission. "May I?" "Yes," she hissed out between her clenched teeth. With one quick flick, I ripped them of her body, revealing utter beauty to me. I stared at the glistering heaven before me. Generous, I breathed out, fascinated as my finger neared her again. My bare skin made contact with hers. Anna arched her back of the mattress and made delicious, sexy sounds. "Sorry," she panted. I just shook my head, waving it off. I can't even put into words what this was doing to me. I had to pause yet another time to collect myself. I felt Anna's gaze on me, waiting yet again, patiently not moving, trying to control her breath, suppressing her need for my sake. How I deserved someone so wonderful like her, I had no idea. Being back in control, I hovered over her, our lips moving with one another while I whispered words of love and appreciation to her. Feeling, smelling her arousal grow further, I felt compelled to put us out of this misery. I buried my head between her legs and took in a deep breath, letting my mind swim in this intoxicating fragrance. My tongue darted out, plugging into the delicious nectar, existing only for me and because of me. I wasn't prepared for the sensation in my mouth at all. I thought human blood was the most delicious thing I had ever tasted, but I had been so wrong. It had been only one little drop on the tip of my tongue, but I was already addicted. I grunted in pleasure and need against her center, making her whimper and arch her back off the bed because of the vibrations. As I licked along the full length of her wetness, her cries died in her throat. Her heart was beating violently as her body trembled, vibrated at my touch. I kissed her heat, sucking little drops of her addicting nectar into my mouth, savoring her taste on my tongue. Fuck! I couldn't help the curves that left my mouth. I was kissing, licking, nibbling her wetness, her cries of pleasure another reward of my beautiful effort. My tongue positioned itself in front of her entrance, swirling around it, touching her sensitive, soft skin with different levels of pressure. My fingers soon replaced my tongue, sliding into her heat, slowly exploring her inside. She was so hot and wet, my lips focusing their attention on the small, swollen bud. God, Edward, I can't. Her breath's ragged, her voice tearing. Come for me, Anna. Come into my mouth. I purred against her center, and with one final lick, I sent her over the edge. Her orgasm rocking through her while she was crying out my name into the space of her hotel bedroom. I was licking her clean, not want to waste one single drop of her precious nectar. Anna was shaking, breathing hard, and uncontrollable as she was coming down. Her limbs powerless, just overwhelmed with the force of her orgasm. Having licked her clean, I looked up at her face. My love's eyes were closed, lips slightly parted to draw air into her lungs. I rested myself next to her, pulling her into my arms and placing her leg over my waist, kissing her forehead lazily while she came down from her high. I've been thinking. I started after her heartbeat and breath returned to normal. About what? Her voice still a little weak. That we need to practice more. For our wedding night. I think we need to practice a lot more. I grinned to myself. Anna laughed, shaking her head that was placed between my shoulder and my neck. So, I take it you liked it. Anna teased. You have no idea. I growled huskily, placing my finger under her chin and lifting her face to mine, letting my lips demand hers. We were kissing lazily. No rush, just enjoyment, until she pushed herself off me and climbed out of bed, much to my dismay. What are you doing, love? I wanted her back in my arms. Well, as I had informed you earlier before I got pleasantly interrupted, I'm going to take a shower, and now I desperately need one. Look at me, I'm all sticky and sweaty. She purred innocently. My jaw hit the ground as she stood there naked before me, her body glowing in the moonlight and the lights of the city that entered the room through the glass walls. My mind was blank. She turned around and started walking into the bathroom. I watched the hypnotizing rhythm of her firm bottom as she made her way to the bathroom. Just before she reached the bathroom door, she turned around and asked, wearing a flirtatious smirk, "Want to join me?" She didn't have to ask twice. I leaped out of bed with my vampire speed and scooped her up bridal style. She squealed in my arms. I put her down on her feet, standing in the shower, and I was about to turn the water on when Anna stopped, putting her hand over mine. "Wait, Edward." I gave her a confused look, and she explained. "You can't make the water too hot, or else the hot steam will make my scent stronger. Let's keep the water temperature medium." I smiled at her and turned the water on. She was unbelievable. The things she noticed were unbelievable. She didn't know what it meant to be a vampire or how it felt for me to have my singer around. And how could she? She wasn't a vampire, but she noticed things like she was one and knew how certain things or events were for me. I truly see her as my equal because she's proving it to me each day. At first, as she demanded for me to see and treat her as my equal, I thought that this was an impossible mission to accomplish, but how wrong I have been. Anna isn't an erratic, irresponsible teenager, not in the least. She thinks things through. She is going through every possibility of a situation before taking a course of action. I know I can always count on her, just as she can on me. My angel is so much more to me than just the love of my eternal existence. She's my best friend, the one person who knows me better than even I know myself, the one person that can keep me in check, the one person who is able to make me feel things I thought I wouldn't be capable of feeling. She's my saving grace. We had trust in each other and respect for each other. I recognized that I became another person because of her, someone better. I even began to think that in some little ways I started to deserve this angle, even though I knew I never truly would. I was looking into her deep hazel eyes as the water hit our bodies and run down our flesh. My love looked beyond beautiful in every aspect. Not only her appearance, but she was beyond beautiful inside out. I bent my head down and placed a soft, loving kiss on her swollen, red lips. My hands dived down her body, reaching her legs and bringing them around my waist. I pressed her to a wall in the shower and continued to kiss her tenderly. I wasn't in any haste. I didn't want to rush anything. Just having her in my arms and kissing her softly. Her legs crossed behind my back and her small hand around my shoulders, making their way to lock behind my neck. We were kissing a while when I sat her down and we started to wash each other. Our hands were running across the body of the other. I wasn't feeling ashamed or embarrassed anymore. Being naked in front of her was already feeling natural to me. One look at her eyes, I knew it was the same for her. It felt good to run my hands up and down her body, dupe her. Her warm hands on my body felt heavenly. We were taking it slow, not speaking, only touching, exploring each other. We were taking our time to pay attention to every part of our bodies. While we were washing each other, I also looked if I had in any way hurt her and was pleased to find that I haven't. It wasn't always like this. As we began our making out sessions, I did leave bruises on her body. First, she didn't tell me that I did, so I only found out by coincidence. This is one of the dark moments in my life. Finding out I had hurt her. As horrific as it was to think about that, but to see the evidence was worse. I was crushed after finding out, and I refused to touch her again. Not that Anna was having any of this. My little cute, sexy vixen seduced me, played my male hormones against me, made mush out of my brain, and got her way with me, proving to me that I could touch her without hurting her. Yes, she always had her way with me. I was putty in her hands, and I couldn't care less. As there wasn't any soap on our bodies anymore, we dried ourselves. Anna was about to get her shirt and hot pants when I stopped her. Wait, love, can we please sleep like this tonight? I asked her, hoping she would agree. I think I opened a box of worms, she said as she came up to me, giving me a quick peek on my cheek. I smiled cheeky at her. You certainly have my love. I scooped her up in my arms and lay her down on our bed. Ops, seems like the cover didn't survive our passion, my angle said as she held up the shredded covers of the bed. I nodded, being thankful it wasn't her, but now I had more practice and I knew how not to hurt her. I would be gladly paying for the covers later. I threw the heating blanket over the bed, switched it on, and snuggled next to the amazing creature lying next to me in the king bed. Our bodies were touching with nothing in between them. Skin on skin, a heavenly feeling. I kissed the top of her head and whispered in her ear, I will make you scream more often in the future. It was a promise I would keep no matter what. She giggled at my announcement in anticipation and smiled. Anna fell asleep very quickly. She had an exhausting day. Having her lying next to me, hearing her melodic heartbeat, feeling her warm breath on my cold skin, her warm, soft body perfectly curved into mine, I couldn't believe how lucky I was. The whole night, I stroked her arms softly as I was basking in the afterglow of our intimate moment. The first of many to come. Edward's POV. Seems like my little virgin brother finally became a man. It was about damn time, brother. Emmett boomed excited as he slapped my shoulder. Yes, the acoustic here in New York is really impressive. Don't you think, Em? Jasper mused with a stupid, knowing smirk on his face. That was rather impressive for a newbie, Edward, Emmett said in a serious voice and a proud expression. Thank God. I finally don't have to deal with your pin-up sexual frustration anymore. Jasper threw in. I could only agree with him. Me too, Jasper. Me too. Emmett looked with narrowed eyes at me before confusion washed over his face. Why, you're not trying to kill us for teasing you? No bouncing on us or threatening us. I just shook my head with wide grin plastered in my face. Emmett's face became concerned, and he faked panic. Emmett jumped back from me, held his hands up, his eyes went big. Who are you, and what have you done to my little brother? Jasper and I were laughing, shaking our heads at him, even though I knew where Emmett was coming from. Normally, I would try to run or attack my brothers whenever they brought the topic of intimacy up. All the three of us were chatting and joking in the foyer while waiting for our mates and our parents. Today was the last day in New York, and we all had separated plans how to spend the last hours in New York. Carlisle and Esme were going to see a show on the Broadway and a stroll through the Central Park. Jasper and Alice kept their plans a secret, and as to Emmett and Rosalie, they wanted to look for a part for her BMW. And just for the record, I'm sorry to have ever gotten to know the rest of their plans for the day. I wish I could bleach my mind. As for Anna and myself, I was going to show her around New York. She told me that she was always fascinated by this city, and I was more than happy to make it possible for her to experience the Big Apple. The girls and my parents finally arrived. Anna looked absolutely sexy in the simple blue jeans, red sweater that clung to her like a second skin, and the white jacket. I pulled her in my body, slid my hands over her hips to the small of her back, and whispered in her ear, "You look generous in that sweater, love." Anna giggled, pulled away from me so she could look into my eyes. "Thank you, but the thanks go to my personal stylist." Anna laughed as she gestured towards Alice. "Thank you very much. That's simply a gift." Alice laughed. "I think what you wanted to say was that this is your curse that you are forcing on all of us, my dear sister." Emmett challenged. He was still ticked off about the fact that she threw his favorite sweater away just because it was from the last season. True to her nature, Alice stuck out her tongue at Emmett and snuggled into her husband's embrace. Emmett only rolled his eyes. He knew as well as we all did that when it came to fashion, none could win against Alice. "Let's see, it's 8 o'clock now, and we have to be at the airport at 6, and our luggage is already being sent to the airport. I would say we meet at 5 at the downtown Manhattan heliport on Pier 6 at East River. Then go and have fun." Carlisle informed us and sent me a message through his thoughts. "I'm happy for you, son." I nodded in acknowledgement. "And don't forget to behave," Esme quickly added, and we all nodded at her. Esme was positively beaming with happiness. Seeing me happy with my mate made her world finally complete and right. "New York, here we come," Emmett boomed. Rosalie gave him a look as if he should be locked up in a mental institute. "What I always wanted to say that." Emmett shrugged innocently. Rosalie just sighed and pushed him out of the hotel. Anna and I entered the limousine that was waiting for us to take us around the city. "You all right? I hope they weren't too much just now." I asked her, concerned. She only shrugged. "It is weird that they heard us, but... oh, well, I gotta get used to it." I wrapped my arm around her waist, kissed her forehead, and chuckled. "I think you might have a lot of chances to do so in the future." "I hope so." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. The first point on our tour was downtown. We visited the Times Square, Madison Square Garden, the Empire State Building, and the Rockefeller Center. As we drove through Brooklyn, we had an impressive views of the Great Bridge. In Harlem, we made a stop at the Central Park, and Anna ate lunch in one of the cafes there before we took a walk in the park. After the walk, we still had enough time to visit the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I loved it to watch as Anna took the sight before her in. She was so excited and happy about it all. We laughed and joked together. I was relaxed and just enjoyed being. As it was time for us to go to the heliport, I was a little disappointed that I couldn't show her all of New York, but that would take a few days. I decided to fetch up on it during our summer vacation. Alice and I had already specific plans how this summer vacations should look like. Asterisk. A week after we arrived, it was Anna's 17th birthday. We were all very excited about it. The last birthday we celebrated was Emmett's, and that was decades ago. We actually celebrated her birthday twice. It began Saturday at noon, just a little, cozy family celebration with all members of our family and Kevin. In the afternoon, the real party started. Alice made a sweet 17 for Anna. Since there wasn't any building big enough in Forks for our needs, Alice rented a big tent. The party took place on a field that bordered to the forest and was a little outside of the town. This way we could turn the music on and didn't bother anyone. There was a stage for the band and a big dance floor, everything in a fancy decor. My love couldn't believe any of this at first, but after her first shock wore off, she enjoyed herself, as we all did. XOXOX. People say that if you have fun, time passes by fast, and they are right. Every single day with my mate was wonderful and a discovery. I finally was complete and happy. The end of the school year was near, and the last event of the school year was to take place. The prom of Forks High was held in gym. Balloon arches and twisted garlands of pastel crepe paper were festooning the walls. The decor was simple, but it did its duty. Before we made our way to the dance, Esme had us pose for a complete album of pictures. Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper graduated again, and Alice, Anna, and I would be senior at Forks High next semester. Summer vacation was finally there, and Alice and I presented our traveling plans to our family. We were going to travel Japan and China. Anna told me that she would love to visit countries like Japan, China, India, Russia, Brazil, and Australia. I was determined to turn this into reality. Our whole family was excited about the trip. Alice and I worked an exact timetable out for the travel. If there is one thing that is absolutely predictable, then it is the weather. We knew exactly when the weather would allow us to move in public. Lucky for us, Kevin had to work nearly the whole summer. He had planned to take a week off about 2 weeks before the new semester started and spend it with Anna. As for the rest of the summer vacation, he gave Anna in the trustworthy hands of Carlisle and Esme. Carlisle and Esme came to be good friends with Kevin. My love and I were currently at her place waiting for Kevin to arrive. It was the day before we would go to New York, our first destination for the summer vacation. Kevin had told her that he had to tell her something important before she would go to New York. Of course, thanks to Alice's gift, we already knew what it was. He was about to introduce his girlfriend. Her name is Eve Walsh, and she and Kevin were high school sweethearts. She became Kevin's assistant, and the old love inflamed again. We were on the couch in the living room, snuggled together, watching the news. They reported about the decision regarding the highway. So they are building the highway, Anna stated. Unfortunately, I sighed. A pharmaceutical company decided to build a factory here in Forks because the suppliers are close by and they can save a lot of portage, but only if that road is built. With the prospect of new jobs for the people here in the area, the permission to build the road was given. There was nothing we could do, but it runs along the borderline of our and the werewolf territory. Anna noted concerned. It's not that bad, the territories are big. We will just have to stay away about 3 miles from the road. Not that our prey would even get that close to the road for most part. But what about? She stared to ask, but got interrupted by the ringing of the house phone. Anna looked at her watch. Do you think Kevin is calling to tell us that he and his girlfriend are bailing on us? Anna smiled at me as she stood up to get the call. Hello, this is... But she got interrupted by the voice on the other end, which I recognized belonged to Seth Clearwater. Seth and Anna became close friends ever since the incident in La Push. None in La Push knew about it, and I knew better than to try to talk her out of it. Knowing who it was, I tuned the conversation out, trying to give her as much privacy as I could. She would tell me if she wanted to, but it didn't help that I still caught some of what was spoken. Quite stunned, she shuddered. Hey, Seth, what happened? You won the lottery. Anna laughed. Of course I know who Sarah is. My love rolled her eyes. No way. Oh my God, Seth. Finally, the girl came to her senses. Beautiful laughter filled the space, and a generous smile broke across her face. I didn't want to give her privacy, but I just couldn't keep my eyes off of her, especially not when she had this beautiful smile on her face. What did you plan for your first date? A long pause followed. A goodnight kiss. It's your first date? I would say it really comes down to the atmosphere. When it is right, then you will feel it. And if you're too nervous to feel if it's right, then ask her if you can give her a hug or kiss. Another long pause. Don't be so nervous you're going to rock it. Call me tomorrow and tell me everything. I want the juicy details. Okay, Seth, by then, till tomorrow. My love hung up looking extremely happy. She said yes. Anna was chirping as she made her way back into my embrace. Sarah, So how many weeks exactly was he after her? She gave me a playful glare. Not everyone can be as charming as your Mr. Vampire. She stuck her tongue out at me. Very mature. I laughed. Come on, it's not healthy to be serious all the time. My Anna laughed. I loved the sound her laugh. I could hear it all eternity, and I would never get tired of it. Yes, but you did sign the treaty. With my name, I may add. Anna Cullen. As soon as we graduated, it would be her name. Yeah, I did, but I read it, and I still can't believe you pulled that one off. Vampires on the one side, and werewolves on the other, and you in the middle, reading that thing without a care in the world. I shook my head, chuckling. I'm not stupid enough to sign something I haven't read before, and As I was about to say before I got rudely interrupted, she glared playfully at me again, but her smirk was ruining it. There was no term of not talking to each other, either over the phone, nor webcams, nor email. Love you. I'm speechless. I shook my head again. Wow, who would have thought that I would be able to stun the great Edward Cullens someday? Anna mocked me. I raised an eyebrow at her. Someday. I looked at her disbelieving. I quickly pulled her body on my lap and pressed her into my chest as I gazed into her amazing hazel depths. My hand went to the face to tug a strain of her hair behind her ear. Her eyes closed briefly as my skin touched hers, and she bit her bottom lip lightly. Love, I'm stunned every day that I have you in my life. I placed a kiss on her forehead. I'm stunned in a silence that you love me back. My lips touched the tip of her nose softly. I'm stunned beyond belief that I can hold you in my arms and do things with you I never dreamed of doing. My mouth found hers, my tongue running over her bottom lip, but instead of opening her lips to me, she caught my bottom lip between her soft pillows and sucked lightly on it. My breathing sped up and my body was set on fire. As she released my lip, my tongue immediately plugged into her mouth as I tightened my grip on her, Anna's taste overpowering my senses. We both moaned into each other's mouth as the kiss became more frantic. With one swift motion, she was lying under me. My body pressed into hers as much as I dared without hurting her. I loved it to feel how she squirmed beneath me. My hand went along her thigh, grabbing the hollow of the back of her knee and hitching her leg over my waist. Edward, what are you doing? Anna asked as she broke our kiss to catch some air. Worshipping you, I murmured against the skin of her neck where my lips currently were. My love whimpered as we heard a car park in the driveway. I groaned at the interruption, not wanting to let go of her just yet. That's rotten timing. Anna breathed huskily before pushing me off her and combing her hair back in place with her fingers. Straighten your clothes out before it will get awkward, she hissed at me. I pouted a little. My love rolled her eyes, stepped in front of me, and put her hands on my chest. If you behave, you're going to get a reward tonight. The little vixen bribed me, and I gladly gave in. We stood up, and I straightened my clothes before we went to the door to let Kevin and Eve in and greet them. Hi. Kids, may I introduce, this is Eve Walsh, and this is my niece Anna and her boyfriend Edward. Kevin mentioned between us. It's nice to meet you, Eve, my love said politely. He was a little speechless after seeing me. Her thoughts were only one word, wow. Anna knew what was happening and waited patiently for Eve to recover. Ah, yes, it's very nice to finally meet you two, Eve said as she was able to speak again. Oh boy, I'm making an idiot out of myself. Kevin warned me that Anna's boyfriend was handsome, but I wasn't quite expecting this. Poor girl with a generous boy like him, she always will have to worry. Eve's thoughts surprised me, but I had to admit I appreciated it that she cared for Anna already. How could she know that Anna has absolutely nothing to worry about? My heart is hers for eternity. Actually, my heart, my thoughts, my body, I was entirely hers. Hello, I said, politely flashing a careful smile at her. Hello. She nodded back, cautious, her natural instincts telling her that I'm dangerous. During dinner, Eve and Anna got to know each other better and were becoming friends. Eve would move in with Anna and Kevin after the summer vacation, and before that happened, they wanted to acclimate to each other. They would keep in contact, though email and the phone. On the next day, my angel and I went to our first destination. We had 5 exciting days in New York ahead of us. We stayed in the New York place again and visited all the places we didn't have enough time the first time around. Places like Soho, Chinatown, Little Italy, Financial District, Battery Park, Lower East Side, United Nations, Carnegie Hall, Broadway Theater District, Fifth Avenue, Museum Isle, the Dakota, Time Warner Center, the Guggenheim, Frick Collection, Apollo Theater, Museum of Natural History, Museum of Modern Art, and Harlem Market, just to name a few. It was a wonderful time in New York, just the two of us in our own little world, but we were also glad when we finally went to Japan, Tokyo to be exact, where we would meet up with our family. Hi, Edward. Alice greeted me as she threw herself at me before turning her attention to my love. Hi, Anna. You won't believe it, but I have seen the perfect dress for you. We so have to buy that. It's in a boutique here in Tokyo. Alice happily chirped as we arrived in our hotel in Tokyo, kidnapping my mate to make plans for their next shopping trip, only being briefly stopped as Esme pulled Anna into a hug to greet her. Edward, I'm glad you two are back, Esme said as she crushed me into a motherly hug next. She didn't like it to be separated from her children. She is counting it as a good thing that we don't age anymore as vampires. This way we will never be old enough to leave our home. In a way of cause. Had fun in New York? Did you manage to break a window this time? Emmett asked as he approached me to pull me into a brotherly hug. My luck, he can't crush my bones. Yes, we had fun, and as for the windows, we are working on it. I answered. Yeah, a lot from what I feel. Jasper added smug. Welcome back, son. Carlisle said, coming out of the room the girls were in after greeting Anna. Edward, how about we go for a hunt? The forest outside of Tokyo has some nice offers. Carlisle proposed hopefully. Yeah, we got to get out of here. If anyone asks me again which shade of pink is nicer, I'm going to lose it. Emmett added desperately in his thoughts. That's a good idea, Carlisle. I'm a little bit thirsty, actually. I said, having mercy on my brothers and father. Alice was in full shopping mode, and the real vacation wouldn't start until she had her fill of shopping. We let the weekend be a lazy one to give my love the chance to life down the jet lag. We started our sightseeing tour through Tokyo after Alice had her shopping fill, with the Tokyo Tower, Foot Town, and Tokyo Dome City, which was a huge complex with a sports stadium, an amusement park, spa, and a hotel. Asterisk, why is it that humans do that to oneself? Jasper asked as we all watched a Japanese show named Takashi's Castle. Because it's fun, my love offered. To humiliate oneself on national TV? Rose raised an eyebrow. Ah, make that international. I think they are selling the show abroad. Anna informed. How do you know that? Emmett asked. My brother loved to watch that show. Well, at least in my former world, they were selling it abroad. It is fascinating how alike our worlds are. Jasper stated thoughtful. Anna just shrugged. After a few moments, she turned around to look at Carlisle. He caught her gaze and smiled warmly at her. Carlisle, I've been meaning to ask you something, she began. Yes, our father encouraged. I was wondering, would it be possible to invention a blood substitute that would keep you as well fed as human blood? I mean, with today's technology, it should be possible. The humans did already have breakthroughs in that department, like the hemoglobin-based oxygen carrier. That is a blood substitute. I know it's far from perfect, but what I want to know is it even possible for a vampire to drink blood that doesn't have its origin in a living being? I have to admit that never actually crossed my mind. Carlisle commented in his thoughts. Well, you seem to have made some research on that topic. My love nodded. Then you should know that even the substitute blood is partly one out of a living being's blood. Though with today's progression, it can also be one out of biotechnological manufacture. But if we can drink it, honestly, I have never tried. He answered thoughtfully. Ideas and theories, if that would be possible, now racing through his mind. Anna just gave him an interesting challenge. Theoretically, it should be possible, but the problem would be to find the right recipe so it would sate us and cover all our needs. I threw in. I prefer to chase down my food. Emmett was making his opinion known. He just loved to play with his food too much. Asterisk. From Tokyo, we traveled to Kyoto, the former capital of Japan, and the city where the old Japan is still present. Kyoto is the center of the old Japanese culture and history. While we were there, we often saw women dressed in authentic geisha costumes, samurai warrior costumes, traditional Japanese theater, and many more relics of Japan's rich culture. We also went to Hiroshima, and we visited the Itsukushima Shrine, which is located on the island of Miyashima. Asterisk, we're back, Alice announced as the girls were back from a wellness center. This was awesome. The jasmine petal bath was unbelievable. I can tell. Jasper inhaled her scent deeply, his thought going in a certain direction. Scoping her up, off they were. I chuckled and waited for Rose and Esme to come in, so my Anna could finally enter the room. As she stepped inside, I immediately knew something was wrong. Her expression told me everything. Love, what happened? I rushed to her side, alarmed. She looked up at me, searching my eyes before shaking her head and smiling at me. It's nothing really. I must have seen it wrong. Anna, my voice stern. My love sighed. There was just a guy, looking like a bear, and I don't think he had seen a bathroom for inside for a really long time. He was huge. I had the feeling he was stalking me for some reason, but he lost me in the crowd marked. Maybe he thought I would be an easy victim. She shrugged her shoulders. Does that mean none was? The fierce glare, her arms crossed over her chest, and the arched eyebrow told me not to end that sentence if I valued my life. Someone is halfway in the doghouse. Emmett's mental voice boomed with amusement at my current predicament. The crime rate here in Tokyo is much higher than in Forks, which is why, for the safety of all the female members of this family, it would be appreciated to go out at least with one to accompany the other. I quickly rushed out. Nice save, bro. Emmett laughed, the others snickered. That's better. Anna laughed and reached up to give me a kiss. Asterisk. Having traveled Japan, we went to China. One of the must-have-seen things, there was China's Great Wall, which stretches east-west for more than 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, we visited the Lama Temple, or Palace of Peace and Harmony, Stanley the home to Stanley Market, where a variety of goods, such as Chinese souvenirs, rattan products, handicrafts, and fake designer labels, and so on could be found. The Forbidden City, also known as the former palace, the Nanjing Road, a big commercial shopping street, and the Shanghai Museum, just to name a few. It was unbelievably exciting to watch Anna during this time. Her curious eyes took everything in with awe. I traveled the world before, guess if you're over 100 years old that happens, but it wasn't that, how should I call it? Satisfying, exciting, vivid. I've seen the 7 world wonders. I'm witness to many historical happenings, but now traveling with Anna, seeing the world through her eyes, it is as if for the first time I'm able to see. Ever since she came into my life, nothing is as it was anymore. I'm actually, dare I to say it, enjoy my existence. For the first time ever it feels right. It just feels right to life, to be here, to breath, to exist, to be with my love. Being with Anna, learning how she sees the world, I understood that I had to let go of my past, something I thought was impossible for me. I had killed humans, I had committed many sins and crimes, but what I did made me the person I am today. Even when I won't be able to forget what happened back then in my dark days of existence, I will not let it influence my presence and future anymore. I can't undo what I have done, but I can try to form a better future and live the present more aware. I did acknowledge that my self-loathing and self-hatred were actually a cowardly way of escaping from what I had done. Instead of facing my sins, I was hiding behind the self-loathing and self-hatred. Working through my past wasn't an easy thing to do, and it was extremely painful, but with this amazing woman at my side, I think I'm able to get through anything. I don't know if I would be forgiven by God, or whatever or whoever there is, but Anna made me see that I had been forgiven by the people that matter. My family. I always had so much but never saw it. A family that was always by my side. I always had a home and people to turn to, but only with Anna's presence in my life, I have noticed this and recognized its worth. What a difference she made in my life, not only in mine, but in all of our lives. Our family is closer now than it has ever been before, and it brought me to life. I laughed with Anna. I teased her. I had fun with her. I relaxed within her company. For the first time since I can remember, I was able just to be. I read about the need of my parents and my siblings for each other in their minds, but I could never grasp that feeling. Now I know it as well. It's physical and emotional. A need, a primeval want to have this person in my life. To have Anna with me. Realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I wasn't able to let her go. I did always know that, but it was never so clear to me just how much I wasn't able to survive without her. And with that realization arose a new problem. The time with my personal angle is very precious, though that didn't even begin to cover it, to me, but there was the one thing that I fear. Time. Time doesn't mean anything to me. I have all the time in the world, but my love doesn't. She is a mortal creature, and I'm not. My love is going to grow old and die someday. Not only someday, but in about 60 or 70 years. 60 or 70 years, that is nothing to me, only something more than a blink of an eye. That is too short. I want to have more time with her. I need to have more time with her. I couldn't believe where my thoughts were leading me. This existence that I, only months ago, called the greatest punishment imaginable, is now something I considered for the love of my life. I couldn't believe it, but it was true. I was stuck in a cruel predicament. On the one hand, I wanted Anna to have a normal, human life. as far as that was possible given her circumstances, and I don't even mean the involvement of myself and my family in her life. A normal human life with normal human experiences for her to grow old, to have children, to experience all the changes a human makes through his life. I wanted that for her, but I knew at the same time that with me, in her life, many of those things were impossible to begin with. We have to move every 5 or 6 years before the humans notice that we are not aging. She would age while I would forever stay the same. Yes, it doesn't matter to me how old she would get. I will always love her no matter what, but what about Anna? How would she feel if I stay young and she gets old? When people on the street will think of us as mother and son or grandmother and grandson. It all led me to the desire to have her forever by my side as a vampire, frozen in time, just like me. My selfish side wanted to make her mine forever, the faster the better. I was surprised to find out that I wasn't as appealed as I thought I would be at that thought. I was really torn apart. By making peace with what I am and how I live, the prospect of my Anna becoming exactly what I am became less monstrous, less bad. Worst of all, I had no idea what Anna thought about it. She never said a word about wanting to become a vampire, and I was too afraid to ask. I wasn't even sure what I feared more, that she wanted to stay human or that she wanted to become a vampire. XOXOX. Cut it out. Jasper and I both yelled. Sorry, guy. I just can't wait to get my hands on my wife. Emmett said proudly, not in the least sorry. Yeah, we've noticed. I replied, wishing to bleach my mind yet again. We were coming back from hunting and wanted to get to our mates as quickly as possible. Some of us really couldn't wait. Do you hear that? Jasper asked as we were near our house. I knew that melody. It was from a mobile ringtone, but apparently it was also a song. It came from Alice's and Jasper's bedroom. We rushed to the bedroom door and saw our mates dancing to Caramella Dance, a stupid song with a really catchy rhythm. I never really understood the whole pop culture thing or pop music, but if it is able to get that beautiful smile that my angel's face while she danced to this song, it had its existence justified. I watched as my love danced around with my sisters, while her eyes sparkle in happiness. My sisters were dancing wild across the room and let themselves fall onto the big king bed as the song ended. They were laughing, and Anna was catching her breath. During the time that my love was here, she was able to not only steal my heart, but also the hearts of our whole family. She even managed it to be liked by Rosalie, and that's not an easy thing to accomplish. Rose even regarded my love as part of our family and was seeing and treating her as her sister. Emmett rushed to Rosalie's side and scooped her up in his arms bridal style. The next dance is mine. He growled playfully, and they disappeared into their bedroom. Welcome back. My love greeted me as I copied Emmett's action. I smiled softly at her and moved us to my room. I put her on my bed and placed myself next to her, stealing a kiss from her lips. Guess you had a successful hunt, she said as I moved my mouth to her collarbone. I answered against her skin. She giggled. Caught a tasty mountain lion? No, only an elk and a few deer. I answered as I run my nose along her neck, placing little kisses on her soft skin. So what are we going to do with the rest of the day? I asked, knowing what I wanted to do. But my Anna had other plans. Don't know about the rest of the day, but right now we're going to watch the next episode of True Blood. My love grabbed the remote, switched the TV on, and smiled sweetly at me, waiting for me to get into the right position. I placed myself against the pillows on the bed and waited for Anna to sit between my legs. She quickly took her place, rested her back on my chest and her head on my shoulder. It didn't escape my notice that you seemed to like vampires. I teased her a little. She liked this TV show and wouldn't miss an episode. She turned her face to me and appeared to be thinking. Maybe just a little tiny bit. She teased back. Just a little tiny bit, I said as I locked my arms around her belly and nuzzled my face in her neck, placing open-mouthed kisses along of her warm flesh. I really love your scent. It smells delicate of lavender. You and me. It's perfect, I muttered as I inhaled her intoxicating, addicting scent. My love turned her face to me again, placed her warm hand on my cool cheek, and captured my lips with hers. As we both had our fill, we broke the kiss and turned our attention on the TV. In the week before senior year, spend our time either along together or with my family. We were enjoying the carefree time we had before school would start again. It was Saturday, and my love and I were relaxing after our hot and heavy making out session in the shower. She was lying in my arms, flushed to my side, only in her panties and a top, while I stroked her silky hair. I just couldn't get enough of her, to touch her soft, warm skin, to kiss her luscious lips and be filled with her love. I was wearing only my pajama bottoms, making it possible for my love to slide her fingertips along my t-shirtless chest. My angle smiled happily to herself, and I wondered if I would ever get used to it that I couldn't read her mind. "What are you smiling about?" I asked as I kissed the top of her head, inhaling the scent from her hair. "I was just thinking how lucky I am to be able to lay in your arms," my personal angle said without looking at me. She had no idea how often I couldn't believe my luck, and I would never get tired of reminding her. "Love," I said as I put my finger under her chin so she would look at me. "From the moment I met you, I knew there was something different about you, and I not only mean the fact that you knew way too much and smelled way too delicious for your own good. I am an idiot for having taken so long to figure it out. What makes you different is not only the fact that you are an amazing, strong person, honest, passionate, and posse's a pure and big heart, but what makes you different is you are the only woman I have ever given my heart to and ever desired. You made me a better person. You made me believe that I am more than just a monster. You made me see the man I am that I can be. You made me feel things I never thought would be granted for me. Since you showed up in my life for the first time, everything is just right. Thank you for being born. Thank you for living. Thank you for being here, and thank you for returning my feelings. I love you, Anna." My voice cracked at the end as the emotions overtook me. I heard my love's heart hammer fast in her chest at my words, and her breathing becoming husky and uneven before she brought her face to mine and placed her lips on mine. I opened my lips and licked along her bottom lip, begging for entrance. My love permitted it immediately. Hungrily, I tasted her and pushed my tongue into her mouth. My hands were running up and down her back, and her warm, soft body was pressed to mine cool one, letting me feel every one of her delicious curves. After a while of lazily kissing, my love grew serious, and I had the feeling I wouldn't really like what she was about to tell me. "What?" I asked with a sigh. "How do you know I want something?" Anna asked, her eyes shining with fake innocence. "Because I know you, my love." "Really?" She tried to hide her smile. Every time you bite your bottom lip and your eyes are unfocused, you're trying to figure out how to tell me something I won't like the best way." I was lying on my elbow, piercing her with my eyes. "Okay, I admit I have something to tell you, and yes, you probably won't like it at all." "What is it?" I sighed. I could see it in her eyes. She had her mind made up on this. "It's about Harry Clearwater. He will have a heart attack next spring. I don't know if it will help at all, but I would like to tell his wife. If anything, they can at least use the time they have left together. And no, you don't tell someone something like that over the phone." Anna declared. "You want to meet up with the Wolves?" I didn't like this. Yes, she was capable of taking care of herself if she needed to, but that didn't mean she needed to seek out the danger. "Listen," Anna commanded. I nodded, not saying anything. I already called Seth and arranged a meeting with him and his mom. Only him and his mom. We will meet at the drive-in I had worked. It's in between La Push and Forks. You can come as well. Seth knows you will be there eventually." Anna offered with a smile. "Are you sure he can be trusted?" I asked, skeptical. If any of the Wolves can be trusted, then it is Seth. You know, he still calls me sometimes to get an advice how to impress his crush, Sarah. Yeah, I know. It is true he was the only of them who had anything to do with my Anna anymore. The others avoided her since she signed the treaty, which I must admit did give a peace of mind. Besides, Seth and Sue are human, and the others won't know. "Good, but I'll be with you the whole time," my voice showing how serious I was in that point. "And you're taking your weapons?" "Yes, sir, and this will be a great chance for you to get to know Seth a little, because you will have to entertain him while I will talk to his mom alone. I think it will be better that way." "It might be." I had to agree. Anna beamed at me. Asterisk. Arriving at the drive-in, the next nearly moon, I could already hear the mental voices of the two wolf cups and the human woman wondering why Anna wanted to talk to her. They aren't alone. There's another one with them. "Really? Do you know who it is?" My love wondered. I checked their thoughts again. "Jacob Black." I answered curtly. I didn't like this at all. Rationally looking, there was no danger for my love. They were only human at least still, and we were in a public place, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But I couldn't help my instincts. All my senses were screaming at me to grab my mate and make a run for it. I parked the car, gripping the steering wheel, my eyes closed tightly. The steering wheel nearly cracked under the pressure of my grip. Suddenly, I felt a warm, soft hand on my cold, hard one. A wave of electricity jolted through my body at the contact. I opened my eyes and looked into the calming pools of my love. It's going to be okay, she smiled at me. They're still human, no danger here. I took a deep breath, stole a kiss from her lips, and nodded before exciting my Volvo and walking to open Anna's door. Walking into the drive-in, we immediately got greeted by a really enthusiastic and excited young teenage boy. Hi, Anna. Hi, you must be Edward. I'm Seth Clearwater. It's nice to finally meet you. The boy was holding his hand out to me, while a big, goofy grin was plastered on his face. In his thoughts, I could read that he was indeed really happy to be able to meet me. He wasn't hostile towards vampires like he should be given what he is or will become. He was ready to explode with joy. One could mistake him for the male version of Alice. It's nice to meet you, too. I shook his hand while he gasped at the cold and the hardness of my skin. His thoughts only showing amazement at our meeting. Jacob Black. The other one introduced himself shortly, but was not comfortable being near me. Hi, Anna. How are you? Jacob asked her, a smile appearing on his face when he saw her. He liked my Anna. He was impressed by her. The way she handled Quill and what he heard about Paul's encounter with her made him respect her. I'm fine, but what are you doing here, Jake? Well, I'm the alpha by blood. I'm responsible for my people. The kid tried to sound mature, but his thoughts were betraying him. If I spend some time with the leech, then maybe the werewolf gene will finally activate and I will phase. If I don't look like a 15-year-old, Bella might actually take me seriously and does not regard me as a little brother anymore. I had to bite my lip to keep myself from laughing out loud. Behind the two boys stood a native woman looking a little dazzled at me. Ma'am. I greeted her politely. She snapped out of it and blushed. Hello. I'm Sue Clearwater. She introduced herself shyly before turning her attention to my Anna. My mate stepped out of my embrace and greeted Seth's mother before turning to S males. Listen, boys, why don't you go outside while the ladies have talk? Anna said, and it wasn't meant as an option. But Jacob wanted to protest, but Seth cut him off. Come on, man, you have two sisters. You should know when women want to talk among themselves. He put his arm around Jacob's shoulder and started to drag him outside. I made a quick scan of the area to be sure that there was nothing that could be a threat to the life of my love before I followed them outside. Seth dragged Jacob into the woods behind the drive, and I followed them with a short distance, still being able to see Anna through the thoughts of the few customers in the drive-in. Why are we out here? I asked the two in front of me. Don't ask me, Leech. The black kid hissed. Jake. Seth glared at him before turning to me. I'm sorry for that, but back to your question. Well, I was kind of hoping you could show us what you can do. You know, he stopped himself and looked around to make sure none was around. The vampire stuff. He looked like a kid on Christmas. You are fascinated with what I am, aren't you? Yeah, kind of. He admitted, looking excited at me while the Jacob sighed annoyed. Aren't you supposed to hate me? I won't hate you just because of what you are. I will judge you by what you do. I was impressed by the wisdom of the young teen in front of me. You're a good kid, Seth. I told him earnestly. What do you want to see? None is around for now. Really, how do you know? Vampire senses. I answered. He blushed a little and ducked his head. Of cause. Could you run? Before he ended a question, I was behind them. Edward, behind you. Seth and Jacob spun around to the sound of my voice. Whoa, cool man. Seth was fascinated. Even Jacob was impressed but tried not to show it. Seth bombarded me with questions. He was very open-minded towards vampires, or at least me and the members of my family. I was also able to get some answers that were burning on Carlisle's mind ever since our encounter with him in the forest. You have any idea what Anna wants to tell my mom? Seth asked all of a sudden. Yes, but it is going to be your mother's choice to tell. Seth nodded in understanding, not pushing further. Time to go back. The ladies are done talking. How do you write the vampire's senses? Seth cut himself off, following me back to the drive-in. As he saw his mother red, puffy eyes, Seth immediately ran to her side. "Mama, you all right? What happened?" He was panicked while Jacob didn't know what to make out of it. Anna came to my side, and I pulled her into my embrace, feeling much better now that she was in my arms. "It will be eventually, honey," she told him while hugging him close before looking at my love. "Thank you for sharing, Anna. It was the right thing to do," she told her, pulling herself together, knowing she needed to be strong now. "I really hope it is going to be." My love smiled sadly, but also hopeful at her while the kids looked confused, worried, and lost, when suddenly my senses overtook and I couldn't help the warning growl that escaped my throat. "Edward, what's the matter?" Anna asked, slightly panicked at my sudden change of mood. "Wolf," was all I barked as I pulled Anna behind my back. There in the woods was a werewolf observing us. He was shouting at me in his mind. I recognized the language. It was Mandarin, but with an accent I didn't learn, which is why I didn't really understand what he was shouting. "How does he look like?" asked Jacob, black with a single white strip between his eyes. "That must be Dylan," Sue breathed. In her mind I could read that he was Sam's half-brother. "He arrived here about 2 weeks ago from Asia." "Dylan, man, what the fuck are you doing here? Go home," Jacob ordered, earning him a growl from the Asian wolf. "Edward, we are nearly there. Hold on." I heard Alice as she and my other siblings were on their way to us. The wolf went from imagining how he would tear me apart to thinking in Mandarin again. I couldn't understand what he wanted or why there was this immense fury in his thoughts. He was taking a step closer to us, getting ready to strike. He didn't care that we were in a public place or that humans and his own future pack members were standing next to me. He wanted to bounce on me this instant. He would have attacked if my siblings would have arrived just a second later. Seeing that he was outnumbered, he cursed that I could understand and retreated, angrily but quickly. "What was that?" Rose asked, annoyed about the stench in the air. "I'm going to have a serious word with my husband and the other members of the council. I'm sorry for the incontinence." Sue Clearwater apologized before she and the soon-to-be wolves took off. "You suddenly disappeared. I was so worried about you guys," Alice said as she pulled Anna into a tight embrace. "What did that mutt want?" Jasper asked. "I've got no idea. He's new. Sam's half-brother, and for some reason seriously angry." "For some reason? Didn't you hear why?" Emmett wondered. He was thinking in a dialect of Mandarin I haven't learned. "Do you think he's going to be a problem?" Jasper was immediately concerned. "Let's tell Carlisle, and then he can call Billy Black. But if we get to kick some werewolf ass, I'm the one to do it," Emmett announced Edger for a good fight. "Idiot." Rose shook her head at her husband, and the rest of us chuckled. Sam's POV. Dylan was gone for a few days now. None knew where he went and if he would come back. I was worried out of my mind. I had only found my brother over a week ago, and already I was about or had already lost him. I couldn't bear that thought. But why did he run? Why did he growl at Jake as he told him to leave? I know it must have shocked him to see 2 of his future pack brothers near a vampire, but couldn't he see that there was no immediate danger? But then again, he lived a different life than we did. He didn't really have anyone to talk to after the first time he phased. The first time he phased was because one of those blood-sucking monsters was about to kill him like they did our father. Asterisk, 12 days ago. Asterisk, she's just a little girl, man. Jared laughed. What are you so afraid of? He found it hilarious that Paul was scared of the little slayer. Shut, asshole. I'm not scared. Paul growled, pissed by now from all the teasing. Yeah, sure, but why are getting this freak deer caught in the headlights expression on your face every time anyone says her name? Jared couldn't let it go. As if you would have the balls to piss her off. Paul challenged. Of course I have. Why should I be scared by a little girl? As if anyone should be scared of a little girl. What a joke, Jared announced, full of himself. I had the feeling he wouldn't smatter that much if she would have shocked him with her stun gun. Sometimes I think it would be good if she did. At least it would shut him up. So, I'm a joke? Am I getting this right? Kim's voice rang through the air, and Jared winced immediately. She was not pleased at all from what I could hear in her tone. I could practically see the blood in Jared's veins freeze as he heard the irritated voice of his imprint. Panic was plain written across his face. He knew he was in trouble. Paul had a hard time to hide his amusement. Quill, who was sitting in the corner and not getting in between the argument of the 2 of them, was now also interested in the scene before him. He was lucky. He didn't remember much from the time of his first phasing. He couldn't tell where the pain of the first phasing ended and the pain from the stun gun began, though he wasn't all too keen on encountering the little slayer again. Kim had her arms crossed over her chest and was looking pissed at her wolf, tapping her foot impatiently waiting for an answer. I'm really... Jared stammered out nervously, sweating like hell. Sometimes that boy just opens his mouth way too much, and for someone who seems so impossibly shy at first sight, Kim is quite scary once she's pissed. Yes, you were saying, she growled. She was an emancipated young woman, and when there was something she couldn't stand, then it was when someone thought women were weaker than man, let alone say it openly out loud. Not so poor Jared would be in the doghouse now for quite some time. Jared was about to say something to save his ass as we heard a yawl from outside. What was that? Kim asked, surprised by the dangerous-sounding noise. I think Embry must have phased. I told her. He was showing the symptoms, but I haven't thought it would happen that soon. Normally, it took at least 2 weeks from the heightened temperature to the first phase. Embry's temperature heightened only 5 days ago. Jared, Paul, Quill, and I are getting ready to go to him. Sorry, babe, we talk about this later. Jared quickly said before running out of my and Emily's house. You bet we will. Kim huffed, but didn't stop him. We shed our clothes from our bodies, phased, and almost immediately were able to hear Embry in our minds. Shit, man, that hurt. He complained. Just for the record, this I can hear you in my mind shit is weird, and I don't think I like it already. But I think that body is cool, and the sight and the smell. He was taking a deep breath. Goulash. Someone is making goulash. I think I'm hungry. I sighed. There was nothing to worry about. He seemed to be okay as far as I could tell. His thoughts were also remotely calm. A little disoriented, but okay. Knowing what was before them did seem to help the ones to phase to cope with everything. When I think back to my first time as I phased into a wolf. Suddenly the scent of another wolf reached my nose. The others also noticed the foreign wolf on our land. Will you stay with Embry? Paul, Jared, come with me. I ordered. I didn't have time to explain to Embry or Quill why they couldn't come. The both of them were the youngest of us and the ones with the least experience. They would only be in the way when it came to a fight. Almost flying through the thick and rich green of the Olympic forest, we were getting closer to the intruder. We had to be careful we didn't know if he was a friend or an enemy. We stopped in a clearing. The other wolf was near. He carefully came up from behind the thick bushes. A giant black wolf with a single white stripe between his eyes. He looked at the 3 of us, cautious. He didn't growl, nor was he crouched in an attacking position. He gauged us a little while longer before he closed his eyes and his form began to shift. Before my eyes stood a tall and bulky man with a careful smile on his face. Hi, I'm Dylan Yulee. To say I was surprised would be an understatement. Anna's POV. I woke up at the start, my body on fire. A delicious burning sensation spreading from my center over my whole body, even into my toes. God, Edward, I moaned, my hand reaching down my body, tangling into his messy, silky hair. Good morning, beautiful. He chuckled against me, causing me to cry out. Kevin, I asked, my body squirming in my sheets, biting my lip to hold the cries of pleasure in. He had an early call. He is on his way to Port Angeles right now. Eve went with him. Edward answered again against me. Edward. I moaned again while his tongue left my center and licked along my thigh. Do you need a break, my love? He teased me while nibbling my thigh. You better finish what you started right about now. I ordered breathlessly. My pleasure, love. Edward purred, and his mouth was on my wetness again. His finger entered me this time. First, his finger was swirling in my entrance before entering me and sliding slowly in and out. His tongue was on my sensitive, swollen bud. I was moaning and crying out his name. What this man could make me feel should have been illegal. My frame was trashing lightly while I tried to keep the writhing to a minimum to make it easier on my beloved. My vampire occasionally moaned and grunted as his tongue was lapping in between my swollen folds. Edward was holding me down with one hand while the other and his mouth were working on me. Oh, Edward, God. Come for me, Anna, Edward ordered, his voice thick with authority. I liked this bossy Edward in bed. His need to touch me was increasing day by day ever since our stay in New York. I was beginning to wonder if he would actually hold on his not until marriage thing or screw it and take me. Oh boy, what would I do then? Who was I kidding? I would stop him knowing how much he would regret it, no matter how much he liked it and how right it felt. I love my Edward, even with all his little ticks. With one final lick, my hips arched off the bed, and I screamed his name as my orgasm exploded. Edward was still on me as I was riding my high out. My vampire crawled beside me as I was slowly coming down from my release. That's a good way to wake up, I told him as I could finally speak again. Glad you liked it. Our eyes locked, and he smiled at me before kissing my temple. And your body is all right? He asked me, concern shinning in his topaz depths as he ran his hand lightly over my front. Yes, I am fine. I will tell you when it is too much. I assured him. I love you, he whispered before his lips cashed down my own. Do you want me to take care of your current predicament? I asked against his lips gripping the hardness in his pants. In the shower, he growled and lifted me off my bed. Edward came to stand behind me as I was fixing my makeup to get ready for school. He pushed my top down my shoulder a little and placed a kiss on my freshly washed skin while his strong arms encircled me. I can't get enough of you, he stated. I know, honey. I smiled to myself. All right, any news from the Asian wolf? Nope, still no news. Carlisle called Billy Black yesterday. They still couldn't find him. Wonder what his problem was. Why isn't he back by now? It has been 4 days already. I have no idea. I wish I would have been able to understand. I did get pieces of the words vampire and kill, but the rest, his accent was just too thick. My vampire said frustrated. You heard what Billy said. He was here only about a week. Sam was so glad to finally have any kind of blood-related family that he totally forgot to tell him about us. Guess it was a shock to him to see a vampire with a human. I offered, though my feeling told me there was more behind it. But whenever I left the house, I had my stun gun with me, and beside, it's not like he would come on our territory. The treaty forbids it. Sam's POV. You are who? I asked after I two-phased back. Dylan Yulee. He repeated unsure with a thick Asian accent. And you are? The foreign wolf wondered. Sam Yulee. I answered shortly, narrowing my eyes at him. Shock washed over his features before a big smile broke out on his face. I finally found you. I can't believe you are a wolf too. He laughed. Who are you? Where are you from and why were you searching for me? I know that will be a lot, but I'm your half-brother, he said and bent down to the bundle of clothes that was tied to his right leg. Jared, Paul, and I eyed him carefully and with curiosity, never letting our guard down. He pulled something little and shinny out of the pocket of his shorts before putting them on and looked up at me again as he threw the object at me. I caught it with my right hand. What is that? Just look at it and you will understand and see that I'm telling the truth. He answered in a confident voice. I opened my palm and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was the missing piece of my father's tribe necklace. It was tradition in our bloodline that the oldest son and the father wore each one of the pieces. How do you have that? I asked, stunned. Questions were running through my mind. Was my father still alive? Why didn't he ever come back? Why did Dylan have this necklace? My mother gave it to me before she died. You see, she was pregnant with me around the same time your mother was with you. Our father couldn't decide between the two of them back then, but as she told him about her condition, he wanted to make it right by both our mothers. He snorted, shaking his head, visibly not agreeing with what our father did. I really don't know how he wanted to do it, but he stopped, suddenly looking sad, and pain was crossing his features. My mother told me that a pale monster with blood-red eyes attacked our father one day. First, she didn't know what that thing was until it bit our father, sucking his blood out. The monster wanted to kill her too, but her screams got the attention of a few police officers, so the bloodsucker took off. He took a deep breath to continue. Mom went crazy after that. She knew about the tribe legends. She tried to convince the police of what happened, but of course none believed her. In the end, she was admitted. She never fully recovered from that night. His voice was tight as he lay out his painful past before me. I was born in a mental institution and was given to foster parents. Not the best time of my life. When she finally was able to pull herself together enough to convince the judge that she was capable to take care of herself and me, we moved to Asia where she got a job and was as far away from where it happened as she could. A faint smile touched his lips before his face went emotionless. She had cancer, and on one of her last days, she told me everything about my father. That's when she gave me the necklace. First, I didn't believe her. I wanted to, but Anyway, I was working in a bar outside of the town we lived in to be able to pay for her medical care when I suddenly heard a scream from one of my coworkers. I ran outside, and there was exactly such a pale, red-eyed monster that my mom told me about. He paused and seemed to think of something. I don't know really why. Maybe because of the stress, lack of sleep, or seeing the thing that killed my father that was now killing a friend of mine. I was suddenly unbelievably angry, and then I exploded. He seemed to be in thoughts again before he looked up, sadness swimming in his eyes. After her funeral, I came to search for you. Asterisk. I was brought out of my memories as the back door of my house suddenly was thrown open and flustered Dylan stood in my kitchen. Dylan, fuck, where have you been, man? We were worried about you. I nearly shouted out of relief and anger over his disappearance as I saw him. Emily, who was cooking dinner, immediately went to our bedroom to get something for Dylan to cover himself. The better question is what the fuck those leeches are doing in Forks, and why are two of the wolves with them? He shouted angrily back at me. Those are the Cullens. They are different. I tried to calm him down. I had been caught up with our family stuff and learning more about him that I never mentioned the treaty or the Cullens. Actually, none thought of that. Not me. No other wolf, neither the council. Different? What the fuck are you talking about? They are vampires, he yelled at the top of his lungs. But they don't kill humans. I couldn't believe that I was actually defending the leeches. Did they fuck up your mind? Why are you defending them? No, they didn't, but they are really different. I'm not saying that I trust them, but what's Sam? He glared at me, his temper getting the best of him, and he started to shake. In exact this moment, my Emily was about to enter the room and froze in the doorway. Emily, out of the kitchen now. I roared at her, not wanting to repeat the painful past. A shot of guilt and pain piercing through my chest at the memory. Thankfully, she immediately took off. Brother, come down. I pled with him. Dylan was trying. He took a deep breath, and I could see that he tried to push his anger down. The girl, my brother pushed out between clenched teeth. The girl, he must have met the Slayer. Of course, it would confuse him to see a human girl close with a blood-sucking monster. Oh, you mean Anna? Anna. He nodded, satisfied with a huge grin on his face. A bad feeling was crawling up my spine. She belongs with them. I said the next words carefully. She what? He shouted and looked at me like I lost my mind. She's a vampire hunter. So she was born to destroy vampires just like I was. Born for the same purpose in life. That means she was with them to kill them. He looked hopefully. I had to shake my head at his suggestion. No, you got it all wrong. What do you mean? If she is a vampire hunter, then she must have been with him to destroy him and the others. No, Dylan. She is with them because she is a member of their coven. What the fuck are you taking about? Didn't you just say she is a vampire hunter? Then she is meant to kill them, just as I am. He roared now. She is the mate of one of them. I explained. Dylan was speechless. His mouth was hanging open. My stomach was turning as I had the bad feeling. I knew what he was about to say next, but I didn't want it to be true. She is my imprint. Dylan shouted me him. Horror washed over me as I became still as a statue. This was a disaster. My mouth opened and closed a few times, but no sound came out. What to say to this? Oh shit. I finally choked out, swallowing hard. This wasn't about to go over well. The treaty that she had signed, and then the leeches themselves. I don't think they will give her up without a fight. We have to free her. Free who? I asked, confused. Who? Are you fucking kidding me? My imprint of cause. I honestly doubt that they could keep her against her will, but Dylan had no means of knowing that. Anna isn't held against her will. She is there because she wants to be. Why would she be around them on her free will? She's meant to kill those monsters, not life with them. They must have threatened her somehow. None threatens that girl and lives any extent of time. You can ask Paul and Quill about that. I sighed. That girl is badass. I was running my hand through my short hair in frustration. Listen, brother. I put my hands on his shoulders, looking directly into his eyes. We will take care of it. I promise you that, but we have to be careful about it. We are still outnumbered by them. Only by one. He pressed. Embry just phased for the first time about 2 weeks ago. He won't be of help at all. His control is better than mine, was as I phased for the first time. Yes, I know Dylan. The fact that he knew what would happen to him helped a great deal, but he doesn't know how to fight. But we at least need some time to train him. Dylan, please, I just found you. I don't want to lose my brother. All right. He agreed reluctantly, but was far from satisfied with it. Edward's POV. I think I stay. I kissed the tip of her nose. No, you won't. Yes, I rather stay. I captured the corner of her mouth. Nope, out of my house. My love giggled. You know you would be much more convincing if you wouldn't giggle. You need a hunt, and you know it. Anna hit me playfully on my arm. I can go a while longer without. Okay, she agreed, and I was about to occupy her lips, but she put her finger on mine, stopping me. No kissing. No touching until I can look into your brilliant golden pools again. With that, she stepped out of my embrace and crossed her arms over her chest. My mouth was hanging open. But love? No golden eyes. No kissing. No touching. Point taken. Yes, I pouted despite knowing it wouldn't help me in this situation. But one kiss for charm. I pled. Only one. Anna agreed. I pulled her into my embrace again, my lips chasing hers. Sparkles flying all around us as the air sizzled. Our lips touched, and I pressed her closer to me, my tongue running over her bottom, lips begging for entrance. Lately, I found myself unable not to taste her. How much I wanted this woman in my arms. Her lips parted, and her breath graced my tongue. I purred at the sensation. Our tongues slid against each other as my tongue plunged into her mouth. Anna moaned into my mouth, making me growl. How cute. Young love. Eve sighed happily. Anna and I broke apart, startled. Looking at Eve, who stood in the doorway of the kitchen and the dining room where we had been doing our homework minutes ago. Are you staying for dinner, Edward? Eve asked. Thank you for your invitation, but Esme is expecting me. I declined politely. Then I will leave you two live birds to say goodbye for today, she said, turning around and ready to go back, preparing dinner. Oh, Anna, would you mind helping me prepare the lasagna? Kevin says yours is the best. I would love to learn your recipe, if you don't mind. Eve asked, turning around. Sure, I'll be there in a minute. My love smiled. Eve nodded and went back into the kitchen. The two of them are so cute together, don't you think? Yes, they're a good match. I confirmed. I wonder when he is going to ask her. I have never been to a wedding before. I would love to go to one. You have never been to a wedding before? Nope, but now get going, I need to make a lasagna. Anna placed a kiss on my lips before pushing me toward the door. The window is open. My love informed me. I smiled. I haven't even stepped outside, and she already reminded me to come back. Don't worry, I will wake you up for school. Have a nice hunt. She kissed me again before pushing me outside and closing the front door. I love you. I heard through the door before she went into the kitchen helping Eve. I got into my car, speeding to my house where my family was waiting for me to accompany them to the hunt. Did you do something dirty with Anna again? That would be the only excuse I accept for your being delayed. Emmett boomed as I arrived in our driveway. Who knows? I shrugged. Emmett laughed, shaking his head. I really like this new Edward, bro, he said as he placed his arm over my shoulder. Yeah, I like him too. I confessed. It's really a blessing not to have to deal with your brooding, depressed mood swings anymore. Jasper threw in. Or with being sexually repressed. Emmett just had to add this. Okay, enough boys talk. Hunting time. Alice announced. Where to? Rose asked as she exited the house. How about the national park? We haven't been there in a while. Carlisle offered. Perfect, a lot of prey. Alice chirped happily after checking the future. We all took of running Emmett, Jasper, and me chasing each other and behaving like brothers while our parents and their mates were commenting our silly games. The hunting trip was a fully success, and after we had our dinner, so to say, we spent some quality family time. It was a time without my Anna, but still nice. Being on our way back home, we could smell the unpleasant surprise from miles away. What the heck are they doing on our land? Rose shrieked, her cheerful mood from a few seconds ago ruined. I hated not being able to see anything when they are around. Alice sighed, frustrated. What could they want? Jasper asked out loud, going into his military self, being on guard for our safety, but mainly Alice's. I don't know, we will have to wait and see. Carlisle tried to calm the situation. Arriving at our house, we saw 3 wolves and Sam in human form, standing in our front yard. Oh, Anna, so not gonna like this. Why do I have to be here? She will grill my ass. The wolf named Paul thought, panicked. God, Paul, get grip. This is our duty. Yeah, easy for you to say, asshole. You have no idea what that woman is capable of. Paul screeched in his mind. I'm not really sure if this is the right way, but... Yet another of them chimed in. We are brothers, we stick together. The wolf named Jared said. Whatever they were here for, it had something to do with my Anna. This couldn't be good. I was immediately on my guard. May I ask why you are breaking the treat? Carlyle asked politely, but not pleased finding them here, in front of our home. A serious situation arose, and we needed to speak to you immediately. Sam answered. You know, there is something called a phone, Mutt. Rose spat at him. Carlyle gave a stern look. We tried, but we couldn't reach you. You are aware of the fact that you are breaking the treaty by being here on our land? Jasper asked. Edward, something is going on here. The emotions I'm getting from them are telling me that something is really off. Jasper told me before he went to stand protectively in front of Alice. Noticing what Jasper just did, Carlyle and Emmett mirrored his actions to protect their mates. Their whole parlanguage changed. What is this about? I growled. Telling the leech is one thing, but none can force me to be there when she will be told. No way. In hell. Paul shrieked in his mind. The mutt was scared witless of my Anna. If the situation wouldn't have been this serious, I would have been rolling on the floor by now. It's about Dylan. As soon as the words will be out of my mouth, hell is going to break loose. The big one is going to be a problem, and the lean blonde is somehow giving me the creeps. Sam thought as he paused. They were preparing for a fight. Edward, do they want to fight? Jasper asked as he decoded their emotions. I looked up and down, signaling him a yes, like I always do in public, when none has to witness our exchange. Jasper and I crouched down slightly at the same time, soon followed by the members of our family as they noticed our change in parlanguage. I hope Emily will forgive me if I don't return. No, I can't think like this. They have to see reason. This was frustrating. They just weren't thinking about the actual reason why they were here, but about everything around it. All I knew was that it had something to do with my mate. One of the mutts didn't want to have anything to do with it, and the other one wasn't entirely sure if what they're doing is right. Only Sam and Jared were of the opinion of doing the right thing. But what was that right thing? What about the Asian wolf? Carlyle asked, confused, as everyone else was in my family. When he was in the forest behind the drive-in on Sunday, something happened. Here it comes. Now or never. He's my brother. No, I roared in blinding fury, my entire body shaking with rage as I read his thoughts. She's my mate. I roared at him, the desire to snap his neck nearly not controllable. Edward, what is it? Carlyle asked, concerned as he watched me lose it. The mud imprinted on her. I spat the words like they were toxic. I heard gasps and growls from my side as the horrible information, the reason they were here, was flooding through the tainted air. My father was immediately at my side, placing his hands on my arm as my frame was shaking with blazing fury and disgust. I was too outraged to be able to speak. No, dirty mud is laying a hand on my little sis. Emmett growled at the wolves, ready for a fight. He imprinted. She is his. Sam stated firmly. How dare you sick fuck imply that she was some kind of possession? A thing. Anna is an individual with an own mind and an own voice, you stupid beast. Rose screeched, her eyes burning with anger. When it came to strong language, Emmett could still learn a few things from his wife. I had always wondered where she learned that vocabulary. And this was the one and only time, ever since I've known her, that Esme didn't chastise one of her children for using such words, but instead nodded in agreement. When a wolf imprints, oh, spare me this shit, mutt. My little sis made her choice, and if you as much as touch one hair on her head, you're going to end up as a bedside rug. Emmett roared. You can't change what happened. Dylan imprinted on her. She will love him and choose him in the end. The only reason we are here is to warn you and tell you that if you try to keep apart what belongs together, you will have to answer to us, Sam said in his alpha voice. If you think that my daughter will choose to be with a beast like yourself, you seriously lost it. Esme growled. Esme was protective of, and like a lioness of her cup. Anna was the baby of our family. Though strong-willed, she was still physically the weakest and needed protection. The everything she had entirely. Anna was part of our family, and if it came down to family, those mutts had no idea what we were capable of. You will see the bond goes in two directions. She won't be able to live without him. Dream on, mutt. I scoffed at him, finally finding my voice again. You are awfully full of yourself. Do you think only because you have money that she won't leave you? The mutt mocked me. Everyone in my family growled at him, crouching down further. Anna isn't with me because I'm rich, but because she loves me. And what can you offer her besides money and danger? Sam spat. She will never have a normal human life with you. Yeah, as if she could have one with a reeking mutt. And isn't your fiancé the living proof just how dangerous you are? I shot back. Sam growled and started shaking. His fiancé was a sensitive topic. You have been warned. Sam forced through his clenched teeth before giving the order to leave. I can't believe this. Rose was seething with anger, but I had no time to hear her rant. I took off like a bat out of hell towards Anna's current location. I had to have her in my arms right now to make sure she was all right. I could hear that Alice and Jasper were hot on my heels. If those mutts did anything to her, there would be no mercy. None in danger a vampire's mate and survives it. Especially not mine. Anna's POV. So on which base are you and your cute boyfriend currently on? You've asked me excited. You would like to know? Come on, you don't think I believe you can keep our hands of that piece of tasty meat. Eve raised an eyebrow at me. Edward doesn't want to have sex before marriage. Now she looked at me like I have gone mental. Her jaw was slack and speech currently lost on her. You meaning to tell me that walking sex on legs doesn't do sex? She asked, disbelief thick in her voice. Yup. I popped the P. Unbelievable. She was shaking her head. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes at me and made a thinking sound while I was setting the table. The dinner was ready, and Kevin would be back any minute. So you're doing nothing at all? She asked, suspicious. Haven't said that. I knew it. She squealed and sat down at the table. Details now. She ordered, her eyes excited at the prospect of getting something dirty. I was just about to say something when we heard the back door being kicked in. Eve jumped up, and before I was even able to grab the phone to call the police, a bear of man who had a big gray sweatshirt on with a hood pulled deep into his face, covering his face nearly completely from sight, stormed into the dining room from the kitchen. Who are you? What the hell are you doing here? Eve yelled before the man stretched his hand out and slapped her across her face. The monster used an enormous amount of force because his blows sent her flying across the room, crashing into the opposite wall. As she hit the wall, a disgusting cracking sound filled the air, and Eve's now slack body slid down the wall. She instantly wasn't conscious anymore. My eye darted back to the attacker, who brought the hand with which he just hit Eve with to his mouth and licked Eve's blood off before he was coming at me next. My body was on its survival instincts. My legs set in motion before I was able to think, and I was quickly looking around for a weapon. I cursed the fact that my stun gun was up in my room. I was looking for the next best thing as the chair beside me caught my eye. I grabbed the massive chair and pushed it to the ground as I did with all the chairs on the table as I tried to escape him, hoping to win a few moments to get something useful into my hands. The sinister guy was fast, and I was throwing everything at him I could get my hands on. I ran into the living room, waiting to get to the front door, but he was already there. He was fast. Anna, why don't you be a good girl? He taunted me with a deep and dark voice. Who the hell are you? I screeched, desperately looking around for something I could use as a weapon. This was not good. Without any weapon, I had no change to fight that brick wall in front of me. You will know pretty soon, he answered as he began to walk towards me. My heart was trying to jump out of my chest as fear was nearly paralyzing me, but I fought it. Stepping away from him, I bumped into a small table, suddenly having the remote control in my hands, throwing it at him. You have fight in you. I like that. It will be so much more fun to break you. He laughed darkly. I walked further away from him, my back hitting the wall near the fireplace. The silver candlestands were standing at the chimneypiece. I grabbed on and threw it with all my might at him, but with a quick movement of his hands, he blocked it, and I heard a disapproving sigh freed from his mouth. That is enough, Anna. You should stop this nonsense and be a good little girl. His voice commanding now. By the sound of his voice, I knew he meant business. I had no idea who he was or why he had picked me, nor did I have an idea why he knew so much about me. But I knew whatever reason he had to come after me was not a good one. And I couldn't do anything to help Eve, who was lying on the floor in the dining room. Worst off, all I had the feeling there was no way out of this one. Without my stun gun, my chances of defeating him were somewhere near zero. Despite knowing that I grabbed Kevin's guitar that was to my right and hit it over the head of the intruder, but he wasn't frenzied by it in the least. As I hit the guitar on his head, he looked me directly into my eyes. His eyes were black as the night, seeing the twisted expression in it. It was scaring me beyond reason. This person was sick. I just knew it. I saw his pitch black eyes and the monster behind them, but I couldn't see his face clearly. The hood was casting shadows on his face, and it was not recognizable. I turned around trying to run, even though I knew it would be in vain, but hoping nonetheless. He soon caught up with me, chuckling in amusement at my attempts to escape him, and grabbed me with one hand around my throat from behind. He pulled me into his body, my back against his massive chest. My hands flew behind me trying to scratch him, but my right hand got caught in something. You could have had it the easy way if you just would have given in, but now. His voice trailed off as I desperately trashed against his hold on me while he was choking me. My right hand ripped the thing that caught itself in my hand, and I tore it off his neck. Then I rammed my elbow into his torso. What hurt? MW, but obviously not him. In another attempt to get free from his grip, I stomped my foot onto his toes, but no reaction from his aside, a dark chuckle. SHHHH, my little wild kitten. It'll be over soon, he whispered into my ear, making me shiver in disgust before I suddenly felt a sharp pain in the right side of my neck. An injection. I could feel something entering my body. It was a slight burning as the drug, I assumed, spread in my veins while he was holding me pressed against the front of his body. Whatever that monster gave me, it was working fast. I almost immediately lost my consciousness. The last thing I thought about was Eve lying on the ground and her blood pouring out of her head wound at rapid speed, hoping that someone would find her in time. Edward's POV. My body was cutting through the air as I was flying through the familiar green of the Olympic forest. I was attempting to break the sound barrier to be able to get to my Anna faster, to be able to make sure my mate was safe. I didn't register my feet touching the ground as my frame was pressing forward, loosing Alice and Jasper somewhere behind me. The pull I always felt that was drawing me to her with a force I didn't know could exist was telling me what I dreaded to accept. I was going out of my mind with worry. And I had to be fine. Yes, she would be with Kevin and Eve eating dinner and smiling and laughing and talking with them. Denial kept my sanity at bay. She would be fine. I would have her in my arms in a little while. I repeated the sentences like a mantra over and over in my head. Something else was just unthinkable. The fear that gripped every fiber of my being was more powerful than when James had kidnapped her. Why must this happen to her? Didn't she have to go through enough? First losing her world and her family. Then James and the whole treaty thing, and now. I shook my head in an attempt to shake those thoughts out of my mind. Succeeding in doing so, the other fear that ruled me in this moment resurfaced in its place. She loved me. She loves me. That was the other fear that boiled inside of me. It was selfish to think about it while I didn't know if she was safe yet, but my mind couldn't stop worrying. I feared for her life. I couldn't lose her. The very thought alone was burning me to ashes. But a part of my mind couldn't stop worrying for her love for me. What if she chose him over me? I couldn't lose her. My mind was a mess. I had to get to her and make sure she would be safe first, and then worry about our relationship. I laughed bitterly at that thought, because probably if Anna would have heard my thoughts right now, me doubting her love for me, I would have held to pay for that. Empathy stuck me. Yes, I would. She would be so angry, but it would be a relief because it would mean that she really would stay. Yes, she loves me, and I would be a complete fool for doubting her. Whatever this mutt did, or whatever happened that day, doesn't matter. We will get through it. I know better than to doubt what we have. Our connection can't be broken by something as simple as an imprint. Our bond is non-breakable. This mutt will experience an unpleasant surprise. Though Carlisle won't be happy about the wasted lives, but if the mutts are going to get in our way, La Push is going to lose some inhabitants. I was nearing my destination, and I could already see the lights of the street in which Kevin's house was located. I ran in the protection of the trees up to Kevin's house, and already I knew something was wrong. It wasn't only my feeling anymore, but I couldn't hear Eve's thoughts. She was a rather loud person in her mind, and I should have heard her by now, seen Anna in her thoughts, but nothing. This wasn't good. A thick lump began to build in my throat as my silenced heart was being caged in a prison of ice. Denial falling to my feet, shattering in front of my eyes. My Anna wasn't safe. Storming into the house, I was assaulted with the strong scent of fresh spilled blood and the stench of a wolf. My first reaction was relief. It wasn't my love's blood, but it almost instantly vanished. I stopped breathing before moving to inspect the area quickly. Entering the dining room, I discovered Eve lying on the ground, her heartbeat losing its strength at a rapid speed. Not trusting my sense of hearing enough, I swept through every room in the house in the desperate search for my Anna. Broken, having to admit to myself that she was nowhere in sight. I wanted to leap over the damned treaty line and seek out my beloved, but I couldn't leave Eve here. Anna liked her, and she would be saddened if Kevin's girlfriend were to die. While finding myself in this predicament, my mobile buzzed in my pocket. Getting out of my backside pant pocket, I took a look at the ID. Alice. She isn't here. I cried, panicked. I know. Her future disappeared. The wolves in front of our house that had been a trap. I can't see anything with them around, damn it. She growled, frustrated. Listen, you have to get out of there. Jasper is arranging help for Eve. They will arrive soon. My mind was made up. Edward and O. She barked in the speaker. It won't help anyone if you just go in there blind. Anna would kick your ass if you did. Alice, I can't lose her. I moaned, fear thick and raw in my voice. You won't. We won't. Her voice fierce and determinate. Those stupid mutts have no idea what's coming at them. Come home, we need a plan. Charlie's POV. Do we still have some cake left? I asked in an attempt to find something to eat at the police station. Why? I thought Bella was such a great cook. Steve asked, curious, as he looked up for his paperwork. Yeah, she is, but today is rabbit food day. I grumbled. Rabbit food day? He asked, confused. She thinks I need healthy food. I shook my head. Some green stuff isn't a complete meal, but try to explain that to her. Well, a man around your age. Steve, if you value your life, shut up. Oh, come on, Charlie, Dirk threw in. I already knew by the tint in his voice that whatever came next, I would like to murder him for. I mean, let's be honest, you could lose some. He laughed, the others snickered. Yeah, but I'm not taking any advice in that department from someone who looks like he's pregnant with twins. The entire station roared with laughter. I'm stocking for bad times. He patted his big stomach proudly, being one of the loudest to laugh. I rolled my eyes, and finally my eyes fell on a pack of cookies on Dan's desk. Dan, I'm afraid this has to be confiscated. I told him, seriousness lacing my voice. Sure, Charlie, but don't sell me out to your daughter. We don't want the rabbit food inventor to storm the station. He chuckled. Sure. I waved him off as I was opening the wrapping. The sweet smell of chocolate entered my nose as I sat down in front of my desk. I took one cookie out and was about to take a bite of the delicious sin as the phone on my desk rang. I groaned, annoyed. Someone better be dying. I grumped under my breath as I picked phone up. Hello, this is Chief Swan. How may? Charlie? Thank good. Charlie, you have to come here. It's awful. I knew this voice. Mrs. Stone, the nosy neighbor of Kevin's. Selma, what is it? Did Chester run away again? This cat was a pain in. No, she shouted into the phone. Her tone. Something about it ticked me off. Selma, what is it? What happened? I had the feeling that something serious happened. I had never heard such a panic and fright in her voice. I had such a bad feeling somehow. All of a sudden, I can't explain why. I went to Kevin's house to check. I don't really know why, but when I entered, oh, Charlie, here's so much blood. Someone broke in, and Eve. She was weeping. Her voice scared and hysterical. What happened? Is Eve all right? No, she's not. The blood. Hurry, she needs a doctor. I'm on my way. I hung up the phone, quickly gathering my things. Charlie, everything all right? Tom asked, looking concerned. No, someone broke into Kevin's house. Eve is injured. Call an ambulance. We have to hurry. I growled and flew out of the station into my car. I shot out of the lot, with sound and lights on, and drove at top speed to the scene of crime. I could only hope Eve would be all right. And what about Anna and Kevin? Arriving, the ambulance had also just parked in front of the house. I jumped out of my car and rushed into the house. The living room was a mess. Things were lying all over the place, indications of a fight that must have taken place here. The EMTs rushed past me as I inspected the crime scene. She is here. Hurry. I heard one of them yell. This was the hardest part of my job. Not that I didn't know crime scenes. I saw many of them more than I ever care to remember, but a situation like this is different. Here the victim is not a stranger. The next of kin was not someone I would never see again when the case was over. This wasn't just professional. It was personal. Friends of mine, people I genuinely liked, suffered brutality and injustice. Entering the dining room, I saw Eve. It was worse than I thought. She was lying on the ground, looked nearly dead, and was surrounded by her own blood. My blood froze in my veins. The dining room was partly demolished. A chair seemed to have been kicked into the wall and stuck half in it, and others were lying around the room. The tablecloth was thrown to the table, taking all the dishes laid out for dinner down on the floor to shatter on the ground. The back door. Dur called from inside the kitchen. My legs moved me into the kitchen, my eyes taking in the back door that was obviously being kicked open. Apparently with such force, it even splintered. Who can splinter a door like that? What force that monster must have had. After doing what they could hear, the EMTs had taken Eve into the ambulance, and it didn't look good at all. She lost a lot of blood. We have to get this monster, Steve said in a stern voice. We will, I confirmed. Just then I heard Kevin's panicked voice outside. Sometimes I really hated my job. Kevin's POV. Just a few more minutes, and I would be home. I hope my girls like the gifts I got for them. I was incredibly glad that Anna and Eve got along just fine. I wonder when Eve would like to have children. This is the only topic we haven't discussed yet. I'm not getting any younger, it's about time. And besides, Anna would graduate in about a year. I think it would be nice when she could be still here when the little one is born. That meant if Eve and I got married till then. I was getting ahead of myself. I should really hurry up and pop the question. Maybe I should accept Alice's help on that matter. She seemed to be quite determinate about the proposal. She is so little and petite, but a lethal hurricane once on the roll. I could already see my personal nightmare happening, Eve and Alice organizing big wedding. I shuddered at that thought. I liked it more small and simple, but no way Eve would go through with it. She always had wanted a big, white wedding. And then something even more horrible struck me. I would have to go through the white hell all over again once Anna was to marry Edward. The way he looked at her, I had no doubt he would marry her off the spot if allowed. Oh well, I sighed defeated, what I wouldn't endure for the two most important women in my life. Rounding the corner to my street, I could see the blue lights blinking and the police cars parked in front of my house. My house. I felt like throwing up on the spot. In my stomach, a huge knot built all of a sudden. Panic and fear washed over me. I stepped onto the gas out of reflex, and then quickly the brakes as I reached my house. What the hell is going on here? I hollered as I jumped out of the car. Charlie was stepping out of my front door only seconds after my shouted question. His was expression grim and sympathetic. My body went cold at the sight of him. What the hell is going on? I yelled, through with my nerves. He looked like he wanted to smoothen me with some nonsense, but one hard glare of mine, and he sighed, giving up on that plan. Someone broke in. They are transporting Eve into the hospital. I didn't listen any longer. I couldn't. I turned around, threw myself back into my car, and shot like a bat out of hell in the direction of the hospital. I think I broke all traffic laws known to mankind, but I couldn't care less in that moment. My mind was a mess. I have no idea how I got into the lot of the hospital, or how I managed to get here without an accident, but I didn't busy myself with such nullities. I was there running into the building. Passing the front door, I nearly crashed into the desk of the information. Kevin, I'm so sorry. Nancy, one of the nurses who stood next to the desk, began as she saw me. I knew Nancy very well. She was married to Stan, one of the first people to welcome me in Forks as I moved here. She had her mouth running free most of the time, and the sorrowful look on her face and pitiful glances she was giving me didn't fit her personality at all. Ow, what? I couldn't even talk in this moment. Kevin, I have some forms you need to fill out. Why don't we sit down? Spare me this shit, Nancy. I hissed at her, not having the nerves for this. She sighed heavily again, a look of pity and sympathy directed at me. We have to operate, Eve. It doesn't look good, but the doctors will do everything they can. She explained, looking at me worryingly, afraid of how I would react. My frame was shaking. I was shaking like a leaf in the wind. I felt sick with helplessness. Eve was being operated, and Anna Why didn't she tell me anything about my niece? And Anna. I breathe out. My voice was powerless while my thoughts were screaming at the top of their mental lungs. How is my niece doing? The poor girl had to go through so much in the past month and finally found stability again, and now a monstrosity broke into our home and Nancy stopped breathing and a look of helplessness, confusion, and then realization washed over her face. Oh God, no, no, this couldn't be happening. She couldn't be dead. What about my niece? I roared. As she isn't here. Only Eve got. Anna was also. A look of shock masked her expression. Where is Anna? Where is my niece? I roared as cold. Icy fear was running through my veins. Where was my niece? What happened to the poor child? What do you mean, where is Anna? Charlie asked as he entered the hospital. She and Eve have been together. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Didn't they understand what I was telling them, or didn't they want to? Oh God. Charlie blanched after a moment. Anna's POV. The first thing I noticed when I started to regain my conscience was that my head hurt. It was a piercing pain in one of my temples, and my neck was killing me. The right side of my neck was lightly burning. I groaned as I was slowly waking up more. My throat was dry and I felt a dull ache. I tried to reach for a bottle of water on my nightstand, but instead something hot and soft/hard gripped my hand. Shock of the bad kind shot through my system. My eyes opened immediately, and my head shot up, too quickly as my head throbbed now with fresh pain. I hissed at the torture, taking deep breaths to breath the pain away before my vision sharpened, and I looked up in the face of the monster responsible for all of it. There right in front of me was the predator that broke into my house, hurt Eve, had drugged, and as it looked like kidnapped me. It all came back to me. My eyes frantically roamed over the room I was captured in with him. It was just one single big room equipped with some old, wasted furniture. It looked like a hut or something like it. A clubhouse for some teenager, judging by the empty beer and Coke cans and bottles lying all over the floor and the empty chips and snacks packs right next to them. I knew you would quickly see reason, he said as he squeezed my hand. You look like the boys here in La Push, tan, bronze skin, pitch black hair, and build like a bear. He was a wolf, one I had never seen before. So he could only be the Asian wolf. Who the hell are you? I'm Dylan Yulee. I saved you. He smiled broadly. Okay, the psycho lost his mind. Wasn't that the reason he was a psycho? He thought he saved? He was clearly out of his mind. What? You are mine now. He growled now, his expression changing. His eyes were becoming darker, and his expression was turning sinister. There was something about him that screamed, crazy and dangerous murderer. I somehow had this really, really bad feeling about him. I already had my share of run-ins with monsters, namely James and Victoria, but this one was a complete different dimension of creepy, dangerous monster. Despite that feeling in the pit of my stomach, I couldn't keep the sudden anger that rushed through my veins at bay. You are crazy. I spat into his face. Not a smart move on my side, but I was pissed. As soon as the words left my mouth, I chastised myself. I had to keep my temper under control. This was not the moment to tell this sick jerk what I was thinking of him and his idea of saving me. Not if I wanted to see my Edward again. You know, I'm really dissatisfied with you. He used his other hand to stroke my cheek. I haven't thought it was possible, so God help me, but his touch disgusted me even more than the one from James had. I had to suppress the gagging that was threatening to make itself known, but I couldn't stop my stomach from turning. If he kept that up, I would throw up. A leech lover, that's disgusting. He growled into my face as if wanting to hammer his beliefs into my mind. You were born to destroy them, not to fuck one of them, he shouted now. What was his problem? Why did he care what I did with whom? I honestly rather would have had James back. Being in his clutch wasn't that bad compared to this. Maybe it was because I did like vampires better, and I would rather be in the hands of a crazy vampire than in the hands of a crazy werewolf. Alone, the thought that that blood-sucking monster touched you is disgusting. He gripped my throat and was squeezing tight. His eyes were blazing with anger and betrayal. As if, was he some kind of stalker? I had the feeling it wasn't just me thinking he was crazy, he really was crazy. Now I was afraid. Crazy persons are unpredictable. I couldn't argue my way out of this one. Maybe that's why I'm wishing James back. He was a sadistic monster, but one with all of his marbles present. This one on the other side lost all of them. He would be only acting on impulse, and his mood was changing faster than one of a pregnant woman. And on the top of it, I wasn't getting enough air. I was choking. He was choking me. His black eyes twisted and crazy burning into mine as I started coughing. He brought his mouth to my ear. "I think before I kill you, we'll have some fun with you," he murmured as his grip on my throat loosened. I coughed and was desperately gasping for air as he grabbed my chin roughly and forced me to look at him again. "You have been such a good pawn." He stroked my cheek. Disgust doesn't even begin to describe how repulsed I was in that moment. "You deserve your reward." His chuckled darkly. That repulsive monster could take his damn reward and shove it up his. "Just you wait the second I recover from those drug, your balls will get to know my Keen very well." My mind screamed at the top of my mental lungs. I had to bite the inside of my cheek to avoid screaming it out loud. If he thought that I would just surrender to him because of fear, then he was sadly mistaken. Was I scared? Hell yes. I was scared witless, and the fear that was running through my body laid itself upon my frame like a thick blanket, nearly paralyzing me under its weight. But simply giving in because I didn't see a way out. Never. I let my anger rule out the fear. I used the passionate temper that I inherit from my mom to my advantage. Luckily, I was able to control it better than my mom. I tried to look scared to lull him into thinking that I was a scared and a helpless victim that was completely at his mercy. I only hoped that I would have enough time to recover. Pawn? The word suddenly popped out in my mind. He called me a pawn. But for what was I a pawn? What was his plan? Did he want to kill my family? But then why all of those troubles? I had the feeling that there was a lot that I was missing here. Just as I was mulling this over, he started to move his hand from the base of my throat, where it was lying after he drooped it off my cheek, down my body, but suddenly stopped with a sigh and an annoyed expression on his face. "Time to sleep again. You'll have to wait a little while longer. But don't worry, I'm going to make it worthwhile." I left sick to my core. The very thought of him touching me. I wanted to die. No, I wanted to rip him to pieces. He let go of me and reached for something. It was another injection. I wanted to run away to move, but the drugs in my body wouldn't allow me to move too much. The injection pierced my skin, and the drug entered my body with the same, slightly burning feeling like before. I hated feeling so helpless and to be the useless victim. Time to get to the next phase of my plan. I heard him say as I was beginning to drift into darkness again, but I thought against it. Did he really think this was so easy? That I wouldn't murder him the first chance I got after the effects of the drugs faded? If he dared to as much as touch my Edward or any other member of my family, he was dead meat. He was anyway. Dylan's POV. This was actually working out better than I thought. The leeches were back in forks, and they even had the perfect pawn for my use. I was actually planning on this to a later date, thinking I could make it worthwhile more if I wait for him to have something I could destroy that would break him if I did before I eliminated him. Who would have guessed he was a werewolf, just like myself, and had him printed? I've seen what it did to a wolf if something happens to his imprint. After I saw her and that leech with the black kid in the lot, I had to get away. I nearly attacked them. It was too much fun to destroy his kind, and by accident, I could have gotten rid of my other problem. But in doing so, I would have ruined the best chance for my revenge. Luckily, I did get a grip on myself. I had enough time to work out a good plan how to set everything in motion and avenge the injustice that had been done to me. They shouldn't have betrayed me back then. We were pack brothers, and we should have had our backs no matter what. Now the sons had to pay for the sins of their fathers. This time they would really pay. I won't do it as quickly as I did the last time. I thought killing the old trash would be satisfying, but it was too quick. I should have made him surfer more. My luck, there is one left over, and this time I'll draw this out and enjoy it. The drug was taking a toll on my pawn, and she sank motionless to the ground just in time. "Dylan, what did you do?" Sam asked, horrified, as he entered the small hut that was hidden between the rocks above First Beach. It was time to play my part. He wanted to kill her. I had no other choice but to save her. I explained in a broken voice. I was an experienced actor. None was able to see through my mask, and the fact that none of those fuckers spoke Mandarin made it even easier to hide my thoughts. Who wanted to kill her? He asked stupidly. So easy. He's just too stupid. The leech of cause. Who else? I growled. She told him that she wanted to be with me, and the monster lost it. I knew he told me not to go to her place, but I couldn't stay away from her and it was good that I did go, or else. I was getting into it. You should have seen what he did to the other woman who was there as well. Sam growled, angered by my lies he so easily believed to be the truth. He was just too easy to play. I knew it. They can't be trusted. He spat. I had to suppress the smile that threatened to show. Intelligence had never been a strong trace in his bloodline. We have to kill them. They won't let go of my imprint. What happened to her anyway? Sam asked as he saw her lying on the old couch, stirring. Interesting, even though I gave her enough of the tranquilizer for her to be out a few days, she was still conscious. Conscious halfway, but not able to move or to speak. Works for me. He pushed her, and she hit her head against a wall, and then she fainted, but I can't bring her into the hospital. The other leech is working there. The police would never believe us that they are dangerous. You are right, their reputation in Forks is flawless. Sam, stay here with her and watch my imprint make sure she will be safe. I know only you can. I told him, looking pleadingly at him. Damn, was I good. No, Dylan. I'm the alpha. I will fight with you, and more important, I'm your brother. The stupid fuck tried to argue. Sam, no. I shook my head. I can't trust anyone else with her but you. Please. But if they find her here, I swallowed hard for effect. I need to know that someone is with her who is able to take care of them. And that is only you. The stupid fuck was clenching his jaw. I wanted to smack him, but I suppressed that need. It wouldn't do me any good to do that now. Of cause, brother, you can count on me. His voice shaking with emotions and honesty. He was touched by my faith in him. Isn't that just adorable? And unbelievably stupid. I can't say that often enough. Sam placed his hand on my shoulder in a brotherly gesture to convey his feelings. Idiot. Thank you, I breathed. I should really get an Oscar for this shit. What is your plan, Dylan? I will go to find the others, and we will have to take them down. Wouldn't it be better if we moved her into the center of our town? It would be harder for them to get to her there than it is here. I shook my head. Of course, it would be harder for them to get to her if she was hidden somewhere in the middle of La Push, but also harder for me to kill you, asshole. It would be too hard to pull that off. I didn't have enough time to form a plan to push the blame on the leeches in that setting, and besides, he of all people couldn't come. He was the alpha. The fucker could be able to see my real intentions if I let myself have too much fun killing the blood-sucking monsters. I grabbed his arms and squeezed them, looking directly into his eyes. No, Sam. It would endanger the people in town too much. You have to stay here. Please, brother, protect my soulmate. He crumbled to my will like I knew he would. That fucker was such a pansy. He was so desperate for a family that he didn't even question my story that I told him of me being his half-brother for a second. Like I said before, stupid fuck and the others aren't any better. Not wanting to destroy his happiness, they just let me in. Those people here always have been hopeless. Good for me. I will, brother. His eyes shining with determination. One more thing. There is something you should know. That leech threatened her. What? With what? He told her that if she left him, he would kill her uncle and everyone else in Forks and La Push she cared about. Sam growled again and started shaking. She might want to run to him to protect everyone. She is scared for the lives of the others. She might lie to get away. Don't believe her. Poor girl. Sam looked at her with pity and sympathy. She won't need pity or sympathy once this is over. In fact, she won't be off need at all anymore, neither will he be, but only after he's suffered enough to my liking. I'm going now. I have to inform the others of what happened. Dylan, wait. I was at the door turning around, pissed, wondering what he wanted. Since I won't be there, you need to be the alpha and lead the others. I smirked on the inside. This was going better than I planned. Carlisle's POV. This whole situation was a nightmare. My youngest daughter was kidnapped by a werewolf, and my oldest son was a mess. Hurt, pain, and misery were mixed with a raw and primeval need to kill whoever did this to her, whoever took away his reason for existence. I am not one for violence, but none attacks my family. Who kidnapped her? Which one of the mutts was it? Emmett growled as we all gathered in the living room. Emmett was very protective of our family. He was always the first ready for a fight, and this time there might just be no other choice. The Asian wolf. Edward growled as he clenched and unclenched his fists in an attempt not to lose it. This isn't like them to do anything like that. Jasper stated what set Edward off. What? Are you defending them? Of course not, Edward. Jasper quickly threw in. A wave of calm washed over the room. Jasper was working overtime to keep us all calm, especially Edward. I know you are about to lose it. I feel it, but we need to stay rational to get Anna back. Acting harshly might put her into more danger. I'm sorry, Jasper. I'm just... Edward moaned painfully as he let himself fall into the couch behind him, his face in his hands. Esme was at his side in an instant, wrapping her arms around him, trying to give him what comfort she could. It was in vain. Don't mention it, Edward. But it is weird the wolves regard themselves as protectors. They wouldn't kidnap anyone or hurt them like he did. Jasper explained his suspicion. The tragic news about Eve left us rather puzzled. So what now? Rose asked. It might be only the Asian wolf who is different. Unfortunately, it's not like they will believe us. Jasper sighed, frustrated. So your discovery, who is behind it, doesn't help at all. It's useless. Emmett voiced impatient. Not really, but it's only useful in the sense that we know who exactly we have to pay attention to, but it doesn't help us with the wolves. The others are with him. Like they told us, he imprinted on her. From all Anna told us, I can tell that they think she is their property. They won't let her go. He looked at me now. I'm sorry to say this, Carlyle, but it seems like we won't have much of a choice here. I nodded in understanding. I didn't like to kill, but they wouldn't release Anna, and I had the feeling that they would go over her safety, just as we. Is the threat to serve it has to be eliminated. I care about every life, but the ones of my family are the most valuable. I will call Tanya and ask them to come down here, just as a backup. You think we aren't enough to deal with those pups? Emmett questioned, flexing his muscles. Emmett, it's better to be safe than sorry. Alice went rigid and Edward cursed. It was the first time I had ever heard a strong word leaving his mouth. Carlyle, you have to call Tanya quickly. They're coming for us. Edward growled. We all sprang into action. Charlie's POV. I will find her. I promise you. I will find Anna. I assured Kevin, who was breaking down right in front of my eyes. This can't be true. This isn't happening. God, please no, please no. Kevin was shaking. He was white as a sheet. This was taking quite a toll on him. The woman he loved was being cut open, and the girl he came to love like a daughter. There were no trace of Anna in the house. I didn't even think of her anymore after I saw Eve. Kevin bent suddenly and started throwing up. The nurses rushed to his side to help him. I ran my hand through my hair in desperation. I leaned against the counter of the information for support as I took a deep breath. Seeing a friend of mine in such a condition wasn't easy for me. How long did it take the nurses to get me Eve's clothes? I needed to send them to the crime scene investigation lab in Port Angeles. There had to be some traces of that monster on her clothes. I prayed they would lead us to him. Could you finally reach Dr. Cullen? I heard one of the nurses ask. No, I left him at least 9 messages, but he still hasn't called back. Another one answered. Dr. Cullen isn't here? I asked, chiming into the conversation. No, the both of them answered. Of course not, you know that none can reach him on his free days. The chief nurse who just arrived at the information said, Do you know where he is? If he is at home, I can get him if he is needed here. I offer, hoping to be of real help for once since this nightmare started. Sorry, but I heard him say something about a trip to Seattle with the whole family. I think, but I'm not sure. They often go camping or do trips together, but the other physicians here got it covered. She murmured. I sighed, frustrated and dejected. Chiefs on here are the clothes you asked for, Nancy said with a worried tint in her voice as she was holding the bag out to me. I didn't even notice her arriving. I nodded shortly and grabbed the bag. Leaving the hospital, I handed the bag to Dan, who was already waiting to drive it up to Port Angeles. I couldn't do anything for Kevin in there, but I could do something. I would do anything in my power to find Anna. Arriving back at Kevin's house, I needed to trace anything at all. Anything that would lead us to the monster who did this. Any traces? I asked. None in particular. I think I have something here, said Steve. What is it? I rushed to his side. Look, this necklace. He showed me the piece packed in a plastic bag. Where did you find this? It was lying on the ground near the table. It has some blood on it. He answered before handing me the plastic bag. I looked at the necklace in my hands. On the chain was a little blood. Anna must have ripped it off her attacker's neck and cut herself in the process. I looked at the necklace more closely and immediately I knew where we had to search. It was only a small clue, but I placed all my hope on it. The necklace. I had seen so many like them. This necklace belonged to someone from La Push. It wasn't long after the incidents happened that meant the chances that Anna might be still alive were pretty good. We had to hurry now. Dirk put a searching party together. Whoever did this is coming most likely from La Push. I shouted for everyone to hear. All right, Chief, I'm on my way. I squeezed the little plastic bag in my hand, my mind set and my will burning with determination. I would get him. Anna's POV. That jerk was so going to die. Was the only thought that was running through my mind as I was resurfacing from my drug haze. My head was exploding and my throat felt like a desert moved in there while I was out. Yep, defiantly he was going to die. I dragged my eyes open and saw a big shape in front of me. I could hear some sounds, but I couldn't make out the words. It was all muffed. The world around me felt fuzzy. I groaned. My eyes had a hard time to adjust to the things around me, and I was barely able to sense anything. What did he drug me with anyway? I could only pray that the syringe was new and not used. I didn't want to get infected with some kind of disease. I was worrying about disease until his last words came back to me. He was hunting my family. He wanted to kill them. Panic and fear bubbled inside me. I had to pull myself together and get the heck out of here. I needed to warn them. Not that they couldn't take care of themselves, but still, I had to get the heck out of here. I closed my eyes shut and breathed in and out evenly. The spinning in my head slowed down and the pain got a little bit bearable. Opening my eyes again, I saw Sam in front of me with a bottle of Coke. He was trying to make me drink it, but I wasn't this stupid. That psycho could have put drugs into the bottle just in case. No, a moan nearly not audible, my throat protesting at its use. Suddenly, a strange, cold, burning wave washed over me, entering every cell of my body, tickling me with an unknown sensation, erasing the dizzy feeling of the drugs that were immobilizing me. I sat up with a start and yanked the bottle out of Sam's hand, draining it completely in one gulp to quench the Sahara in my throat. In this moment, I wasn't even concerned if there could be any drugs in the bottle anymore. It was like my life depended on getting some liquid to pass my throat. A raging fire that needed to be put out. I was breathing heavily. I would really love to know what he forced in my body. I hope Carlisle is going to get it out later on. I had to get out of that hut. I stood up, searching for the door. No, you won't, Sam declared, placing himself in front of the only door as he followed my line of sight. Get out of my way, Sam. I growled at him. My patient was really strained at this point. No, we will protect you. You don't need to be afraid. He was holding his hands up, trying to make me feel safe. I sighed annoyed. I'm going to explain it to you as slow and as simple as I can. All right, he gave me a strange look. That Dylan guy just now broke into my house, threw Eve across the room, drugged me, kidnapped me. He is using me as some kind of pawn, and now you are holding me hostage. And, no. I know what he told you, but he is lying, Sam. I know that you are scared. Sam, yes, I am scared that that monster you call your brother is going to rape me and then kill me. Yes, I'm very scared. That's why I have to get out of here. I didn't think that saying that I needed to get out of here to save my family would earn me anything with him. Sam, there is something seriously wrong with that guy. Sam sighed and looked at me like he was about to speak to a small child. Anna, I know that Sam, I've been kidnapped by a sadistic vampire before who loved to torture his victims for his personal fun. He didn't manage to make the hair on the back of my neck stand to no end, but this Dylan guy does. He has something dark and dangerous inside of him. He loves you. You are his imprint. Sam was trying to explain. Lord, was this guy thick. I don't care about any imprinting business, but since we are at the topic, shouldn't the wolf who imprinted do anything to make his imprint happy? Yes, he answered wary. Kidnapping me and threatening to rape and kill me doesn't make me happy. I forced out through my grit teeth. And I know what this leech, he growled the last word. Don't you dare to call him like that. I yelled and jumped in his face. When it came to my Edward I was rather protective, and I tended to lose my temper rather quickly. I clenched my jaw together and took deep breaths again. I needed to keep it together. How can you stand up for him after he threatened you? And what he had done to you and Eve? Sam shook his head, not understanding. The only one who ever threatened me and hurt Eve is this Dylan psychopath. I didn't have time for this. Anna, why are you doing this? We will be able to deal with the leeches. You are perfectly safe here, and so is Kevin. Sam stated. I exhaled loudly, annoyed with him before putting my hand on my hips and glaring at him murderously. You are so stupid it hurts, Sam. I spat at him. That leech pushed you against a wall with enough force to make you faint. What is wrong with you? Sam was beginning to get frustrated with me. This was taking us nowhere. I had to think. If he at least was a normal human boy, then maybe I had a chance. As Bella slapped Jake in his face as he kissed her, she nearly broke her hand. They are built strong, but all parts of them. If my knee would hit his soft parts, it would shatter my knee or his balls. While weighing this option, I rubbed my neck with my hand. It was stiff where that psycho had placed the injections. That led me to an idea. Feel the back of my skull. I ordered Sam. What? He asked, confused. You said that Dylan told you that Edward pushed me against a wall. Yes. Then there should be a giant bump on the back of my head, right? Yes. He confirmed after think for a few moments. But there is none. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. I turned around to give him better access. This is ridiculous. He scoffed. Why? Afraid of the truth. I challenged. I heard him exhale loudly, and he put his hand in my hair. See, there is. But he cut himself of putting his other hand in my hair as well, searching my skull for an injury that wasn't there. So where's the bump? I narrowed my eyes at him after turning around to face him again. Well, he looked rather helpless now. Look at my neck. I showed him the place that Psycho placed the injections. I could still feel the 2 little bumps from the needle there. What? He drugged me. That fine brother of yours. I explained as calmly as I could. Don't you smell the drugs in my system? You were supposed to you were a werewolf, for God's sake. But no and no. Yes, Sam. That Psycho did it. The Psycho who just left to lead all of your pack brothers into death now that you temporarily transferred your leadership onto him. Why Sam did that was beyond me. It was just sad. I really thought he was smarter than that, but guess I was wrong. The leeches will die. He growled, his fist clenched. Yeah, dream on, Sam. I scoffed. We have trained. We are able to face 7 vampires. I raised an eyebrow at him while crossing my arms over my chest. Oh, really? Are you? Yes, we are. He answered, sure of himself. Maybe if I could plant a seed of doubt about the outcome of that fight, he was so blindly believing his pack could win. Maybe that was my way out. Actually, did you ever fight against a vampire before, Sam? He clenched his jaw and his eyes narrowed at me. Guess the answer was no. Did any of your pack brothers ever fight against a vampire? Again, he didn't say anything. So let me get this straight. I gave him a pointed look. He didn't look happy. Neither you or any of your pack brothers ever encountered a vampire in a fight before, and now you are taking on 7 vampires at once. I raised my eyebrows at him to drive the point home just how crazy and suicidal that was. Dylan killed many of them. He suddenly blurted out, and you think that is enough? We were born to do this. We know what we are doing. He stated firmly, his fist shaking at his side. That was my cue to back away from him as far as I could. I didn't want to end up like his imprint. I stood silent for a few moments with as much distance between us as this small hut would allow. He stopped shaking, and his eyes blazed at me with anger and fur he was trying to get under control. We will kill them. He growled. Sam, this is wrong, and you know it. I told him straight into his face. Why? Because we were risking our own lives to protect yours. He was yelling at me. I don't need you protection, and I don't want it. Sam only sighed loudly and shook his head. Sam, please, you have to let me go, or something terrible will happen. I told him calmly, now my voice barely above a whisper. You are lying. He insisted again, leaning against the only exit. I looked directly into his eyes as I spoke my next words. Sam, did I ever lie to you before? Not that he ever caught me telling him a lie or a half-truth before. Sam relaxed a little as he took in a deep breath, his face confused while a myriad of emotions was running through his eyes. Edward's POV. Carlisle had called the denials, and they were coming down, but it would take them a few hours to arrive here. I could only hope that by then we already had rescued my Anna. Dining room now, Rose ordered. We all flew into the dining room within a slit of a second. What is it, Rose? Esme asked, confused, noticing the 2 big silver boxes on the table. Ever since Anna's encounter with James, and especially after her performance in La Push, I've been rethinking our security. Jasper started. To make a long speech short, welcome to the 21st century, Rose announced, and she and Emmett opened the boxes. The two metal containers opened with a pop and revealed an arsenal of weapons. Jasper? Rose? Carlyle asked, confused. Time to go with the advancement. Jasper stated, why should we fight with those dirty, reeking with close-up when we can safely immobilize or kill them from afar? Rose added, there are two kinds of weapons. In the first box are the ones with lethal armor, and in this one are the ones with the tranquilizers and the stun guns. Emmett pointed out, and how long have you been working on that? I asked, curious and with more hope now that we could get her out of there unharmed. Like I said, ever since Anna had that incident in La Push where she needed to use her stun gun. Jasper began. I was actually planning to make a weapon for Anna. One with more power than the stun gun she already had, but then... Rose continued. Once Alice told me what Rose was working on, it inspired an idea. Jasper took over. That's how we ordered the weapons and reconstructed them for our needs. Emmett ended the explanation. And when were you about to tell the rest of us? Esme raised an eyebrow. When we had the arsenal complete. We were planning on doing a demonstration, but well, guess that has to be cut now. Emmett scratched the back of his head. You heard Anna and mine conversation where she was wondering why we were still fighting like we lived in the Middle Age, instead using human technology to defend ourselves? I asked, Jasper crossing my arms over my chest. Actually, I saw it, and she does have a point. Alice admitted. You two can have this talk later. Right now, read this. Rose handed us files with instructions how to use the weapons. We read them all under 2 seconds. Honestly, Emmett, I would have never thought you would choose a weapon over a man-to-man fight. Alice giggled. I love a good fight, but this is serious business. Emmett stated seriously. There was nothing scarier than a serious Emmett. He was intimidating as it was, but a serious expression on his face made him look like something out of your worst nightmare. We all took one of the lethal weapons and also one with the tranquilizers. Carlyle wasn't happy at all about this, but there was no helping it, and he knew it. Esme had less problems with the weapons. She was a lioness when it came to us, her children, and when someone dared to hurt her children. She became a furious mama bear protecting her cubs. I would propose that we capture the wolves that are going to come here. Jasper's military nature took over. The problem is that we have no idea where they are holding Anna hostage. I could already hear the thoughts of the werewolf that was running to our house. She could be still in La Push or somewhere else. We need something as a leverage. He ended his explanation. It's one wolf, and he's about 5 miles away right now. I informed them. If it's only one of them, I would propose that we shoot him with this gun. Jasper pulled a Smith & Wesson out of the box. The dose of the tranquilizers is only half as strong in the bullets of this one. This way Edward could still be able to read the mutt's mind to get some information. I nodded. This was the best we could do for now. Just running in a La Push without knowing where to search for her could cost my Anna her life. Everyone knows what he has to do. Emmett asked for the heck of it before we went into position. We were hiding in the tops of the trees around our house. It was too high for the wolf to be able to pick up our scents. The wolf neared our house cautious, but became bolder when he noticed that none was home. Wonder where the leeches are? Jasper was waiting for my sign. Here at the hospital is nothing as well. Where are they? This is weird, Jared. I have such a bad feeling about this. This is our duty, Embry. I know, but I somehow doubt that Edward really beat Anna unconscious. He thought that I what? For what Seth told me, that's not like him at all. He's still a leech, Embry. He is good at lying and manipulating. Come on, you also saw Jake's memories as he phased, yesterday for the first time, of Edward and Anna at the drive-in. The way he looks at her. I seriously doubt he would ever be able to hurt her. She's Dylan's imprint, damn it. Sorry, I didn't imprint, can't say anything about that, but as far as Dylan goes on with Jake and Seth, something is off about this guy. I don't know what, but he just gives me the creeps sometimes. It's our duty to kill them, stop this nonsense. Dylan is Sam's brother and our pack brother. Maybe yours I'm only in this mess because Sam ordered me to, and I have no choice. Are you trying to disobey the alpha? No, Jared. But my gut feeling tells me it's Dylan who can't be trusted. Where is Anna anyway? Why didn't he tell us? He keeps way too many secrets if you ask me. An imprint is an imprint. I nodded, and Jasper aimed and hit. The wolf let out a pitiful, soft howl before slowly sinking to the ground and turning back human. And it might just be right that Jasper could use his gift force the wolves to change back. Her theory is that if he pushes a powerful wave of calm on them, they wouldn't be able to maintain their wolf from. I think I know what you're thinking, Edward. If Anna is right, it could be rather useful. I glanced quickly at Jasper and nodded. He doesn't know where she is. The Asian wolf didn't tell them. I growled through my clenched teeth. This was frustrating beyond belief, but I couldn't lose it. I had to get a grip if I wanted to be of any help to my mate. Guess then it's time for Plan B. Jasper smirked darkly. I was ready. Anna's POV. Honestly, Sam, you are the most frustrating guy on the planet. I shrieked at him. God, what did I need to do to make this brain-dead simpleton in front of me see reason? You have never lied before, but you surely haven't told us everything either. Sam shot back. I told you everything that had to do with you. Well, you know everything about us. Life is not fair in case you managed to miss that memo, Sam. He scoffed at me. You know you were a criminal, right? I'm a protector. I'm protecting you. You're keeping me hostage. I hollered. It's for your own good, Sam said with a serious expression as if he stated a waterproofed fact. He did not just say that. For my own good. For my own good. What the fuck is wrong with you? You caveman. I picked up an empty can and threw it at him. He ducked. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? I threw another can after him. He blocked it with his hand. Don't you enemy here, you Neanderthal. Another thing flew at him. He ducked it. What do you think I am? Sam. I spat his name. He was looking at me as if I lost it. A property, another can. A possession, another bottle. A thing. I threw what I could get my hands on. The hut was a dumpster. Something that belongs to someone. I screeched. So what? Emily is only a thing, too. I questioned him. Don't you dare talk about her like that. Sam bawled, looking pissed. Did it for your own good. Doesn't it imply that you are taking away the person's right to decide and devaluate their existence? What? No, Sam looked like a lost puppy. What is this conversation too much for your one-cell brain? Why are you so difficult? I'm just trying to protect you. He was losing it with me. Because you are delivering me to a psychopathic rapist on a silver platter. Dylan is not a rapist. He hollered. Oh yeah, because you know him how long? A week. I shot back just as angry. He didn't know how to respond to this. Let me out of here, Sam. Dylan is going to rape me if you don't. Don't you get that? I was slowly becoming desperate. I was in the dark about Dylan's real motives. He told him that I was his imprint, which I clearly wasn't. He wasn't planning on staying after getting what he is after. That much was for sure. Thinking about it, I had the feeling that my family was also only another collateral damage to get what he wanted. But what exactly was this psycho up to? Jake's POV. Sorry, Bells, but I'm sick. What? Is it serious? No. Don't worry, just a fever. I think I will be all right in a few days, but Sue told me not to leave the house. I can come down a La Push and keep you company. She offered. Yeah, and get sick as well. Is Bella Swan trying to skip school? I teased. No, I'm not. She shrieked, offended. I'm not getting sick easily. I could hear the pout in her voice. Maybe, but you are a klutz, and with me handicapped, you might just break your neck here. I laughed. I could practically see the glare on her face. That's just mean. I challenged. All right, I'm a klutz, she sighed. Call me when you are healthy again. Sure thing, Bells. Bye, Jake. Bye, Bella. I hung up the phone and slumped down on the couch in the living room. The baseball game would start any minute. So, where were they all? We were supposed to meet up an hour ago. Honestly, this sucked. Yes, I phased yesterday for the first time, but I was able to phase back after a few minutes without problems. I had my temper under control, just as all of the cool abilities. Anna was right, the speed and the strength were awesome, and the best part being a werewolf. So why am I locked down in my house and not allowed to leave it? My control is superb. Where's Seth, Embry, and the others? Weren't we supposed to watch the game? Now that I think about it, Dad should have been home a while ago as well. What exactly is going on? I stood up from my place at the couch and made my way to the window, only to see 3 police cars driving by our house with lights on. What was going on? Did something happen? As the confusion and questions built in my mind, I could hear someone rushing to the house. The better senses were also not bad. Walking to the back door, the direction from where the person is approaching, I opened it and waited for whoever it was. Funny, ever since my change, my vocabulary seemed to have improved whenever I think about something wolf-related or just use my senses. After a few moments, I can identify Seth's shape charging at me as fast as he is capable of. Hey man, where's the fire? Jake, oh shit. He breathed heavily, his body bend supporting his weight with his hands on his knees. I was immediately alarmed. Something was going on here. Seth, what happened? He raised his head to look at me, and I could see the panic, fear, but first of all anger in his eyes. An unbelievable rage that was not normal for Seth. I was worried instantly. Damn it, Seth. Anna, what about her? He took one deep breath before straightening himself. His jaw clenched before he began talking. I was in my room doing homework as I heard them talking. Dylan came by my house and wanted to talk to my dad and yours. Oh, this can't be good. This guy was just fake. My gut feeling told me that something about him was off, but none listened to me as I tried to warn them about that guy. Seth nodded fiercely. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides. Seth was rather protective of Anna. She had become a sister to him. She and Leah, though they had completely different personalities, had something in common. They were both strong-willed and passionate about what they cared about. Well, at least that was Leah before this whole imprinting mess happened. She was never the same afterwards, and despite the fact that she loved Seth just the same, she shut a part of herself away, even from him. You had to watch your words when you were around her, or she snapped at one like a bloodthirsty Amazon or something, definitely not something one would survive. Anna filled the void that Leah's broken heart and her bitterness left behind in Seth's life. Her big sister qualities weren't that bad. She did give some pretty decent advices in general matters of life, and on how to woo your crush. I had to admit, I used some of the little tricks she told Seth in regards of Sarah to woo Bella. She was cool even though crazy seeing, as she was a leech lover, but this hunting vampire shit was cool nonetheless. It turned out that he claims that he imprinted on Anna. Duh. My eyes nearly popped out of my sockets. Why do I already smell the disaster? You have no idea, Jake. Seth is pissed. Anyway, he told our dads that he told Anna, and that she loves him back. Anna giving in that fast. Yeah, hell freezing over is more likely. I interrupted him. Don't know about the whole imprint stuff, but Anna leaving Edward and then this fast never. But what I wanted to tell is that the police is all over La Push. Yeah, I saw the cars. Why are they here? Someone broke into Kevin's house. Eve is being operated and Anna has been kidnapped. What? Where is she? Somewhere here in La Push. Dylan was selling our dads the story that Anna broke up with Edward, and that's when he went crazy. Dylan claims that he was the one to hurt Eve and even Anna. That's why he had to bring her to a safe place, to protect her from Edward. Seth scoffed, a dark shadow appearing on his face. They believed it. I asked, stunned despite knowing the answer, of cause they did. First, they don't like the Cullens at all. Well, can't say I'm a fan of theirs either, but at least they aren't giving me the creeps like this Dylan guy does. Of cause, even if it is only for Sam's sake, but back to Charlie. The police found his necklace. I suspect Anna must have fought him because I don't see Edward being capable of hurting Anna. I mean, come on, he looks at her as if she was his entire universe and everything in it. What ticks me of is that Anna is stubborn to the point of stupid. She would have put up a fight of epic measurements before being swayed, even a little, and not just give in. My though exactly, Jake. And the police is now everywhere. They suspect it was someone from here. Shortly after Dylan left, Charlie came to talk to Billy and my dad. Did he tell them where he is holding her hostage? No. There are many places she could be. The caves, the run-down buildings in the east, the basement of the old elementary gym, the clubhouse. We have to find her. I don't believe him for a second. Neither do I. That's why I'm here. I have a really bad feeling about this. Seth spat through clenched teeth as his whole frame was suddenly shaking. Anger was triggering the change like a charm, and Seth was more than pissed about what happened to Anna. I should have seen this instantly. Seth, Jake, man. He was bending in pain as his body began to shift and change its form. The cracking sounds of the breaking, the bending bones filled the air, and fur began to break through his skin. It won't be so painful the next time. Trust me, I know. I assured him as I was taking my clothes off. I was out of my clothes and phased before his transformation ended. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shit, that hurts. I chuckled. Seth, is that you? Glad you are with us. Now we're even in numbers with the blood-sucking monsters. I'm ordering you. Hunt them down and kill them. Dylan's voice was dark and sinister. Fuck off, Dylan, he just phased. I growled at him. Sam gave me the command, you have to do what I say. Go and kill them. What? What is happening? I don't want to go. Why is my body moving? Seth was freaking out. Leave him alone, asshole. You are part of my pack, and you have to do what I tell you. What is going on there? We don't have time for this. Jared just disappeared. I heard Paul bark before Seth, and I thought the exact same thing. I'm not part of your pack, and I will never do what you say. Jake, where are they? Do you hear them? Seth asked me as the other voices disappeared. No, what happened? Oh, that must be what Anna told me about. What do you mean? You are the actual alpha. Sam has the job only because he phased first, but it is in your blood to be alpha. Oh, okay. Anyway, you all right, man? I asked, though his thoughts were calming. He was a little disoriented, but that was normal. One had to get used to the new senses, the new body in sight. Knowing what was going to happen did help a great deal after the first transformation. I think I will be in a little while. It's actually just how I imagine it to be, though the tail wagging is cool. Yep, it is, but you need to focus now. We need to save Anna. All right, I'm going in the direction of First Beach, and you take the gym and the buildings. Good luck, Seth. I'm prepared now, Jake. He flashed a goofy wolf grin and took off. Anna's POV. Great, I threw a fit like a 7-year-old, and it was for nothing. At least I could work off some steam, but I was actually hoping I would find something that I could use as a weapon. Under all of this trash, there just had to be something useful, but nothing. Nothing I could overwhelm Sam with or injure myself with. Not that I like that kind of stuff. Hurting myself is the furthest thing from my mind, but it would have been a good leverage against Sam. I'm told to be an imprint. At least that is what Sam firmly believes, and he had to make sure I would be unharmed. It would have been perfect. Would have been, unfortunately. Shoot, I was running out of ideas. And begging doesn't seem to help at all as well. Sam, I know that you desperately wish for family, since you never had one, but Dylan isn't what he appears to be. He glared at me, his lips pressed into a thin line. I don't like it that you know those things. See, I know things. Just as I know that Dylan is dangerous. I'm not even sure he really imprinted on me. A wolf isn't supposed to bring harm to his imprint, but he drugged me, threatened to rape me, and called me a bitch and a whore. Look into my eyes and tell me I'm lying. I was pleading now. He did look into my eyes, but I could see in his that despite him assuming that I wasn't lying, he just couldn't bring himself to believe me. Sam, please. My voice broke. I had nothing left. Please. Tears were burning in my eyes. Please. Now running down my face. Please. My voice just a faint, broken whisper. He's my brother. He whispered back. I didn't know if that was his way to say sorry, or if he was trying to convince himself, or Slash and me, that he was doing the right thing. But I did know that if I wasn't able to escape before that monster came back, I was going to face one of the most horrible things that could happen to a woman. And the worst thing was that my poor Edward would blame himself for the rest of eternity for not being able to save me. Edward's POV. Where are the other wolves? I asked the half-conscious boy in front of me, while Jasper was manipulating him into answering. THC. Yule. He could only babble after the tranquilizer was fully working in his system, but the images in his head were clear. He thought of the location of the other wolves, where he last saw them. They tried to reach him through the pack mind, but it was in vain. He wasn't able to keep the connection up. Where would you hide, Anna? Images of places were running through his mind. There were quite a few places that would provide a good hiding place in La Push. How many wolves are there now? Carlisle asked. Since Jacob Black phased yesterday's 6, but they aren't all okay with this. Jacob, Seth, and Embry don't trust the Asian wolf, but because Sam is the alpha and gave the leadership over, at least for the time being, to the Asian wolf, they can't go against him. I explained. The others nodded grim. Are we done with him? Rose asked. I nodded, and she shot another bullet with tranquilizer at him. Rose. Esme had pity on the ones who were forced to do this. 1 down, 5 more to go. It's not like I killed him anyway. Well, not yet. She shrugged. That way we have less opponents. Edward, show us where they could hide her. Jasper ordered, pulling a card of La Push out of his back pocket. I nodded and showed them the locations. All right, we will go in teams of 2, and I want you to wear these. Jasper pulled a little box out of his vest, opened it, and gave us each a little button. What is this? Esme asked, confused. It's a plug. It is a transmitter and a receiver in one. The area of La Push is too wide of our senses to be able to stay in contact. Our hearing range is 5 mils, and Edward's mind reading 10. Not enough, he explained. You just need to put it in your ear and tip it once. You will be able to hear, and you can speak freely. When someone has found her, or one of us ends up in trouble, we can inform the others quickly. We all nodded in understanding and put the plugs in our ears. Carlisle and Esme would hide the wolf who was our hostage first before following us into the werewolf territory.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.